Is it working? Yes, it is. Okay, good, 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 good. Like I was saying, guys, let's go for action here. We're having a quiet stream because baby's sleeping. And I can only play while he's sleeping, so he wakes up, then stream's over. And one of my children's fighting something in the basement. Cool. Alright, sorry. As you may have recalled, I was out here building things. Great things. Many cool, great things. What do you need, my? You still need a head, boy, okay. You guys meant what? Oops. Oh, that's better. I felt it in my spine. I don't know why. What the heck is going on? That thing is really gonna have to control. Just thank you. Grab the action this one just because I think I might not need it. But if I do that, I might need it, so. Okay, that's probably the first one. Yup. Wait, what? Okay, that's better. So is that. Oh, did I actually sacrifice that arm? I did. Oh no. Give me. It failed. No, wrong one. I need redstone now, man. Science being a sorcerer sucks, man. Hmm. 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 I just not know whether there's that much stuff. I guess one thing is that full. No. Why'd you stop? Ah, makes sense. Makes sense. Shiver me timbers. I wonder why. Where's Matt? I hope he's getting his rest. He's not here, but oops, did the wrong thing. Oh, that's murder. There we go. Did it work? I sent it. Why didn't you work? Dang it! Dang it!
Both of us.
That's awesome.
Crazy Cries asked me, will YTGRP553 ever go down to the basement to live? Crazy Cries, that's a great question. You know who's going down to the basement to live? Yo mama. She heard they were installing a new fridge down there, so she's moving in to be closer to the snacks.
What the frick?
What happened? Do I need an update or something? I don't know what's going on, man. Wow. Close the game. It's all good. Right on. It's not running. Oh yeah. There we go. Good. Good game. You know what happened there? Take it like kick from the server? I'd laugh. Edmund has banned you. That's what I'm expecting to get anyways. Oh, she's down. Oh man. She needs to reset. Oh, it's 4 in the morning her time. Maybe that's the difference. No. I hope I can join. I don't know what else to play. No! I made it my home. Oh, man. Okay, this one. That sounds silly. I don't think you need multiple monitors with a chat. Oh. Bracken is live. I'll favorite it. And I'm gonna go back because I've been checking to join new places. I'm sorry. She's still. Oh. I guess I have to be dang solution. Hey, bud, how's it going? What you doing down there? There's lots of banging around.
Oh, I was just doing my laundry.
Oh, okay.
But I was also just checking out stuff. No, like the box down there, and I found this oral care kit.
It's yours if you want it. Yeah, go ahead, take it. Yeah, we get that stuff all the time. But that's what we got the dentist for, right?
Oh,
Oh. Okay, let's try this one. Oh, it's PvP. I don't want to do PvP. You didn't say you were PvP, suckers. But 360 XP posted. Oh, it's PvP. It's my own fault. I'll keep it in there for the just in case time. Shooting sands. Okay, that's an old one. That's PS4. The Shifting Sands RP, PS4, PS5. Okay. Huh. Bail of the Bounds. Whoever's a UK based server. 40 plus minus, 2 times average. I would play on you. I swear I'm trying to be quiet. Okay. Oh, that's for PS5. That's not bad. There is actual servers for PS5. I didn't know that. I only ever just played on official servers because I'm a weirdo like that. The Black Mandrath Conan community. You don't get it. Mandrath. A refresh, please. I just don't want to find this server right away. Okay, if that's the case, that'd be a PV versus environment. Perfectly with load and no ping. The dervish. What about a devil? The reluctant devil. Okay, I'm gonna stay away from that. Honey bun. Oh, there's 5 on. Oh, what's it about? Fashionist. Better thralls. Okay, you might get a heart for now. I'll pick you for now, okay. The 1 gauge. 0 on. Midnight Empire? Oh, that sounds interesting. But I can't do that. Bart Conan? What? Conan Exiles server. Island of Two. 50. With a max of 10. Simple min map. Fashionist. What's this mean? Let's see here. Oh my gosh. I wonder if it's still on there. 8. So if I found it, I would join it. Like enhanced version in it. Okay, man. Alright, let's get back to this. And the reason is 0, 0, so it's just, yeah. Trying to find the 8 times where we had before. What if I type in You be a home. Oh, I can't do it that way. I gotta do it this way. 6 millim. 0. Got nothing to give me. That's Discord right there. What the heck? I thought I had it on. Ooh, that looks good. Let's see. Ooh. Fascist simple modless inventory compactor. Savior's Hearthstone. Jet religious. What's this about? This looks like it could be interesting. Extended thrall stats enhanced. Enhanced perks and level. Celebration balance. Actually, this could be interesting. Oh yeah, they're pretty good here. looked into that before, did you? Hmm. Uh-oh. Divide lands? What's this, man? Steam mines. Better throw, simple minimap, fashionist, and twin bar. Ooh. Okay. Religious. Simple, modest, unlock +2 enhanced, tool durability, fixed things. Inventory compactor, enhanced. That's so favorite email. Lost Island. Maybe I'll go players, yeah. I'm gonna try joining, see what happens. Well, it just kicked me right out, so. If I do start another server, I'm gonna make up a thing where I'm not gonna want to go back to the old server. And then when I do play on the old server, I'll feel like I'm making more obligated to play on the other server. My head's so confused today. I'm kidding. I got it in. Oh, you. Thank you, dear Lord. Excuse me. Man, they killed her. Thought I had one walking around with us. Oh. Thank you, sir. I gotta do the grizzly part. Oh, no, I get the hard jobs. Bring it. You, you then, sacrificial boy, you should come into if you middleman, you skin dirt, you got some of the best of my hair, boy. I'll be right back. Your sense is coming with me, I gotta make out. You should see the survival at some point. Dang it. Oh. That's all I wanted to see. I am completely, totally, utterly weird. I know it. Yeah, nothing to say about this lady. I do feel like I still have to go. Yeah, I still have to go make it set up. Oh man. Now we never have to vote it.
What happened? Oh, I heard something smash around.
Let's go. I don't know why I bother, but I'll do it anyways. I'll make 4, just in case anyone downstairs needs one. Can't remember where that one goes. Oh. Take a forever, man. Hurt my foot. No. Oh, I had there. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. All right. I might want to investigate that. Look. Go with the pants and the boots. Times 2. And I'll take that one, and that one, and everyone on a dream vacation. We know I made that. Where are the people I heard down here? Let's make you a fashion girl. I forget to make gloves. Getting old, man. Getting to be geriatric ways. What the heck was that game? Ooh, yeah, I'll do that. It's good, I like that. I'll keep it that way. Let's see. Oh, I don't like that look. I'll tackle this one, see what it looks like. Times 2. Kuna Matata. It means no worries for the rest of your days. Oh, Kuna Matata. The damn stairs are still trying to be fancy. Yeah, see, lady. You get the another one waiting the gloves of hell. Oh, what did I put it? Oh, there it is. I actually like it. They start knocking people out a little bit more often, though. I'm not thinking about it. I should go check this workbench out over here. Oh, Hakuna Matata. It means no worries for the rest of your days. Oh, Hakuna Matata. Oh, that's what's going on. You're standing in front of it, you bunghole. Does that mean just shaking? Yeah, I can't. Straight. Good enough. Hardened brick. Because you're been playing games. So funny. A minute. Quiet. Next minute. Oh! Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna go murder something in it. Yes, can you come with me? A smashing thing, yeah. And where's the other dude? You like it? Is this gonna look good, boy? I think that one's a better look. That one does work. Careful, I lose you though. She died. Oh, that's okay. Didn't need her. What? Maybe upgrading soon. If I ever use this. Yeah, she got the best helmet I could give her. Huh. I'm not used to remembering to do anything lately. I really was gonna do now. I think I still understand. Okay, I'll just start putting things away, see if anything clicks at some point. I ain't making no money this stuff yet. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta wash. This is back. Back again. Action's back. Tell a friend. Turn on the story. No, that one's almost done. Yeah, I'll turn this.
That was the first thing anyone noticed when they walked the halls of the USCS Endurance. No weapons humming in their mounts. No targeting systems cycling. No low vibration of charged rail cannons running through the floor and into the bones of anyone who stood still long enough. Just the soft, steady breath of a ship that had been stripped of its teeth and told to smile. Admiral Serena Voss stood at the observation window at the front of the bridge and looked out at Aurelius Prime. It was a station massive, old, built into the bones of a dead asteroid, and it floated in the long shadow of a dying red star. The star gave everything around it a color like dried blood. Voss had noticed that the moment they came out of dark space, she had said nothing about it. She was 63 years old. Her hair was white. Her hands were steady. She had fought in 4 wars and survived things that should have killed her a dozen times. And she had learned, somewhere in the middle of all that living, that the universe did not care about omens. Only people cared about omens. And people were very often wrong. Still, the color of that star bothered her. Behind her, her aide, a young man named Tomas, was reading through the schedule on his tablet for the 3rd time. The opening session begins in 4 hours, he said. Ambassador Lisserith has already arrived. The conclave delegates are all present. 17 species. He paused. That's the whole conclave, Admiral. Every single one of them.
My driver's gonna be amazing. I
Voss
just
said.
put it right on
That
here.
hasn't happened in over 200 years. Not since the founding Accords. I know that too. She turned from the window. Her uniform was plain. No medals. No rank pins beyond the single stripe on her collar. That had been a deliberate choice. She was not here to impress anyone with what humanity had done. She was here to talk about what humanity could do next, if everyone agreed to stop pointing guns at each other. That was the idea, anyway. The shuttle ride to Aurelius Prime took 20 minutes. Voss sat alone at the front and watched the station grow in the window. Up close, it was beautiful in the way that very old things sometimes are layers of different construction visible in the hull, different materials from different eras, the marks of repair and expansion and time. Dozens of ships from dozens of species were docked along its arms. Voss scanned
Oh
them
yeah,
out
it's the
of
thick
habit.
leather. Oh,
No weapons hot, no targeting locks. Everyone had come as asked
what's
unarmed,
this old
unshielded, trusting. She told herself
It's my
it was a
fault.
good
It's not
sign.
paying attention.
Lisserith met her at the docking bay. The Veil Kari were tall, taller than humans, by almost a full meter, with pale silver skin and eyes that were a deep, flat black, like polished stone. They moved slowly and with great care, as if every gesture was something they had practiced. Lisserith was the oldest of her kind on the station, and it showed not in weakness, but in a kind of absolute stillness that made her seem less like a person and more like something carved. She smiled when she saw Voss. The Vialkari smile was different from a human one. Smaller, controlled. But it reached the eyes, and that was what mattered. Admiral Voss, she said. Her voice was low and smooth, with an accent that turned every hard consonant into something almost musical. We are grateful you came. We're grateful to be here, Voss said, and she meant it. They walked together through the main corridor of Aurelius Prime. It was wide enough for 6 people to walk side by side, and the walls were lined with the flags and seals of every member species of the Conclave. Voss looked at them as she passed. 17 species. 17 civilizations. Each of them older than humanity's
Think you
first
need it,
city.
boy.
Each of them watching humanity with
We're
an
gonna
expression
use
that
these
Voss had
older
spent the
minor
last 30
people.
years learning to read. They were afraid of her
Is
people.
that person?
They had always been afraid.
Or a
Humanity
spiky
had come
bro.
from nowhere. One small planet, one unremarkable star, and in less than 300 years had expanded to hold 100 star systems. It was, by any historical measure, extraordinary. By conclave standards, it was terrifying. Other species had taken thousands of years to do what humanity had done in 3 centuries. Nobody knew how. Nobody could explain it. And things that could not be explained made the very old and very powerful very nervous. Voss understood all of this. She had been chosen as humanity's representative precisely because she understood it. Her job was not to defend humanity's history. Her job was to make the Conclave believe that history was over, that humanity was ready to slow down, to talk, to be a partner rather than a force of nature. The dinner that evening was formal and long. 7 courses, each from a different member species' culinary tradition. Voss ate everything put in front of her, and said the right things, and laughed at the right moments and watched. She was always watching. It was during the 4th course that she noticed the guard rotation had changed. Small thing, easy to miss. The security personnel cycling through the corridor outside the dining hall were moving on a shorter interval than they had been an hour ago. She did not know the protocol for this station well enough to say with certainty that it was wrong. But it was different. Later, walking back to her guest quarters, she noticed that the public communication terminals in the corridor were dark. All of them. She stopped at one and pressed the activation panel. Nothing. She tried a second. Nothing. She looked at Tomas. He had noticed too. He gave her a small, careful look that said, "I see it." She kept walking. She smiled at a passing conclave official. She said goodnight to the aide, who showed her to her door. And then, alone in her quarters, she sat on the edge of the bed and was very still and very quiet and let herself think. It was nothing. It could be nothing. Maintenance, a scheduled blackout, a coincidence. She was a soldier, and soldiers saw threats in shadows. That was the job. It didn't mean the shadows were always real, but she had been in enough rooms where something was wrong to know the feeling. The air sat differently. People moved differently. Eyes moved differently. There was a tension in Aurelius Prime tonight that had not been here when she arrived, and she could not explain it, and she did not like it. She pulled out her personal comm unit, her own, not the station-issued one, and sat with it in her hands for a long moment. Then she wrote a message. Short. Encrypted with a code so old, it was almost certainly not on any Conclave intercept list, because no Conclave analyst would think anyone still used it. She had used it in her first war, 40 years ago. She had never deleted it. Something is wrong. Prepare. She sent it to Earth. She did not know if it would get through. She did not know if anyone would understand it in time. She did not know what prepare would even mean if she was right and the worst was coming. But she sent it. She lay down on the bed and stared at the ceiling and listened to the station hum around her and thought about peace, what it looked like, what it cost, whether it was real or just a word people used when they were getting ready to do something unforgivable. She was still thinking about it when the door to her quarters opened without a knock, and the light from the corridor outside poured in, and the silhouettes of 4 armed figures filled the frame. She did not run. She did not beg. She sat up slowly and looked at them with the same steady eyes she had used in 4 wars. And she said nothing, because there was nothing left to say. Far away, on a Valkyrie terminal deep in the station's communications hub, a technician watched the intercept of her message appear on his screen. He flagged it, forwarded it, and in a different room, on a different level, Ambassador Lissereth read it, set it down, and gave a very small nod. Then she gave the order. The trap closed. Cleanly, quietly, as planned. The Conclave had made their move, and somewhere in the silence that followed, in the cold dark between the stars, a dead sun the color of dried blood kept burning indifferent, ancient, and utterly unmoved. The fleet came out of dark space at exactly the same moment above 17 different worlds. That was the part that the Conclave war planners were most proud of. The coordination, the precision. For a strike of this size, 17 simultaneous assaults across 400 light-years of human-held space, the timing had to be perfect. One world warned early, and the whole plan collapsed. So, they had spent 3 years getting the timing right. And when the moment came, they were, to their credit, perfect. 212 warships above New Carthage, 170 above the Mars colonies, 98 above Kepler, 9. Hundreds more above a dozen other human worlds, each fleet sized to the population beneath it, each carrying the same orders. Overwhelm, pacify, occupy, be done by morning. It had worked 4 times before, on 4 other civilizations. It had never taken longer than 6 hours. Above New Carthage, the Conclave fleet commander, a Grethol officer named Sewell, with 40 years of campaign experience, opened the standard channel and transmitted the standard message. Surrender your military assets. Ground your ships. Do not resist, and your civilian population will not be harmed. You have 1 hour to respond. He sat back and waited. What happened next was not in any of the Conclave's models. On the surface of New Carthage, in a farming settlement about 80 kilometers from the capital, a man named Harlan Webb was awake early. He always was. Because the irrigation systems on his land needed checking before the sun got high. He was 57 years old. He had never served in the military. He had a bad knee, a good dog, and 3 adult children who lived in the city. He stepped outside and looked up and saw the Conclave fleet hanging in the sky like a second set of stars. He went back inside, made a pot of coffee, and called his neighbor. His neighbor called her brother, who worked at a mining cooperative. The mining cooperative had 4 heavy drilling rigs and a stockpile of industrial explosive charges used for breaking rock. Within 2 hours, without any orders from anyone, without any chain of command, without any permission from any government or military body, 7 farmers and 2 mining workers were on their way into the hills with enough explosive material to do something about the Conclave's ground troops when they arrived. They were not soldiers. They had no training, no strategy, no uniforms. What they had was a practical knowledge of the land, a deep and personal objection to being told what to do by people who had crossed 400 light years to do it, and a shared understanding felt rather than spoken that this was their ground, and nobody was taking it without a fight. This story, in 100 different versions, was happening on every human world at the same moment. On the Mars colonies, a 15-year-old girl named Petra Vasquez had been awake all night working on a school project. When the alert came through, she did not evacuate. She pulled up the schematics of the colony's old point defense grid decommissioned 6 years ago. Hardware still in place. Software simply turned off. She had been inside that system twice before on dares. She knew its architecture, the way she knew her own bedroom. It took her 40 minutes to bring it back online. The first Conclave dropship that came in low over the colony perimeter was hit by a defense system that was officially decommissioned and operated by a teenager using a school tablet. It went down hard in the dust 3 kilometers from the main dome. The Conclave commander looked at his screen for a long moment and said, in his own language, something that roughly translated to, "That should not exist." On Titan, an old engineer named Royce sat in his kitchen and watched the news feeds from Earth go dark one by one as Conclave jamming took hold. He had seen jamming before in the wars, 30 years ago. He knew what came after jamming. He called his grandchildren in from the other room, put them around the kitchen table, and began explaining, calmly and clearly, how to build a signal jammer from the components in a standard home communications unit. Not because they needed a jammer, because they needed to understand that the tools were always there, that the knowledge was always there, that being cut off didn't mean being helpless. It just meant thinking differently. His granddaughter, who was 12, took notes. Commander Sewell waited his hour. No surrender response came. He gave the order for ground troops to begin descent. The first reports came back within 40 minutes. Resistance at Landing Zone 7 civilians. Improvised explosive devices. Not military grade, but effective. Resistance at Landing Zone 12. Some kind of automated defense system that the intelligence files listed as non-functional. Resistance at Landing Zone. 3 small arms fire from a position that is mapped identified as an agricultural building. Casualties, light, but consistent. He filed his first report to Conclave High Command. Minor resistance from disorganized civilian elements. Proceeding as planned. 2 hours later, he filed a second report. The tone was different. The resistance was no longer disorganized. It was still civilian, still uncoordinated. But it was
God take you!
that had been scattered were finding each other. Improvised tactics were being refined in real time. Every time his troops cleared a position, the humans had already moved on and set up somewhere new. He had enough troops. He had overwhelming firepower. He had every tactical advantage on paper. But he was fighting something that did not fight the way anything was supposed to fight, and it was making his numbers mean less with every hour. On the Conclave flagship, War Master Domovan stood in front of the tactical display and stared at the reports coming in from all 17 worlds. He was old, 400 years old, ancient even by Grethal standards, and he had studied warfare his entire life. He had read every account of every significant conflict in recorded galactic history. He knew how species broke. He knew the pressure points. He knew the timelines. Everything in front of him was wrong. They have no coordination, said his aide, reading the same data. No central command issuing orders. Each resistance cell appears to be acting independently. Yes, said Dumovan. Then they should be easier to suppress. Uncoordinated resistance collapses faster. It's basic doctrine. Dumovan did not answer right away. He was looking at a specific data point, the rate of resistance increase over time on New Carthage. It was not going down. It was going up, with no central command, with no orders from above. The resistance was growing on its own, fed by nothing but the presence of an enemy on the ground. They don't need coordination, he said slowly, as if working it out as he spoke. Each individual simply responds to the presence of a threat. They don't wait for instructions. They act. He paused. We have been suppressing coordinated militaries for 4,000 years. We know how to cut the head off an organization and watch the body stop. He looked at his aide. This species has no head. Or rather, he stopped. Sir, every one of them is a head. The aide stared at him. Domovan looked back at the display. 17 worlds. 17 bleeding wounds that were not closing, were not shrinking, were in fact slowly, stubbornly, impossibly getting worse. The plan called for full pacification by the end of day one. It was now the end of day one. Not a single world was pacified. He sent his report to Lycereth in plain language, without the usual diplomatic softening. She read it twice. Then she set it down on her desk on Aurelius Prime, in the room where she had given the order less than 24 hours ago, and she looked out the window at the dying red star. The plan was still sound, she told herself. The resistance would break. It always broke. They were farmers and children, and old engineers. They had no supply lines, no orbital support, no military command structure. They would run out of materials and energy and will, and then it would be over. She believed this. She was very intelligent and very experienced, and she believed this completely. She was also, for the first time in a long and decorated life, wrong in a way she did not yet know how to measure. On New Carthage, Harlan Webb came home after dark, sat on his porch, and ate a cold meal. He was tired. His bad knee was worse. 2 of the 7 people who had left with him that morning had not come back. He sat with that for a while, the way you sit with a heavy thing, and then he called his children in the city to make sure they were alive. They were. They had been doing their own version of the same thing. He finished his meal. He looked up at the sky, at the enemy fleet still hanging there like false stars. Then he went inside, slept 4 hours, and got up before dawn to start again. That was all it was. No glory in it. No grand speech. Just a man getting up in the dark and going back to the work of being impossible to kill. That was all it had ever been. And it was, as the Conclave was beginning to understand, more than enough. Commander Elias Dern had never planned to be in charge of anything. That was not false modesty. It was simply true. He was a logistics officer. His entire career had been built around getting the right materials to the right places at the right time. Fuel, food, spare parts, medical supplies. He was good at it. He liked it. It was quiet, important, and rarely involved anyone shooting at him. He had been very happy with this arrangement for 9 years. He was 31 years old, and he was now the highest-ranking officer alive in the entire outer human fleet. The ISV Carthage was a frigate medium-sized, fast, built for patrol work rather than heavy combat. It had survived the initial Conclave strike through pure accident. It had been running a supply route far out on the edge of human space when the attack came, close enough to receive fragments of the emergency signal, far enough to not name anyone in crosshairs. When Dern finally got the picture of what was assembled from broken transmissions, signal fragments, and one very long, very cold hour of sitting in the dark, piecing things together. He sat in the captain's chair and stared at the floor for a long time. captain was dead. The executive officer was dead. The senior tactical officer was dead, not on the ship. But they had been at Aurelius Senior military leadership was in there because the summit had been real enough to which was the whole point of the trap. Dern rubbed his face with both eyes. He looked out at the watching them from their side. All right, he said. Let's figure out who else is still there. It took 3 days to find the first other ship. Not because there were no ships, there were. Scattered across a vast area of deep space, running dark to avoid conclave detection, but because all the normal communication channels were either jammed or compromised. Dern's communications officer, a young woman named Sable, spent those 3 days cycling through every frequency she could think of, including several that were technically obsolete and had not been officially used in over a decade. The signal she finally got a response on was a frequency used by old cargo haulers, civilian, barely military, the kind of thing no conclave analyst would be monitoring because there was no reason to. The ship on the other end was the OCV Mira's Grace. It was a civilian transport that had been retrofitted with 2-point defense guns and was now carrying 47 survivors from a destroyed colony station, including 3 active military personnel and a mechanic who had once served in the Navy and apparently still knew how to fire a torpedo. "We heard something moving out here," said the voice on the other end. "Didn't know if it was you or them." "It's us," said Dern. "What's your situation?" "We're alive." "What do you need?" That last question stayed with Dern for a long time. They were on a damaged transport with 47 people and not enough food and 1 working torpedo. Their situation was bad, and the first thing they asked was what they could do to help. Over the following weeks, the Carthage found more ships the same way through old frequencies, through personal transponder codes that individual crew members remembered from past assignments, through a chain of whispered signals passed from one dark ship to another across the quiet of deep space. There was no grand rally point, no official marshalling order. People were simply finding each other the way people do when they are lost and afraid and need to not be alone. And when they found each other, they stayed together. And when they stayed together, they started to think about what to do next. By week 3, Dern had 47 ships. About half were military. The rest were civilian transports, mining vessels, a research ship, 2 long-haul freighters whose crews had simply decided they were not going to do nothing. None of them had received orders. None of them had been told to come. They had come because where else would they go? Dern called a meeting over open channel, everyone together, all 47 ships. He told them what he knew, which was not enough, and what he thought, which was not certain, and what he felt, which he kept short, because he was not that kind of officer. Then he asked if anyone had ideas. They talked for 4 hours. It was during that meeting, listening to a mining ship captain explain how conclave supply lines could be disrupted using asteroid field navigation patterns, that Dern had the first flash of something he did not have a word for. Yet, it was not quite hope. It was something harder than hope. It was the feeling of recognizing that the pieces were there, that the tools were real, that the situation was terrible but not yet impossible. He had felt something like it once before. As a child, reading history, he had been 12 years old when he first read about the early plagues, the ones before the vaccine networks, before the global medical systems, when a single disease could kill 1/3 of the world's population, and nobody knew why or how to stop it. He had read about the people who lived through those times. Not the leaders or the scientists, those came later. He had read about the ordinary people who got up every morning and did what needed to be done even when there was no reason to believe it would be enough. He had read about the ice ages humanity had survived without technology, the mass extinction event that had killed nearly everything on Earth and left a small group of humans. Estimates said maybe 10,000 individuals as the only ones left. 10,000 people, out of which, eventually, 8 billion, then 20 billion, then 100 star systems. He thought about that a lot in those weeks. The math of it, the sheer impossible stubbornness of it. Every time the universe had tried to finish humanity, humanity had looked at the situation, found the one small thing it could still do, and done it. Not because it was brave, not because it was special, But because that was what humanity did, it did not have a switch for giving up. The switch had been removed by 100,000 years of hard living, and what was left was a species that simply kept going, in the dark,
Why?
without orders, without certainty, without any guarantee that it mattered.
I do
They
have
had
them
been doing it
laying around
long
now,
before
where I
they
put
had
them all.
spaceships.
They all went in
They
a
would
bag
do
at
it
one
long
point.
after. By week
Oh.
6, the fleet was
Yeah,
over
'cause I was gonna
100
get them all,
ships.
take it
By
in,
week
get them all,
8,
all
it was
these
closer
Joy-Cons
to
fixed on them
200.
all. It's only
People were coming
$45
from
a piece at
everywhere
that point.
surviving
Good money.
military vessels.
Yeah,
Yes, but also colony ships that had been retrofitted with salvaged weapons.
I don't know, however
Merchant
many we had at
transports
the
whose
time.
crews had voted unanimously to join. One very old destroyer that had been sitting in a civilian museum for 30 years, and whose curator had apparently decided that the occasion justified putting it back in service. The curator was 68 years old. She was now one of Dern's most reliable captains. On week 11, Conclave High Command issued a second broadcast justifying the strike. It went out on every galactic channel, a long, carefully worded explanation of why the Conclave had done what it had done, addressed not to humanity, but to every neutral civilization watching. Humanity was a threat, it said. Humanity's growth rate was unsustainable. The strike had been a necessary and proportionate response to an existential risk to galactic stability. Dern read the broadcast alone in his cabin. He read it twice. He thought about Admiral Voss, the last message she had sent, the one that had started as a warning and ended as a sacrifice. He thought about Harlan Webb on New Carthage, who he had never met, but whose resistance reports he had been receiving for weeks. He thought about Petra Vasquez on Mars, who had brought a dead defense grid back to life with a school tablet. He thought about the 10,000 people who had survived the extinction and become everything that came after. Then he thought about what the Conclave had done, what they had actually done. Not what they had told the galaxy they had done. They had invited humanity to peace. They had taken humanity's weapons as a gesture of trust, and then they had killed humanity's leader in a room that was supposed to be safe. He sat with that for a while. Then he called Sable. "I need you to find me something," he said. "The Galactic Broadcast Network, the main relay hub, the one that reaches every civilized world. Find me where it is and how it's defended." She looked at him. "Why?" "Because the Conclave got to tell the galaxy their version of what happened," he said. "I think it's time the galaxy heard ours. But first, there was the matter of the Conclave battle group that had been tracking them for 2 days. 212 warships, moving in formation, closing the distance. Dern looked at his star charts. He looked at his fleet. He looked at the debris field of a shattered moon 3 light hours to their left. He did not have enough ships to win a straight fight. He had never planned to fight a straight fight. He had spent 9 years as a logistics officer, which meant he had spent 9 years thinking about how things move through space, and what happens when they stop moving, and what the variables were when the path through an obstacle was not the one the enemy expected. He picked up the ship-wide comm. "All ships, this is Commander Dern. New heading. I'm sending coordinates. We are going to go very slowly into that debris field, and we are going to make a great deal of noise doing it. And when the Conclave fleet follows us in, we are going to make sure they regret it." He paused. "None of this is official. None of you were ordered here. You all came because you chose to. So I'm asking, not ordering, are you with me?" 46 ships confirmed immediately. The 47th, the old museum destroyer, confirmed last, with a note from its captain that read, "We've been through worse, probably." Dern almost smiled. Almost. He set the heading and watched the debris field grow in the forward window, and he thought, not for the first time, that humanity was a very strange species, fragile and fierce, and completely without sense, dragging itself from one impossible situation to the next, complaining the whole time, and somehow, always, still moving. The Conclave fleet followed them in. What happened next would be discussed in tactical circles across the galaxy for the next 200 years. The Wyvern had a saying, very old, that translated roughly as, "The universe does not care about your models. It only cares about what happens." Scholar Vine Lee had taught that saying to her students for 30 years. She had believed it in the abstract, the way you believe things that have not yet been tested against something real. She believed it differently now. She sat in her study on the Wythron homeworld, a quiet, green planet far from human space, far from Conclave space, close to nothing of military significance and watched the reports come in on her terminal. She had been watching for 11 weeks. She had barely left the room. The Wythran were not a military people. They built libraries. They wrote histories. They cataloged the rise and fall of civilizations across the galaxy with the careful, patient energy of a species that had decided, very long ago, that understanding things was more important than controlling them. They had been studying humanity for 60 years, since the first human ships had appeared on the edge of explored space. Vainly had written 2 books about humanity. She had argued, in both of them, that humans were a fascinating but ultimately unstable civilization, brilliant in short bursts, prone to self-destruction, likely to peak within another century, and either collapse or stabilize into something more predictable. She had been confident in this conclusion. She was not confident anymore. She pulled up the latest tactical summary from the outer human systems. Commander Dern's fleet, which had been 47 ships 11 weeks ago, and was now, according to the most recent count, 312, had engaged a conclave battle group of 212 vessels 3 days ago in the debris field of a shattered moon. The battle had lasted 9 hours. The conclave fleet had lost 89 ships. Dern's force had lost 11. The ratio was wrong. By any standard model of fleet engagement, a force of 300 irregular, mixed-class ships, half of them civilian transports with improvised weapons, should not be able to engage a professional conclave battle group and come out ahead by that margin. The models said it couldn't happen. Vine Lee had 3 different models open on her secondary screen. They all agreed. They were all wrong. She began writing in her journal not the formal academic record, the private one she had kept since she was young. The variable we consistently fail to account for, she wrote, is not technology or numbers or tactics. It is something in the human psychological structure that we do not have a proper term for. They are more effective the worse the situation becomes. I do not know how to model this. I am not sure it can be modeled. She closed the journal and watched the news feeds. She was not the only one watching. On a Dreth colony world, small, quiet, located in a political neutral zone between conclave and non-conclave space, Ambassador Sewell was having a very difficult conversation with himself. The Dreth had been conclave members for 800 years. They had joined willingly, long ago. The conclave had been younger, and its promises had meant something. They had voted against the strike on humanity. They had been the only member species to vote against it, and they had been overruled 17-1, and they had been quietly reminded, afterward, that dissent was tolerated, but consequences were real. Sewell had watched the war for 11 weeks. He had watched humanity's resistance grow from scattered civilian defenders to an organized counteroffensive. He had watched the Conclave's confident timeline collapse week by week. And he had thought, every day, about his species' long memory. The Dreth remembered the Kalari. The Kalari had been a small civilization, not aggressive, not expansionist, simply inconveniently located in a region the Conclave had wanted. The Conclave had called them a stability risk. The Conclave had invited them to a summit. The Kalari were gone now. Their worlds were Conclave administrative territories. That had been 400 years ago. Sewell had not been born yet, but the Dreth kept records, and the records did not lie. And every Dreth alive knew the story of the Kellery, the way human children knew old fairy tales. Except this fairy tale did not have a comforting ending. He opened a back-channel communication old, encrypted, technically not legal under Conclave communication protocols, and sent a message to the ISV Carthage. It contained coordinates, supply line routes, the location of 3 Conclave fuel depots that were lightly defended, and at the end, one short line. We have long memories too, Commander. Use this well. He did not sign his name. He did not need to. Dern received the message and read it 3 times.
Terrible.
Then he called his senior staff together, and they spent 4 hours figuring out how to use what they had been given. The Conclave, meanwhile, was fracturing. Not publicly, not yet. But in the closed chambers and private communications where real decisions were made, the cracks were widening. The strike had been sold to Conclave member species as a quick, clean operation 6 hours, full pacification, Minimal cost, maximum stability. It was now week 11. Costs were rising. Several member species were asking questions they had not asked before. Quietly, carefully, but asking them. Lycereth was managing it. She was very good at managing things. But management was not the same as resolution. And she was beginning to understand, slowly, in the way that very intelligent people accept uncomfortable truths, that the situation had moved outside the boundary of what she could manage. And then Dern hijacked the Galactic Broadcast Network. It was not a military operation in any traditional sense. He did not destroy anything. He did not attack the relay hub's defenses. He simply found, through Sable's research and 3 weeks of careful preparation, the specific technical frequency on which the GBN's authentication signals ran, and he spoofed it. For 6 hours, before the Conclave's technicians found the intrusion and shut it down, every GBN relay in the galaxy was broadcasting a human signal. It was not propaganda. It was not threats. It was the evidence. First, the intercepted Conclave communications from the 3 years of planning that had led to the summit. The original planning documents, the target lists, the timelines, all of it, translated into 12 galactic languages and presented without comment. Second, the footage from Aurelius Prime, not edited, not narrated, just the security feeds from the summit station, the real ones, not the Conclave's version showing Ambassador Lycereth giving the order, showing the armed personnel entering Admiral Voss's quarters, showing the moment the trap closed. Third, Voss's last transmission, her voice, clear and steady, saying, "Something is wrong. Prepare." 8 words, 11 weeks too late to matter, and somehow, in the silence of 600 listening civilizations, the most important 8 words anyone had spoken in a generation. Fourth, the names of the dead, not military casualties names, human names, personal names. The crew of the USCS Endurance, stripped of weapons as a gesture of peace. The delegation staff, the people who had gone to a summit to end a war and had died in a trap instead. 6 hours. Then the Conclave shut it down. But 6 hours was enough. Vinely watched the broadcast from her study, all 6 hours of it, without moving. When it ended, she sat very still for a long time. Then she opened a communication to the Wythran Council, the governing body of her people, which had not issued a political statement about the war in 11 weeks of careful, deliberate neutrality. "I would like to speak to the full council," she said, "as soon as possible." She was not the only one making that call. Within 48 hours of the broadcast, 17 neutral civilization species that had watched the war in silence, careful not to take sides, careful not to involve themselves in something that did not yet concern them, began the diplomatic process of withdrawing recognition from the Conclave. Not military action, not declarations of war, just a quiet, formal, galactic-scale withdrawal of legitimacy. One by one, 17 sets of ambassadors filed paperwork and went home, and the Conclave found itself looking at a galaxy that had shifted while it was busy fighting a war it was supposed to have won already. Lycereth received the reports in one long, sleepless night. She read each one. She set each one down. She did not lose her composure. She had not lost her composure in 400 years of public life, and she was not going to start now. But when the last report came in, and she finally set it down and looked up from her desk, there was something in her eyes that had not been there before. It was not fear. It was something colder than fear. It was the recognition that you had been, at the most fundamental level, wrong, not about tactics, not about planning, not about execution, but about the nature of the thing you were fighting. She had studied humanity for 30 years before ordering the strike. She had read every report, every analysis, every intelligence summary. She had believed she understood what humanity was. She had understood the surface. She had missed everything underneath. In a small cabin on the ISV Carthage, Commander Dern sat with a cup of cold coffee and looked at the response reports coming in from neutral worlds and felt something he had not felt in 11 weeks of constant fear and movement and loss. It was not victory. Not yet. The war was not over. The Conclave still had fleets in human space. People were still dying on 17 worlds. There was a very long road still ahead, and he knew it, and he did not let himself forget it. But the galaxy had seen the truth, and the galaxy had chosen. That was something. In 11 weeks of darkness, it was the first real light. He drank his cold coffee and went back to work. The war did not end with a battle. That was the part that surprised most of the galaxy's historians, the ones who wrote about it later, who tried to find the clean line, the moment it was over, the decisive event. There was no such moment. The conclave did not break on a single day. It came apart, the way very old structures come apart. Slowly, then all at once. Each piece, making the next piece easier to lose. It started with the supply lines. Using the coordinates the Dreth ambassador had quietly provided, Dern's fleet hit 3 conclave fuel depots in a single week. Fast strikes, in and out, minimal engagement. The depots were not destroyed, they were emptied. Every resource taken was distributed to human worlds still under occupation. It was not a military masterstroke. It was logistics, which was, after all,
I bet
what
guys had to
Dern was
get myself
actually
a
good
snack.
at. Cut the supply, slow the machine.
Just milk
A
and cookies.
conclave occupation force that couldn't refuel, couldn't maintain
It's a
position.
manly snack.
A force that couldn't maintain position had to choose between holding ground and retreating. Most of them retreated. Not because they were beaten in the field, many of them weren't. Not yet. But because the political ground was shifting under every decision their commanders
It's
made.
never that bad
Back
before.
home, conclave member species were being asked, publicly and loudly, to justify a war that had been sold as a 6-hour pacification and was now approaching its 6th month. The broadcast had done that. 17 neutral civilizations pulling recognition had done that. The Dreth, emboldened by the shift in galactic opinion, had formally announced their withdrawal from the conclave. 4 smaller member species followed within 2 weeks. A coalition without unity is just a list of names. The conclave was becoming a list. When Lysereth finally opened a secure channel to the Carthage and asked for terms, Dern was in the middle of eating a meal for the first time in 16 hours. He set the food aside, took a breath, and composed himself. He had thought about this moment. He had thought about it a great deal. The message he sent back was short. Unconditional dissolution of the conclave as a political and military body. All member species to stand individual and independent trial before a newly convened galactic court. Immediate withdrawal from all human-held territories. Full accounting of the Kalari disappearance 400 years ago, and of any other civilizations similarly managed. There was a long silence on the other end. Then Lysereth asked if he meant all of it, or if it was an opening position. He said he meant all of it. Another long silence. Dern waited. He was good at waiting. He had learned it in logistics. The work of a supply officer was mostly waiting for things to arrive, and worrying about what happened if they didn't. Lysereth accepted the terms. Not immediately, there was a week of back-channel negotiation, of argument among the remaining conclave members, of one failed attempt by 2 hardline species to restart military operations that Dern's fleet shut down firmly and without drama. But in the end, the terms were accepted, mostly because the alternative was worse, and everyone still at the table knew it. The Galactic Court was proposed, designed, and argued over for the better part of a year. Humanity helped build it. True to Dern's word, humanity did not control it. The court had representatives from 31 species, and humans held 3 seats the same as any other civilization of comparable size. No more, no less. Dern had insisted on that. He had been very clear about it. Humanity was not trying to rule the galaxy. Humanity had never wanted to rule the galaxy. Humanity had wanted to be left alone to do what it did, which was expand and build and argue with itself, and occasionally do extraordinary things for reasons nobody could fully explain. What humanity had not wanted and would not accept was being told it didn't have the right to exist. That was the line. That had always been the line. On a cold morning, 8 months after the war's end, Commander Elias Dern retired now, officially, though he suspected the title was somewhat honorary at this point, took a transport to the ruins of Aurelius Prime. The station had not been repaired. Nobody had decided yet what to do with it. It floated in the shadow of the dying red star, just as it always had, the same dried blood color in the light, quiet and broken and very still. The docking arm that the Endurance had used was still intact. Dern docked there. He put on an environment suit and walked through the damaged corridors alone. The intersections were cold and airless, lit only by the emergency strips that still ran on residual power. He walked through the main corridor, past the wall where the flags of 17 species had hung. Most of them were gone.
Oh, what the heck's going on?
A few remained, hanging at odd angles. He walked past them without
Rubber
stopping.
banded right
He
into
found the
him.
room where the summit dinner had been held. One wall was gone, open to space, and the red light of the shooting stars. He stood in the doorway for a while. Then he went looking for the corridor near the docking entrance, a small alcove where each delegation had placed a symbolic object, as was traditional at summits of this kind. Most of the alcoves were empty, their objects taken or destroyed. The human alcove was still intact. Whoever had come through here after the attack had either not noticed it or not thought it worth taking. Inside was a small metal plaque, about the size of a book. On one side, a detailed engraving of Earth, the whole planet, the continents and the oceans, the thin line of atmosphere around the edges. On the other side, one line of
Grab
text.
a jeebies out of
We
it, man.
come in peace. He stood with it in his gloved hands for a long time. He did not feel angry looking at it. He had expected to feel angry. He had been angry for a very long time. A quiet, useful kind of anger that had kept him moving through 6 months of impossible odds. But standing here, in the cold room where the trap had closed, holding the plaque that humanity had brought as a gesture of good faith, he found that the anger had burned down to something quieter. He put the plaque in his bag and took it home. Scholar Vine Lee of the Withran was one of the 3 founding architects of the Galactic Court. She was also writing a history, the full history, as complete and honest as she could make it, of the war and what led to it. She had been working on it for 2 years. She thought she might be working on it for 10 more. The closing section of the history gave her more trouble than anything else she had written. She drafted it 12 times. Each draft was technically accurate. None of them were right. She was trying to name something that did not have a name yet, and naming unnamed things was the hardest work there was. She finished the final draft on a quiet evening, alone in her study, with a cup of tea going cold on her desk. She called the closing section the error. Not humanity's error in trusting the Conclave, not the Conclave's error in choosing deception. Those were errors, yes, but they were the kind of errors that species made and recovered from. The error she was writing about was older and deeper, and had been sitting in the foundations of galactic civilization for 10,000 years, waiting for the right moment to matter. The error was this: every advanced civilization in the galaxy had looked at humanity and seen the wrong things. They had seen the violence and called it barbarism. They had seen the emotion and called it weakness. They had seen the chaos and called it instability. They had seen a species that seemed to break its own rules constantly, that changed direction without warning, that could not be predicted by any model, that aged quickly and died young, and still managed to cover 100 star systems in 3 centuries. And they had looked at all of this and decided it was a problem to be managed. Not one of them had asked the right question. The right question was not, what is wrong with humanity? The right question was, what does this kind of organism become after 100,000 years of being shaped by hard living? What do you get when you take a species and run it through ice ages and plagues, and mass extinction events, and wars, and famines, and every possible version of the universe trying to finish it, and the species survives every single one? What do you get when the only individuals who made it through were the ones who kept going past the point where stopping made sense? You got humans, exactly as they were. Messy, loud, emotional, creative, stubborn, and absolutely, constitutionally, fundamentally incapable of accepting that something was over when they were still alive to argue about it. That was not a weakness. It had never been a weakness. The Conclave had promised peace and shot humanity in the back, and in doing so, they had made the most consequential mistake in galactic history, not because of the war it started, but because of what they had failed to understand before starting it. Vine Lee wrote the last lines of the history slowly, choosing each word with care. They promised peace, she wrote, and shot them in the back. And in the silence that followed, when the smoke cleared and the galaxy looked at what was still standing, it found what it had always been too afraid to look at clearly. A species that the universe had tried to end 1,000 times, and 1,000 times had
Okay, I can
failed.
do that.
Not because humanity was the strongest, not because it was the smartest, but because somewhere in the very long road from a single fragile planet to the stars, it had lost, or perhaps
hitting the wrong
burned
button,
away
don't I?
the part of itself that knew how to stop. They made an enemy of something that did not know how to quit. That was the error. That was always the error. And the galaxy is still learning what that means. She closed the document. The tea was cold. The study was quiet. Outside her window, the stars were out, hundreds of them, each one with worlds around it, each world with its own history and its own future. Somewhere among them, on 100 human worlds, people were going about their days, arguing, building, breaking things, fixing things, going too far and pulling back and going too far again, being exactly what they had always been. She watched the stars for a long time. Then she went to make a fresh cup of tea, and she thought that, all things considered, the galaxy was very lucky that what humanity had wanted after all of it, after every wound and every loss and every impossible mile, was simply to be here, just to be here, and to keep going. That, in the end, was the most human thing of all.
The space station Unity hung like a gleaming silver star against the backdrop of swirling nebula clouds. Its rotating rings caught the light of the nearby sun, sending sparkles across the polished surface. Every 100 years, the Galactic Council chose this neutral location for their military showcase, where the greatest powers in known space displayed their might. Today marked a special occasion. For the first time in the summit's long history, humans had been invited. "I still think it was a mistake to invite them," grumbled Vex as he adjusted his formal military sash. The tall, thin alien had skin that shifted between shades of blue and gray. His three eyes blinked in sequence as he watched ships dock through the observation window. "The council voted," replied Tora, her red-scaled skin catching the light as she shrugged four massive shoulders. "Humans have had faster-than-light travel for 30 years now. Rules say any species with FTL capabilities gets an invitation." "Rules can be bent," Vex countered. "What do they have to show us anyway? Their ships are like children's toys compared to ours." Across the gleaming reception hall, three other military leaders engaged in similar conversations. Mech, with his insect-like features and clicking mandibles, was explaining to anyone who would listen how his people's ships could outmaneuver any human vessel. Grell, whose rock-like skin made him look like a walking statue, laughed loudly at the idea of humans building anything that could withstand a real attack. And Pax, whose delicate features and glowing eyes hinted at mental powers beyond normal comprehension, simply smiled in quiet amusement. The five of them represented the most powerful military forces in the galaxy, and all of them agreed on one thing: humans did not belong here. The main doors slid open with a soft hiss. Conversation halted as a single figure walked into the hall. The human was not what they expected. He wore a simple dark blue uniform with minimal decorations, and his face showed neither excitement nor nervousness. Just calm focus. "Commander Jack Reynolds," announced the station's AI. "Representative of Earth and the Sol System Defense Force." Jack nodded politely to the room. "Thank you for the invitation. Earth is honored to join this historic summit." Vex approached first, towering over the human by at least 2 feet. "Commander Reynolds, I am Supreme Admiral Vex of the Azuri Empire. I must say, we were surprised when we heard humans would attend this year." "Good surprises make life interesting, Admiral," Jack replied with a small smile. Tora joined them, her heavy footsteps making the floor vibrate slightly. "Battlemaster Tora of the Krell Dominion. Your species has achieved much in a short time. Human. But this summit showcases the pinnacle of military achievement. I hope you won't feel too overwhelmed. I appreciate your concern." Jack said, his expression remaining neutral. I'm here to learn as much as to share. One by one, the other alien leaders introduced themselves, each greeting containing a thinly veiled suggestion that humans were out of their league. Chief Strategist Mech of the Hive Collective, War General Grell of the Stone Confederation, Thought Admiral Pax of the Lumina Concord. Jack greeted each with the same quiet respect, neither boasting nor showing any sign of intimidation. The station's AI chimed again. All representatives have arrived. Please proceed to the presentation chamber for the opening ceremony. The grand hall had been prepared for the showcase. A massive holographic display dominated the center, currently showing the Unity station with hundreds of ships surrounding it. The alien leaders took their seats at the raised platform, with Jack directed to a smaller chair off to the side. The council mediator, a tall being with silvery skin and no visible face, floated to the center stage. Welcome to the Centennial Military Showcase. Its voice resonated without seeming to come from any specific location. For 100,000 years, this gathering has maintained peace through the balance of power. Today we welcome our newest, spacefaring neighbors, the humans of Earth. There was polite applause, though Jack noticed several delegations barely participated. We will begin with presentations from our established powers, followed by our new guests. Admiral Vex, you may begin. Vex stood proudly, activating a control on his wrist. The hologram shifted to show a sleek, dark vessel that seemed to fade, in and out of visibility. The Shadow Strike, he announced, the pride of the Azuri fleet. Its adaptive camouflage can render it completely invisible to all known detection systems. It can enter an enemy system, deploy devastating weapons, and leave without ever being detected. The crowd murmured appreciatively as the hologram showed, the ship demonstrating its cloaking abilities. Our engineers have worked for 2 centuries to perfect this technology, Vex continued, glancing at Jack. The ultimate predator needs no armor when it cannot be seen. Jack watched attentively, occasionally making small notes on a simple pad. Tora went next, displaying a massive dreadnought that dwarfed Vex's ship. The World Breaker, she growled, with pride. The largest battleship ever constructed by the Krell. Its main cannon can crack a planet's crust from orbit. No fleet has ever stood against it and survived. The hologram showed a demonstration where the massive ship fired at an uninhabited moon, breaking it into large chunks. The audience gasped. One by one, the alien commanders presented their vessels. Mech's swarm cloud released thousands of drone fighters that moved in perfect coordination. Grell's Starshield demonstrated shields that repelled even the most powerful weapons in simulated attacks. Pax's Mindweaver showed how it could project fear into enemy crews, causing ships to surrender without firing a shot. After each presentation, eyes turned to Jack, watching for signs of intimidation or awe. He remained attentive, but calm, taking notes and occasionally nodding in appreciation of particularly impressive features. When all 5 had finished, the mediator turned to Jack. Commander Reynolds, the Council now welcomes Earth's presentation. Vex smirked. Yes, human. Show us what your young species has managed to cobble together. The room grew quiet as Jack stood and approached the center platform. Instead of activating the hologram, he simply looked around the room. Thank you for your impressive demonstrations, he said. Earth's contribution to this showcase is still en route. It will arrive tomorrow morning. Murmurs of surprise and some mocking laughter spread through the audience. Your ship is late? Mech asked, mandibles clicking in what seemed like laughter. Not late, Jack replied. Right on schedule. Some things are worth waiting for. Tora leaned forward. Why not just show us holographic data like everyone else? Jack smiled slightly. We prefer real demonstrations over simulations. I hope you'll understand tomorrow. As the session adjourned, the 5 alien commanders gathered, watching Jack leave the chamber. Did you see his face? Beck said. No reaction to our ships. Either humans are too primitive to understand what they saw, or what? Asked Grell. Pax spoke softly, eyes still on the door where Jack had exited. Or they have something they think will impress us, which seems unlikely. We'll see tomorrow, Tora said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Though I suspect we'll all be very underwhelmed. None of them noticed the small smile on Jack's face as he walked down the corridor, or the quiet message he sent from his wrist device. Stage set. Bring her in. 5 aliens boasted about their battleships until they witnessed ours Part 2. The boasts, the evening reception aboard Space Station Unity, glittered with the light of 1,000 stars. Representatives from every corner of the galaxy mingled in the Grand Observation Dome, their diverse forms creating a living tapestry against the backdrop of space. Floating servers carried drinks of every color while diplomats and military officers discussed the day's presentations. Jack Reynolds stood alone by the curved viewport, watching the alien ships that surrounded the station. Each vessel was positioned to be clearly visible, a floating testament to their creator's pride. Admiring superior technology, human? Jack turned to find Vex approaching, 2 drinks in hand. The Azuri Admiral offered one to Jack, who accepted with a nod. I appreciate good engineering when I see it, Jack replied, taking a small sip. The liquid tasted like cinnamon and something he couldn't name. Your reaction to our presentations was interesting, Vex said, his 3 eyes blinking in sequence. Most newcomers are overwhelmed. Jack smiled. Earth has a saying, never show. Your card's too early in the game. Cards? Game? Vex's translator seemed confused. It means don't reveal your strengths until the right moment. Before Vex could respond, Tora's booming voice called out across the room. There he is! The human who keeps us waiting! The massive red-scaled alien commander pushed through the crowd, followed by the other 3 alien leaders. Why so mysterious about your ship, Commander? Tora asked, looming over Jack. Surely you could show us at least a diagram. Jack took another sip of his drink. I prefer to let actions speak louder than words. Another Earth saying. Mech's mandibles clicked rapidly, the insectoid alien's equivalent of a chuckle. Perhaps there is nothing to show. Perhaps this is just human... What is your word? Bluffing. That would be unwise, Jack replied, his voice calm but firm. Earth doesn't bluff about military matters. Grell, the stone-skinned commander, rumbled with laughter. His voice sounded like rocks grinding together. Tell us, human, what could your species possibly create that would compare to what you saw today? You've had space travel for what, a century? We've been crossing the stars for thousands of years. Jack turned to face all 5 alien commanders. The room had grown quieter as others noticed the confrontation. You're right that we're newcomers to space, Jack admitted. But you're wrong. To think that means we're behind in all ways. Pax, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. The Lumina commander's glowing eyes studied Jack intently. You speak with unusual confidence for someone whose people have never attended this summit before. Experience isn't always measured in years, Jack replied. Sometimes it's measured in intensity. What does that mean? Tora demanded. Jack looked around at the 5 alien leaders. How many wars has your species fought in the last 500 years, Battlemaster Tora? The question seemed to surprise her. 3 major conflicts, all victories for the Krell Dominion. Jack nodded, then looked to each alien in turn, asking the same question. 2 wars of expansion, Vex answered. The Hive has fought 4 defensive wars, clicked Mech. 1 great war, 3 centuries ago, rumbled Grell. The Lumina avoid physical conflict when possible, Pax said softly. 1 defensive action in recent history. Jack nodded again. Earth's history includes over 15,000 recorded wars. Before we reached space, we fought over 300 major conflicts just in the last 500 years. Our most devastating war killed nearly 100 million people in 6 years. The alien commander stared at him in shocked silence. That's barbaric, Vex finally said. That's survival, Jack corrected. We learned to build better weapons because we had to. We perfected military technology because failure meant extinction. You're proud of this violent history? Pax asked, her glowing eyes dimming slightly. Not proud, Jack said, his expression serious. But we don't deny what it taught us. While your civilizations were enjoying peace among the stars, we were testing weapons against each other that could level cities in seconds. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. Other guests had stopped their conversations to listen. Tora broke the tension with a forced laugh. Big talk from a small species. Tomorrow, we'll see if there's any truth to it. Indeed we will, Jack replied. The reception continued, but the 5 alien commanders kept their distance from Jack for the rest of the evening. They gathered instead at the far side of the dome, speaking in low voices. Do you believe what he said? Mech asked. 15,000 wars? Impossible, Grell rumbled. No species could survive that much conflict, unless they became very, very good at warfare, Vex pointed out. Tora shook her massive head. Talk is easy. Tomorrow we'll see this supposed human warship. I expect to be underwhelmed. I'm not so certain, Pax said quietly. I sense no deception from him, only anticipation. Across the room, Jack caught fragments of their conversation with his enhanced hearing. The slight smile that touched his lips went unnoticed as he turned back to the viewport, his eyes finding a particular spot in the distant darkness of space. Morning came to Space Station Unity as its rotation brought the main habitation ring into the light of the system's sun. Jack stood in his quarters, straightening his uniform before a mirror. His communication device chimed softly. Reynolds here. Commander, this is Captain Lin. We're ready when you are. Perfect timing. Hold. Position just outside sensor range until I give the signal. Understood, sir. The crew is looking forward to the reveal. Jack smiled. So am I, Captain. Reynolds out. When Jack arrived at the presentation chamber, he found all 5 alien commanders already there, along with most of the summit attendees. The room buzzed with speculation about the human ship. Commander Reynolds, the mediator's voice echoed. The Council is eager to see Earth's contribution to this summit. Jack took his place at the center platform. Thank you, mediator. Earth is honored to present our vessel today. He activated his wrist device, and the large hologram display in the center of the room came to life. At first, it showed only empty space near the station. Where is it? Someone called out. Jack tapped his device again. Captain Lin, you may bring her in now. The hologram shifted to show a different area of space. At first, nothing changed. Then, sensors picked up something entering the system. The display automatically adjusted to track the object. What is that? Vex asked, leaning forward. The object grew larger on the display as the station's sensors calculated its distance and size, then recalculated again. A murmur of disbelief spread through the crowd. That can't be right, Tora said, staring at the size readings. The sensors must be malfunctioning. The sensors are working perfectly, Jack replied calmly as the object drew closer. Its true form became visible. It was a ship, but unlike any the aliens had seen before. Dark, angular, and massive beyond comprehension. The station's holographic display struggled to fit the entire vessel in view. I present to you, Jack announced, the HSS Leviathan, a mid-sized vessel in Earth's deep space fleet. The room erupted in shocked exclamations. The 5 alien commanders stood frozen, staring at the impossible ship that made their prized vessels look like toys in comparison. Vex was the first to find his voice. Mid-sized? He asked weakly. Jack nodded. Yes, Admiral. We have smaller, and we have larger. The human allowed himself a small smile as the Leviathan continued its approach, casting a shadow across the assembled fleet of alien ships. The boasting had ended. Now the real demonstration would begin. 5 aliens boasted about their battleships until they witnessed ours Part 3. The revelation, the presentation chamber of Space Station Unity had fallen into stunned silence. On the massive holographic display, the HSS Leviathan continued its approach, each new detail of the human battleship becoming clearer as it neared. The ship was unlike anything the gathered aliens had ever seen. While their vessels followed the elegant curved designs preferred by most spacefaring races, the Leviathan was all hard angles and flat planes. Its dark hull seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. Most shocking was its size. Initial readings suggested it was nearly 5 times larger than Tora's Worldbreaker, previously considered the largest warship in the galaxy. "This is impossible," Vex finally said, breaking the silence. His blue-gray skin had paled considerably. "No, species builds ships this size. The resources required, the engineering challenges, all solved," Jack replied calmly. "The Leviathan was built inside Jupiter's orbit using materials harvested from the asteroid belt. It took our shipyards 3 years to complete." 3 years? Mech's mandibles clicked rapidly in agitation. "The swarm cloud took 20 years to design and build," Jack nodded. "We work quickly when necessary." Tora stepped closer to the hologram, her red scales gleaming as she studied the human ship with newfound respect. "What are its weapon systems?" Before Jack could answer, an alarm sounded throughout the station. The mediator floated forward, its silvery form rippling with concern. "Unauthorized weapon activation detected," it announced. "Multiple ships are powering up defensive systems." On secondary displays around the room, the gathered aliens could see their own vessels moving into defensive positions, shields activating and weapons coming online. "Stand down," Grell ordered into his communication device. "This is not an attack." "The same is happening with my ships," Vex said, his 3 eyes blinking rapidly as he received updates. "The automated defense protocols have activated. They've identified the human vessel as a potential planet-killer class threat." More alarms joined the first as the station itself began emergency procedures. Blast doors sealed, and non-essential systems shut down. "Station Unity is now at Defense Level 1, announced the station's AI. "All non-military personnel please proceed to emergency shelters." Pax turned to Jack, her glowing eyes intense. "Your ship has triggered every defense system in the sector. What exactly have you brought here?" Jack remained remarkably calm amid the chaos. "Exactly what I said. A mid-sized battleship. I apologize for the alarm. The Leviathan's passive signature must be stronger than we anticipated." He tapped his wrist device. "Captain Lin, power down all offensive systems and broadcast peaceful intentions on all frequencies." The voice that replied was clear and professional. "Already done, Commander. We're showing full transparency to the station and all vessels. No weapons hot, shields at minimum." Slowly, the alarms quieted. The 5 alien commanders huddled together, speaking in urgent tones as they communicated with their respective ships. Jack turned to the mediator. "With your permission, I'd like to invite the 5 commanders aboard the Leviathan for a tour. It might help ease concerns." The mediator's featureless face gave no indication of emotion, but its voice sounded surprised. "You would allow foreign, military leaders aboard your vessel?" "Of course," Jack said. "This is a showcase after all, and Earth has nothing to hide." The 5 alien commanders exchanged looks of uncertainty. Finally, Vex stepped forward. "I accept the invitation," he said. The others followed his lead, though Grell did so with visible reluctance. "Excellent," Jack said. "We'll take a shuttle from the station's main bay in 1 hour." The journey to the Leviathan took longer than expected. What had appeared close in the holographic display was actually much further away, another indication of the ship's true size. As their shuttle approached, the 5 alien commanders pressed against the viewports, unable to hide their awe. From this distance, the Leviathan blocked out the stars behind it, a dark mountain floating in space. "By the void," whispered Tora. "It's even bigger than the scan suggested. Our sensors had difficulty calculating its true dimensions," Jack explained. "The hull material absorbs most scanning waves." The shuttle entered a massive bay that could have housed any of the aliens' flagship vessels with room to spare. Inside, everything was orderly and efficient. Hundreds of smaller craft, fighters, bombers, and support ships were arranged in perfect rows. Crew members in dark uniforms moved with purpose, barely glancing at the arriving shuttle. When they disembarked, a woman in a captain's uniform was waiting. "Welcome aboard the Leviathan," she said with a crisp salute. "I'm Captain Lin. Commander Reynolds has arranged a complete tour of our vessel." How many crew members does this ship require? Asked Mech, watching the humans moving about the bay, the Combiu. Leviathan operates with a standard complement of 15,000 personnel, Captain Lin replied, though it can function with as few as 500 in emergency situations. 15,000? Grell rumbled in disbelief. The Star Shield requires only 2,000. Different design philosophies, Jack said with a slight smile. We believe in redundancy. The tour began with the ship's bridge, a massive command center with stations for hundreds of officers. Displays showed every aspect of the ship's operations, from engineering to weapons to navigation. Unlike the colorful holographic interfaces of alien vessels, the human controls were practical and straightforward. Your technology seems less advanced than I expected, Vex observed, studying a navigation console. We favor reliability over flash, Captain Lin replied. Every system has at least 3 backups. Nothing fails completely. As they moved deeper into the ship, the alien commanders saw crew quarters, medical facilities, and recreational areas, all suggesting the Leviathan was designed for long deployments. This ship could remain operational for years without resupply, Pax noted. 5 years is the standard deployment, Jack confirmed. Though we've never tested the full duration, the engineering section revealed massive fusion reactors that powered the vessel. Chief Engineer Park, a stocky man with calloused hands, explained the basics. 6 primary reactors, 12 secondaries, he said proudly. Enough power to run a small moon colony. But it was the weapons control center that finally silenced all doubts. Row after row of weapons officers monitored systems that made the aliens' most
Sorry
destructive
guys, I forgot my mic was
technologies
muted.
primitive by comparison. Kinetic impact rails, Weapons Officer Rodriguez explained, pointing to one section. They accelerate projectiles to near light speed. No shield can stop them. Plasma lance batteries, she continued, indicating another area. They can cut through capital ships like butter. And what are those? Tora asked, pointing to the largest display, where officers monitored massive cylindrical objects. Rodriguez glanced at Jack, who nodded permission. Nova bombs, she said simply. Designed to replicate a small supernova when detonated. We carry 12. The silence that followed was profound. Each alien commander was thinking the same thing. Such weapons could destroy not just ships, but entire fleets. Entire worlds. Why? Pax finally asked, her glowing eyes dimmed with horror. Why build such weapons? Jack's expression grew serious. Because we learned early in our history that being unprepared for threats can mean extinction. We built the Leviathan and ships like it, not because we want war, but because we never want to face an enemy we cannot defeat. As they returned to the shuttle bay, the 5 alien commanders were subdued. Their earlier boasting seemed hollow now, their prized warships suddenly inadequate. There's one more thing you should know, Jack said as they prepared to return to the station. The Leviathan is one of 30 similar vessels in Earth's fleet. Vex's 3 eyes widened in shock. 30? Jack nodded. Humanity takes defense seriously, very seriously. As their shuttle departed the massive ship, the 5 commanders looked back at the Leviathan with new understanding. They had come to the summit to showcase their military might, only to discover a species whose capacity for warfare exceeded anything they had imagined. The boasting had ended. In its place was something new, respect, tinged with fear. 5 aliens boasted about their battleships, until they witnessed Ars Part 4, the demonstration. The 5 alien commanders returned to Space Station Unity in silence, each lost in their own thoughts about what they had witnessed aboard the human battleship. The shuttle docked smoothly, and as they exited into the station's main bay, they found a crowd waiting. Word of the Leviathan had spread quickly throughout the station. Well? Asked an eager Azuri officer as Vex emerged. Is it really as big as the sensors say? Bigger, Vex replied quietly. Much bigger. The commanders were quickly surrounded by officers from their respective fleets, all demanding details about the human vessel. Jack stood back, watching the animated conversations with a small smile. The mediator floated toward him, its silvery form reflecting the lights of the bay. Commander Reynolds, the Council requests a formal demonstration of your vessel's capabilities. Jack nodded. The Leviathan is prepared for a full demonstration. We'll need a suitable location away from the station. The outer system has a debris field from a destroyed moon, the mediator suggested. It would provide adequate targets without endangering any inhabited areas. Perfect, Jack agreed. We can begin in 2 hours. News of the upcoming demonstration spread quickly. The station's observation dome filled beyond capacity as representatives from every species gathered to watch. The 5 commanders stood at the front, their earlier confidence replaced by curious anticipation. Jack stood beside the holographic display controls, coordinating with Captain Lin. "We're in position, Commander," Lin's voice reported. "Targeted. Systems locked on the debris field, awaiting your command." Jack turned to the gathered audience. Today, the HSS Leviathan will demonstrate 5 key capabilities that represent the foundation of Earth's defense doctrine. He nodded to the 5 alien commanders. Each capability corresponds to the specialties your own vessels presented yesterday. We believe in learning from our galactic neighbors. Vex's eyes narrowed slightly. Had the humans somehow stolen their technology? Jack activated the display. The Leviathan appeared, positioned at the edge of a vast field of rocky debris, ranging from small asteroid-sized chunks to massive sections of what had once been a moon. "First demonstration, stealth capabilities," Jack announced, looking directly at Vex. "Admiral Vex's Shadow Strike impressed us with its adaptive camouflage. The Leviathan uses a different approach." On the display, the massive human battleship seemed to shimmer for a moment. Then, impossibly, it disappeared. "Where did it go?" someone in the crowd asked. "The Leviathan is now operating under full stealth protocols," Jack explained. "It uses a multi-phase approach that combines light bending, technology, sensor dampening fields, and quantum phase shifting." Vex leaned forward, his 3 eyes scanning the display for any trace of the human ship. "Our sensors can detect any cloaked vessel," he said, activating his own device to scan the area. "Try to find us," Jack invited. After several minutes of increasingly frustrated attempts, Vex looked up. "Nothing," he admitted. "Not even a heat signature." Jack tapped his wrist device. "Phase 1 complete, Captain. Proceed to Phase 2. The Leviathan reappeared suddenly, but in a completely different position than before. "The ship didn't just cloak," Jack explained. "It moved while undetectable. In combat, this allows us to reposition without enemy knowledge." Tora grunted in reluctant appreciation. "Impressive, but stealth means little without firepower." "Agreed," Jack said with a nod. "Which brings us to our second demonstration, offensive capabilities." He gestured to the display. Battlemaster Tora's Worldbreaker showed impressive planet cracking. Weapons. The Leviathan will now demonstrate its primary offensive systems. The display zoomed in on the human ship as panels along its hull slid open, revealing row after row of weapon ports. Metal rails extended from some, while others glowed with contained energy. "Target acquired," came Captain Lin's voice. "Kinetic rail system engaged." A series of flashes erupted from the ship. On the display, several massive chunks of the debris field simply disappeared, transformed instantly into expanding clouds of dust. "Those projectiles hit at 98% of light speed," Jack explained. "The kinetic energy alone is enough to vaporize most materials instantly." Before the audience could react, the Leviathan shifted position. New weapon systems activated, sending beams of blinding energy into the debris field. Where they touched, moon fragments melted and then boiled away into nothingness. "Plasma lance batteries," Jack continued, "capable of cutting through any known hull material." Tora's massive form had gone still, her forearms crossed tightly across her chest as she watched her specialty being matched and exceeded. "Third demonstration," Jack announced. "Drone capabilities." Mech's mandibles clicked nervously as the human ship's massive bay doors opened. What emerged was beyond anything the insectoid commander had imagined. Not hundreds, but thousands of small craft poured from the Leviathan, each moving independently yet in perfect coordination with the others. "Our autonomous combat drones are AI controlled," Jack explained. Each operates with tactical independence but strategic coordination. The swarm of drones flowed like water through the debris field, navigating complex paths at incredible speeds. When they attacked, they did so with precision that left mechs speechless. The smallest fragments of the destroyed moon were targeted and eliminated with surgical accuracy. The Leviathan carries 10,000 combat drones, Jack added. This is approximately 20% of its full capacity. Mech's exoskeletons seemed to pale. The swarm cloud, his pride and joy, carried only 2,000 drones. Fourth demonstration. Defensive systems, Jack continued, nodding to Grell. General Grell's star shield showed impressive defensive capabilities yesterday. The display split to show a different angle. The Leviathan recalled its drones and positioned itself before a particularly massive chunk of the destroyed moon, easily the size of a small asteroid. Captain Lin will now demonstrate our multi-layer defense grid, Jack said. On the display, the rocky mass accelerated toward the human ship, pushed by hidden engines that had been fired earlier. Impact in 10 seconds, announced Captain Lin's voice. A shimmer appeared around the Leviathan as its shields activated. But unlike the solid-looking barriers of alien ships, these shields appeared in distinct layers, one after another. The asteroid slammed into the outermost shield and disintegrated, not into large chunks, but into fine dust that harmlessly washed over the subsequent shield layers. Our defensive approach uses sequential fields, Jack explained. The outer shields break down incoming objects or energy weapons. Each subsequent layer handles a specific type of threat. Nothing has ever penetrated all 7 layers. Grell's rocky face was impossible to read, but his massive hands had clenched into fists. Finally, Jack said, turning to Pax. Our 5th demonstration, psychological warfare countermeasures. Pax's glowing eyes widened. You cannot demonstrate that here, she protested. My ship is not even attempting to use its abilities. Precisely, Jack said with a slight smile. The Leviathan's psi-dampening field has been active since it entered the system. Had your Mindweaver attempted to use its psychic technology, your crew would have experienced discomfort. Pax took an involuntary step back. That's impossible. No species has developed effective counters to Lumina mental projection. Humanity has faced many challenges throughout our history, Jack replied, including ones that attacked our minds rather than our bodies. We adapted. The demonstration complete, Jack deactivated the display. The observation dome fell silent as the gathered representatives tried to process what they had seen. The 5 capabilities I've shown you today represent only a fraction of the Leviathan's full systems, Jack said. Earth came late to the stars, but we brought with us thousands of years of military innovation. He looked at each of the 5 commanders in turn. We didn't develop these technologies to threaten our neighbors. We developed them to ensure that humanity would never again face an existential threat without the means to defend itself. As the crowd began to disperse, discussing what they had witnessed in hushed, urgent tones, the 5 alien commanders gathered together. This changes everything, Beck said quietly. If the humans have 30 ships of this capacity, then they could dominate the galaxy if they wished. Tora finished. Yet they haven't, Pax observed. They've kept to their own systems, developing these ships in secret. Mech's mandibles clicked thoughtfully. The question is, what do they want now? 5 aliens boasted about their battleships until they witnessed ours Part 5. The understanding, the final day of the Galactic Council's military summit began with an atmosphere of tension. The scheduled meetings and presentations continued, but one topic dominated every conversation: the human ship and what it meant for the balance of power in the galaxy. Jack Reynolds sat alone in the station's garden dome, enjoying a moment of quiet among the exotic plants gathered from 100 worlds. The artificial sunlight felt good on his face as he
I remember
considered the
doing
events of the
that thing,
past few
boys.
days. May I join you, Commander?
Dang it, boys.
Jack looked up to
Put
see
together
Pax
those
standing
things.
nearby. Her glowing eyes dimmed to a gentle pulse. He gestured to the empty seat beside him. Of course, Admiral. The Lumina commander sat gracefully, her movements fluid and precise. For a moment, She simply observed the garden in silence. "This is my favorite place on the station," she finally said. "It reminds me that despite our differences, all life shares certain needs: light, water, a place to grow." Jack nodded. "We're not so different when it comes down to it, aren't we?" Pax turned to face him. "Your ship, your weapons. They speak of a species unlike any we've encountered. Your capacity for warfare exceeds anything in known space. Our capacity for peace is just as great," Jack replied. "We just never take it for granted." Before Pax could respond, her communication device chimed softly. "The Council requests our presence," she said after checking it. "All 5 commanders and you." Jack stood. "Let's not keep them waiting." The Council chamber was smaller than the presentation hall, designed for private discussions rather than public displays. The Mediator waited inside, along with the other 4 alien commanders. "Thank you for coming," the Mediator began once they were all seated. "The events of this summit have raised concerns that must be addressed." "Concerns?" Jack asked, though he had anticipated this meeting. "The human vessel represents a significant shift in the balance of power," the Mediator continued. "The Council must understand Earth's intentions." Jack looked around at the 5 alien commanders, all watched him with varying degrees of caution and curiosity. Earth's intentions are always Vex asked, his 3 eyes blinking rapidly. "No species in charted space has technology that could threaten your ships." Jack's expression grew serious. "The galaxy is vast, Admiral Vex. Humanity learned early that it's wise to prepare for threats before they arrive, not after." "You speak as if you expect war," Tora observed. "We hope for peace, but prepare for war," Jack replied. "It's served us well." Grell leaned forward, his stone-like face impossible to read. "The truth, human. What does Earth want from the Council?" Jack took a moment before answering. When he did, his voice was calm, but firm. "Earth wants what every civilization wants: security. We built our ships because our history taught us that strength is respected and the strong are rarely attacked. Yet you've kept these ships hidden until now," Mech noted, mandibles clicking softly. "Why reveal them at this summit?" "Because isolation is no longer in our interest," Jack explained. "Humanity has reached a crossroads. We can continue developing alone, or we can join with others. We chose the latter." The Mediator's silvery form shimmered slightly. "What exactly are you proposing, Commander Reynolds?" Jack straightened in his chair. "Earth proposes a new alliance. We offer our defensive capabilities to the Galactic Council, not as conquerors, but as protectors." The chamber fell silent as the implications of this offer sank in. "You want to be the galaxy's defenders?" Vex asked incredulously. "We want to share what we've learned," Jack corrected. "Earth has focused on military technology out of necessity. Your civilizations have advanced in other areas while enjoying centuries of relative peace. Together, we could be stronger than we are apart." Tora laughed, though without her earlier mockery. "Your ships would be the foundation of this alliance." "Initially, yes," Jack agreed. "But we're offering more than ships. We're offering partnership." Pax's eyes glowed brighter as she considered this. "A partnership where each contributes their strengths. Your military technology combined with our advancements in other fields." "Exactly," Jack said with a nod. "Earth doesn't seek to rule. We seek to belong while doing what we do best, protecting our own." The 5 commanders exchanged glances. A silent communication seemed to pass between them. "The Council will need to vote on such a proposal," the Mediator reminded them. "All member species must have a voice." "Of course," Jack agreed. "Earth is patient." 3 days later, the vote was held. Representatives from every Council species gathered in the Great Hall to decide whether to accept Earth's proposal. Jack waited outside, standing at the viewport as he had on the first day. The door slid open behind him,
I
He
thought
turned
that
to
one
find
had
all
the
5
axe. Or
alien
the,
commanders
hammer,
approaching.
not the axe.
Commander Reynolds, Vex said formally. The council has reached its decision. Jack straightened, preparing himself for either outcome. Earth is accepted as a full member of the Galactic Council, Vex continued. Your proposal for a defensive alliance has been approved with certain conditions. Jack let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The conditions? Knowledge exchange, Mech explained, mandibles clicking excitedly. Your military technology for our advancements in medicine, energy, and exploration. Training programs, Tora added. Your officers will train with ours and ours with yours. Oversight committees, Grell rumbled, to ensure the alliance serves all equally. And cultural exchange, Pax finished, her eyes glowing warmly. To build understanding beyond military cooperation, Jack smiled. Earth accepts these conditions.
Make some
And it
llamas?
is so,
Oh no!
the mediator announced, floating into the corridor to join them. The Galactic Defense
Let me put that
Alliance
up
is
here now.
formed, with Earth as a founding member. As they walked together toward the Great Hall where the other representatives waited, Vex moved beside Jack. I must ask, Commander, the Azuri Admiral said quietly. Were you confident the Council would accept? Jack smiled slightly. I was hopeful. Humanity has learned that the best way to avoid war is to make the cost too high for potential enemies. The same principle applies here. The Alliance benefits everyone. Because your ships will protect Council space, Vex observed, and because your civilizations will help humanity grow beyond warfare, Jack countered. We've spent millennia perfecting the art of battle. Now we can learn the art of lasting peace.
It's a Philip.
As they entered the Great Hall, the gathered representatives rose in acknowledgement. The 5 alien commanders who had once boasted of their battleships now stood alongside the human whose ship had humbled them all. Yet there was no resentment in their posture, no bitterness in their eyes. Instead, there was something new. Respect, acceptance, and perhaps even a touch of gratitude. The galaxy was changing. The species that had come late to the stars had brought with them something unexpected. Not just unmatched weapons, but a perspective forged in fire and tempered by hard-won wisdom. That evening, as the Leviathan prepared to depart for Earth, with news of the Alliance, Jack stood once more in Unity's observation dome. The 5 commanders joined him, watching as their own vessels moved into formation around the human battleship, not in challenge, but in escort. To think, Tora said with a rumbling laugh. We once boasted about our ships. Your ships are still impressive, Jack assured her. They're simply different. Different, Pax repeated thoughtfully. Perhaps that is what makes this alliance valuable. Not sameness, but difference, each contributing what others cannot. As they watched their ships move together through space, the 5 alien commanders and the humans stood not as rivals, but as allies. The boasting was over. Understanding had taken its place. And somewhere in the vast darkness beyond, whatever unknown threats might exist would soon learn that the galaxy was now defended by both the wisdom of ancient civilizations and the fierce determination of its newest member. Humanity had arrived among the stars, not as conquerors, not as subjects, but as guardians. The stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the vast darkness of space. The massive Imperial flagship Dominator moved silently through the void, its sleek silver hull gleaming under the light of distant suns. On the command bridge,
Now we just
Admiral
need
Todd stood
arms.
with his forearms clasped behind his back, his scaled skin reflecting the blue glow of the control panels. How much longer until we reach this Earth? He asked, the word sounding strange on his forked tongue. 3 hours. Admiral, replied Commander Mox, tapping on a transparent screen. Our scout ships have already entered their solar system and report minimal defensive capabilities. Admiral Toole nodded, his yellow eyes narrowing. The Emperor had sent him on many first contact missions before, but this one seemed hardly worth his time. These humans had barely managed to reach their own moon. Their technology was primitive, and their planet was divided into competing factions. They would be easy to bring into the Empire. Prepare the standard intimidation formation, ordered Admiral Toole. Let's show these primitives what real space power looks like. Behind the Dominator, 20 warships arrange themselves in perfect formation. Each one could destroy an entire city from orbit. The display of force had worked on hundreds of other species. It would work on humans too. As the Imperial fleet approached Earth, they detected unusual activity. The humans had noticed them coming and were scrambling their own vessels. Tiny, clumsy things powered by chemical rockets. Admiral Toole almost laughed at the sight of them on the view screen. Look at those primitive ships, sneered Commander Mox. They use combustion engines. How have they not blown themselves up yet?
Wow.
Remember, Commander, we were all primitive once, said Admiral Toole, though he couldn't hide his smile. Open communication channels. Let's see if they can at least talk properly. The main screen flickered, and a human face appeared. It belonged to General Tom, head of Earth's Unified Defense Command. His expression was calm, which surprised Admiral Toole. Most species showed fear when facing the Imperial fleet for the first time. Unknown vessels, this is Earth Defense Command. You have entered restricted space. Identify yourselves and state your purpose. Admiral Toole stepped forward, drawing himself up to his full height, nearly 8 feet tall.
Slaying.
I am Admiral Toole of the Galactic Empire. Your planet has been noticed by Emperor Drac. Ruler of 1,000 worlds. To offer you the opportunity to join the glorious Empire as a protected territory. General Tom's expression didn't change. And if we're not interested in this opportunity, the question took Admiral Toole by surprise. Most species begged to join the Empire after seeing their fleet. Then we would be forced to demonstrate the benefits of our protection, said Admiral Toole, his voice growing colder. Your
I'll be
world
right
faces
back.
many dangers in this galaxy. It would be unfortunate if you had to face them alone. General Tom nodded slowly. I see. Let me be clear, Admiral. Earth is not interested in becoming anyone's protected territory. We welcome peaceful relations with other civilizations, but we will defend our independence. Commander Mox couldn't contain his laughter. Defend? With what? Those metal cans you call spaceships? Admiral Toole raised a hand to silence his subordinate, but the damage was done. General Tom's eyes hardened. We may not have your advanced technology, Admiral, but humans have something your empire seems to lack: respect for others. I suggest you reconsider your approach. The communication ended abruptly, leaving Admiral Toole staring at a blank screen. For a moment, he felt a flicker of unease. Most species submitted immediately. These humans were either very brave or very foolish. They cut the transmission, exclaimed Commander Mox. The primitives dared to disrespect the Empire. Send a scout. Ship closer to their orbital stations, ordered Admiral Toole. Let's see how they react to a closer look at our technology. One of the smaller Imperial ships broke formation and moved toward Earth's orbit, where several space stations and satellites floated. As it approached, sensors detected increased activity from Earth. Admiral, the humans are launching something, reported the sensor officer. It appears to be a small vessel of some kind. Primitive design, but moving at surprising speed. On the view screen, they watched as a human ship approached their scout vessel. It was small, perhaps 1/10 the size of the Imperial Scout, with a boxy design that looked hastily assembled. Are they trying to attack us? Commander Mox laughed. With that, Admiral Toole wasn't laughing. Something felt wrong. Order our scout ship to maintain distance. But it was too late. The human vessel suddenly accelerated, moving with unexpected agility. It approached the Imperial scout ship and seemed to attach itself to its hull.
I got my butt hit.
What are they doing? Admiral Toole demanded. Before anyone could answer, a bright flash appeared on the screen. When it cleared, the Imperial scout ship was drifting, its systems offline. The human vessel had detached and was quickly retreating back to Earth. Impossible, shouted Commander Mox. They disabled an Imperial ship? How? Admiral Toole stared at the screen in disbelief. Analysis. What happened to our scout ship? It appears to be an electromagnetic pulse weapon, Admiral, said the science officer after a moment. Simple technology, but effectively deployed. Our scout ship systems are rebooting now. Admiral Toole felt a cold feeling in his stomach. No newly discovered species had ever damaged an Imperial vessel during first contact. It was unheard of. Admiral, we're receiving a transmission from Earth again, said the communications officer. General Tom's face appeared on screen once more. That was a warning shot, Admiral. We prefer peace, but we are prepared for the alternative. You have 24 hours to leave our solar system. As the transmission ended, Admiral Toole stood in stunned silence. These humans were not like other species. They showed no fear. They had actually fought back and succeeded. Recall all ships, he finally ordered. We need to report this to the Emperor. These humans are unusual. As the Imperial fleet retreated, to a safe distance, Admiral Toole gazed at the blue planet on the view screen. For the first time in his long career, he felt uncertain. The Empire had encountered thousands of species, but none quite like these humans. This isn't over, he murmured. The Empire doesn't tolerate resistance. We'll be back, humans, and next time we won't underestimate you. Little did he know that the Empire's worst nightmare was just beginning. 3 months had passed since the embarrassing first contact with Earth. The Imperial Council chambers buzzed with tension as Admiral Toole stood before Emperor Drac, explaining what had happened for the 20th time. And you're certain their technology was primitive? Asked Emperor Drac, his massive form looming on the throne. His skin shimmered with bioluminescent patterns that pulsed with his irritation. Yes, Emperor. They still use combustion engines and chemical rockets. Their disabling of our scout ship was likely a lucky strike, Admiral Toole replied, trying to sound confident despite his doubt. Emperor Drac's eyes narrowed. Then we shall send a proper greeting force. Show these humans what it means to defy the Empire. Before Admiral Toole could respond, a junior officer burst into the chambers, breaking all protocol. Forgive me, Emperor, he gasped, dropping to his knees. Long-range sensors have detected something entering our controlled space in Sector 7. What is it? Demanded the Emperor.
See me and tremble!
It appears to be a human ship, sir. A wave of laughter rippled through the council chamber. One small human ship was hardly a threat. And this required interrupting our council? Emperor Drac asked coldly. The officer trembled. Sir, the ship is massive. Nearly the size of our largest battlecruiser, and the energy, they're off the charts. The laughter died instantly. Impossible, whispered Admiral Toole. They were just figuring out how to reach their own moon. Emperor Drac rose from his throne. Captain Ven, a tall, slender figure stepped forward from the shadows. Captain Ven was known throughout the Empire as their best strategist, with metallic implants covering half his face, enhancing his already impressive mental abilities. Take your battle group to intercept this human vessel. Determine if it truly is from Earth, and if so, how they've advanced so quickly. Captain Ven bowed low. As you command, Emperor. The Imperial battle group dropped out of faster-than-light travel near the edge of Sector 7. 5 sleek warships arranged themselves in attack formation, their weapon systems powered and ready. On the bridge of the lead ship, Invincible, Captain Ven studied the view screen with his organic eye, while his mechanical one processed data at incredible speeds. There it is, his second-in-command said quietly, pointing to a blip on the sensor display. Captain Ven zoomed in on the object. What he saw made his breath catch. The ship was unlike anything in the Imperial database. It was massive, nearly as large as their largest battlecruiser, but with a completely different design philosophy. Where Imperial ships were sleek and elegant, this vessel was blocky and overbuilt, with thick armor plating and what appeared to be multiple redundant systems. That can't be a human warship, Captain Ven said, his voice barely above a whisper. Is that possible? Sir, they're hailing us, the communications officer reported. On screen, ordered Captain Ven, straightening his uniform. The view screen flickered and a human face appeared. He wore a simple dark uniform with no decorations. This is diplomatic talks. Carefully. This is Captain Ven. exactly make a good first impression. Captain Ven's tactical mind raced. If the humans had deceived them about their technology, what else had they hidden? Sir, the science officer whispered urgently. Our scans show their power source is some form of controlled fusion, but it's using principles our scientists believed were theoretically impossible to stabilize. Captain Ven kept his face neutral. Captain Jack, the Emperor has authorized me to conduct preliminary negotiations. Would you be willing to come aboard my vessel? I'd be delighted, replied Captain Jack. But I must insist on bringing a small security detail for diplomatic purposes. Of course, we'll prepare a shuttle bay for your arrival. As the communication ended, Captain Ven turned to his crew. Full analysis of that ship. I want to know everything about it before they arrive, and alert the Emperor immediately. An hour later, Captain Jack stood in the grand meeting room of the Invincible, accompanied by 3 human officers. They showed no signs of being impressed by the Imperial technology surrounding them. Your ship is quite remarkable, Captain Benio began, gesturing for the humans to sit. Our scientists are particularly interested in your power source. Captain Jack nodded. Simple fusion, really. We've been working on it for centuries. But the containment field you're using shouldn't be possible, said the Imperial science officer. The energy required to maintain such stability would exceed the output. One of the human officers, a woman with short gray hair, smiled. That would be true if you approached the problem from an energy containment perspective. We approached it from a material science angle instead. Material science? Repeated Captain Ven, confused. While you were developing energy fields to contain plasma, we were developing materials that could physically hold it, Captain Jack explained. Different path, same destination. Captain Ven felt a chill run down his spine. The Empire had always focused on energy manipulation, considering physical materials to be a primitive approach. Had they been wrong all this time? And your weapon systems? He asked carefully. We prefer not to discuss those unless necessary, replied Captain Jack. We're here to talk peace, not war. Captain Ven nodded slowly. Of course. However, you must understand our concern. 3 months ago, you were barely able to reach your own moon. Now you arrive in a warship rivaling our best vessels. As I said, Captain, we've been watching the stars for a long time. We knew we weren't alone, so we prepared. When your Admiral Toole arrived making threats, we simply accelerated our timeline. Before Captain Ven could respond, his communication device buzzed. Excuse me, he said, stepping away to take the message. Sir, came the urgent voice of his sensor officer. We've detected energy signatures from the human vessel. They've activated some sort of weapon system. Captain Ven glanced back at the humans who were calmly waiting, showing no signs of hostility. Are they targeting us? He whispered. No, sir. But the energy output it's off the charts. Whatever they're powering up could potentially disable our entire battle group. Captain Ven returned to the table, his face carefully composed. Captain Jack, our sensors indicate your ship has activated weapon systems. Care to explain? Captain Jack's expression didn't change. Just a precaution, Captain. Your Emperor has dispatched another fleet to our location. They'll arrive within the hour. We wanted to be prepared, just in case diplomacy fails. Captain Ven felt his heart racing. How had the humans detected the reinforcements? Even more concerning, how had they built such advanced sensor technology? I assure you there's no need for weapons, Captain Ven said, trying to keep his voice steady. The Emperor merely wishes to ensure these talks proceed smoothly. Of course, said Captain Jack with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Then we'll continue our discussion. Now, about establishing formal diplomatic relations between Earth and your empire. As the talks proceeded, Captain Ven couldn't shake the feeling that everything the Empire thought they knew about humans was wrong, and that realization terrified him more than any weapon ever could. The Grand Imperial Council chamber fell silent as Captain Ven finished his report about the human vessel, Defiance. Even Emperor Drac seemed shaken, his luminescent patterns pulsing erratically across his massive form. You mean to tell me, the Emperor said slowly, that these humans have achieved controlled fusion using material containment rather than energy fields? Captain Ven nodded, his cybernetic eye whirring as it projected data onto the large screen behind him. Yes, Emperor, and that's just the beginning. Their approach to technology is fundamentally different from ours. Admiral Tool stepped forward, his scales now a pale yellow from stress. Different how? Where we pursue elegant solutions with minimal components, they build redundant, over-engineered systems, Captain Ven explained. Where we refine and perfect, they iterate and improvise. Most importantly, they've developed along technological paths we abandoned centuries ago, seeing them as inefficient. The council chamber erupted in murmurs. The Empire had always prided itself on elegant technological solutions, systems that worked with perfect efficiency and minimal waste. The idea that a species would deliberately choose a different path seemed almost offensive. Emperor Drac raised a hand for silence. Bring in the human delegates. I wish to hear this from them directly. Minutes later, Captain Jack and his team were escorted into the chamber. They showed no signs of intimidation despite being surrounded by the Empire's most powerful leaders. Captain Jack of Earth, Emperor Drac's voice boomed across the chamber. Your ship has caused quite a stir among my advisors. We find ourselves curious about human technology. Captain Jack bowed slightly. We're happy to explain, Emperor, though I should warn you that I'm a soldier, not a scientist. Dr. Anna here would be better suited to answer technical questions. The woman with gray hair stepped forward. Perhaps I can clarify some misconceptions. When we detected your scout ships approaching our solar system months ago, we realized we needed to accelerate our plans. You knew we were coming? Admiral Tool asked, surprised. Dr. Anna smiled. We've been watching the stars for centuries. Our telescopes detected your ships long before you entered our system. Impossible, snorted the Imperial Science Advisor. Your technology couldn't possibly... Actually, Dr. Anna interrupted politely. While our space travel technology was indeed limited, our observational equipment is quite advanced. We've been studying the universe from our planet's surface for hundreds of years. She tapped a small device on her wrist, and a holographic display appeared in the center of the room. It showed what appeared to be the internal workings of the Defiance. The fundamental difference in our approach is this, she explained. Your Empire builds ships like fine jewelry, precise, elegant, minimal. We build ships like fortresses, redundant, robust, over-engineered. The hologram zoomed in on the ship's power core. Take our fusion reactor. You contain plasma with energy fields, which is elegant but vulnerable to power fluctuations. We contain it with layers of specially developed materials that can physically withstand the heat and pressure. But that's so inefficient, protested the science advisor. Inefficient but reliable, countered Dr. Anna. If your energy field fails, your reactor fails. If one of our containment layers fails, we have 5 more backups. Emperor Drac leaned forward on his throne, genuinely intrigued. And this philosophy extends to all your systems? Yes, said Captain Jack, stepping forward again. Our ships don't have a single computer core. They have dozens of smaller ones that can take over if others fail. We don't have one power distribution system. We have 6 separate grids. It's not elegant, but it's hard to kill. The hologram shifted to show the ship's weapon systems, and the Imperial Council grew noticeably tense. As for our weapons, Captain, Jack continued, we focused on kinetic energy rather than energy beams. Simple physics, mass times acceleration. We fire small projectiles at nearly the speed of light. Primitive ballistic weapons? Scoffed Commander Mox, who had been silent until now. Primitive concept, advanced execution, corrected Captain Jack. Each projectile mass is only a few grams, but at near light speed it carries enough energy to disable a ship of your size. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Such weapons would bypass the Empire's sophisticated energy shields, which were designed to deflect energy weapons, not physical objects. Why reveal all this to us? Emperor Drac finally asked. Surely this gives away your tactical advantages. Captain, Jack's expression grew serious. Because we want peace, not war. Earth has no interest in conquest. We built the Defiance as a deterrent, not an invasion force. Dr. Anna added, "We've been watching your empire expand for decades. We saw how you absorbed other species, sometimes peacefully, sometimes not. We decided it would be better to negotiate from a position of strength." Emperor Drax's bioluminescent patterns pulsed rapidly, a sign of deep thought among his species. "And if we declined peaceful relations, if we decided your technology posed a threat to the Empire?" Captain Jack's voice remained calm, but his eyes hardened. "The Defiance isn't our only ship, Emperor. It's just the first one we decided to reveal." The implications hung in the air like a physical weight. If humans had been hiding this level of technological advancement, what else were they concealing? Admiral Toole's face showed shock. "You're bluffing. Our scans detected no other ships of this capability in your system." "Because they're not in our system," replied Captain Jack. "After your first visit, we dispersed our fleet. Standard human military protocol. Never keep all your assets in one place." A junior officer rushed into the chamber, breaking protocol for the second time that day. He whispered urgently to Admiral Toole, whose scales paled even further. "Emperor," Admiral Toole said shakily, "long-range sensors have detected energy signatures, similar to the Defiance's, in 7 different sectors of Imperial space." Emperor Drax stood abruptly, towering over everyone in the room. "Is this an invasion, Captain Jack?" "No, Emperor. It's insurance," Captain Jack replied calmly. "Those ships have orders to maintain position unless Earth is attacked. They're observers only." For the first time in his long reign, Emperor Drac found himself truly uncertain. These humans had not only developed technology along paths the Empire had abandoned, but they had also deployed it throughout Imperial space without detection. "I believe," the Emperor said slowly, "that we should continue these diplomatic talks in a more formal setting. Perhaps a treaty between our peoples would be beneficial." Captain Jack nodded. "That's why we came, Emperor. Not to threaten, but to establish understanding. Humanity wishes to join the galactic community as equals, not subjects." As the humans were escorted to the diplomatic wing of the Imperial Palace,
Sorry, I'm getting my food
Admiral
ready.
Toole approached Emperor Drac. "They can't possibly have the resources to build a fleet of ships like the Defiance," he whispered. "It must be a bluff." Emperor Drac watched the humans leave, noting their confident stride and relaxed posture. "Are you willing to risk the Empire to find out, Admiral?" "Because I am not. These humans are not primitive. They're dangerously innovative. And I begin to fear we've awakened something we don't fully understand." Outside the chamber, Captain Jack and Dr. Anna exchanged a subtle glance. Their gamble had worked. The Empire would negotiate now, not knowing that the Defiance was indeed their only completed warship. The other ships were merely engine
Yeah, I heard this one
cores,
before.
broadcasting similar signatures, a trick Earth's military had used for centuries to appear stronger than they were. But if all went well, they wouldn't need that trick much longer. The real fleet was already under construction back home. The Imperial War Room hummed with activity as Admiral Toole paced nervously before the massive holographic display. It showed the Defiance holding position at the edge of the Krell system, apparently waiting. "The diplomatic talks have failed," Emperor Drac announced as he entered the room, his luminescent patterns pulsing deep red, a sign of anger. "The humans refuse to submit to Imperial oversight. They demand recognition as an independent power." Admiral Toole bowed low. "What are your orders, Emperor?" "Deploy the Imperial Armada. Show these upstart humans the true might of our empire," Emperor Drac commanded, his voice echoing through the chamber. 20 battle cruisers should be enough to deal with one ship, regardless of its unusual technology. Captain Venn, who stood quietly in the corner, stepped forward. "With respect, Emperor, I believe we should reconsider. The humans have demonstrated capabilities we don't fully understand." Emperor Drac turned his massive head toward Captain Venn. "Are you suggesting we allow a primitive species to dictate terms to the Empire? That we show weakness?" "Not weakness, caution," Captain Venn replied. "At least until we better understand their technology." Your caution is noted, Captain, the Emperor said coldly. But the decision is made. Admiral Toole will lead the attack personally. As the Emperor left, Captain Ben approached Admiral Toole. Be careful, Admiral. Don't underestimate them again. Admiral Toole's scales flickered with annoyance. One ship against 20 of our finest battle cruisers? The odds favor us, Captain, regardless of their technology. Hours later, Admiral Toole stood on the bridge of the Imperial flagship Conqueror, leading the most impressive battle formation the Empire had assembled in decades. 20 sleek, deadly battle cruisers arranged in perfect attack formation, their energy weapons charged in shields at maximum strength. Before them floated the Defiance, alone and seemingly vulnerable. Its blocky, overbuilt design looked crude next to the elegant Imperial vessels. Open communication channels, ordered Admiral Toole. Captain Jack's face appeared on the main screen, looking remarkably calm for someone facing overwhelming odds. Captain, Jack, this is your final opportunity to surrender your vessel and submit to Imperial authority, Admiral Toole declared. Your ship is impressive, but it cannot stand against the Imperial Armada. Captain Jack smiled slightly. Admiral, we came here seeking peace. You chose war. What happens next is on your conscience, not ours. You threaten us with a single ship? Admiral Toole laughed. Your confidence borders on madness. Not confidence, mathematics, replied Captain Jack. You still don't understand what you're facing, but you will. The transmission ended abruptly. Prepare all weapons, Admiral Toole ordered. Target their propulsion systems first. I want that ship disabled, not destroyed. The 20 Imperial battle cruisers moved into attack position, surrounding the Defiance. On Admiral Toole's command, they fired simultaneously, their energy weapons creating a beautiful but deadly light show in the darkness of space. To everyone's shock, the energy beams seemed to bend around the human vessel, as if sliding off an invisible surface. What happened? Demanded Admiral Toole. Report. Sir, the weapons officer stammered. They appear to have some sort of gravitational shield. It's bending our energy weapons away from the hull. Impossible, Admiral Toole hissed. No shield technology can... Sir, the sensor officer interrupted. The human ship is powering up its weapons systems. On the view screen, they watched as panels slid open along the Defiance's hull, revealing what looked like primitive gun barrels. They're using projectile weapons in space. Admiral Toole scoffed. How primitive. The sensor officer's voice shook as he replied. Sir, those aren't ordinary projectiles. They're accelerating to near light speed. The energy readings are off the charts. Before Admiral Toole could respond, the Defiance fired. There was no beam of light, no visible energy discharge, just a silent, invisible attack that tore through. The Relentless, one of their most advanced battle cruisers. Its shields, designed to stop energy weapons, offered no protection against physical objects moving at such speeds. Evasive maneuvers, shouted Admiral Toole, his composure finally breaking. All ships, scatter formation. But the Defiance was already firing again and again. Each shot precisely targeted and devastatingly effective. Imperial battle cruisers, the pride of their fleet, were being disabled one by technology the Empire had dismissed as inefficient centuries ago. Sir, we've lost 6 ships already, reported the communications officer. 3 completely destroyed, 3 disabled. How? Admiral Toole demanded. How can one ship do this? The science officer looked up from his console, his face pale. Their firing solution is perfect, sir. They've calculated the exact point to hit each ship to disable its primary systems with minimal damage. And their rate of fire, it's beyond anything we've ever seen. On the main screen, they watched as the Defiance methodically targeted another Imperial vessel. This time, they could see what was happening more clearly. The human ship fired what appeared to be a small metal projectile, no bigger than a finger. But moving at near light speed, its kinetic energy was enormous, punching through the Imperial ship's hull like paper. Sir, they're hailing us, the communications officer said. Captain, Jack's face appeared again, his expression now serious. Admiral Toole, you've lost 9 ships. None of your weapons can penetrate our gravitational shields. Please stop this before more lives are lost. Admiral Toole stared at the screen in disbelief. Half his fleet disabled or destroyed in less than 10 minutes without the human ship taking a single hit. What are you? He whispered. Just humans, Admiral, replied Captain Jack. We simply took a different path. While you perfected energy weapons, we focused on kinetics. While you built elegant single-core computers, we built redundant networks. While you refined minimal designs, we overbuilt everything. Another Imperial battlecruiser exploded silently in the background, emphasizing his point. Our shields aren't energy fields trying to stop your weapons, Captain Jack continued. They're gravitational lenses, bending space itself to divert your attacks. Different approach, better results. Admiral, Toole felt something he hadn't experienced in centuries. Fear. The Empire had always believed its technology was the pinnacle of advancement. That elegant solutions were inherently superior. Now, faced with the brutal effectiveness of human engineering, he was no longer certain.
Silly.
Stand down all weapons, he finally ordered, his voice barely audible. All ships, cease fire. A collective gasp went through the bridge. Never in living memory had an Imperial fleet retreated from battle. Sir, the weapons officer questioned uncertainly. You heard me, Admiral Toole said more firmly. We cannot win this fight, not today. Turning back to the screen, he addressed Captain Jack. We will withdraw our forces, Captain. But know this. The Empire does not forget, and it does not forgive. This is not over. Captain Jack nodded solemnly. We hope for peace, Admiral, but we're prepared for the alternative. Safe journey home. As the remaining Imperial ships limped away, Admiral Toole stared at the Defiance through the view screen. One ship had defeated half the Imperial Armada. The implications were staggering. Set course for the capital, he ordered quietly. The Emperor must be informed immediately. As the Imperial flagship entered faster than light travel, Admiral Toole couldn't shake the feeling that everything had changed. The Empire had ruled the galaxy for millennia, based on the assumption of technological superiority. That assumption had just been shattered by a species they had dismissed as primitive just months ago. And if the humans had built one such warship, how many more might they have? The thought sent a chill down his spine. The age of Imperial dominance might be coming to an end, not with a drawn-out war, but with a single battle that exposed the fundamental flaw in their thinking. Sometimes the elegant solution wasn't the best one after all. The Galactic Empire freaks out. That can't be a human warship. Is that possible? Part 5. A New Galactic Order. The Imperial capital planet Zarvis Prime had never seen such chaos. News of the Imperial Armada's defeat spread like wildfire across thousands of worlds. In the Grand Imperial Palace, Emperor Drac faced an unprecedented crisis as representatives from dozens of species demanded emergency council sessions.
Yes, I
The
am,
humans
boy.
defeated half our fleet with a single ship? Asked Councillor Vex of the
What was I doing again?
his antennae twitching with disbelief. The same humans we classified as a primitive species just months ago. Emperor Drac sat heavily on his throne, his once bright bioluminescent patterns now dim with stress. The reports are accurate, he admitted reluctantly. Their technology followed different development paths than ours. We underestimated them. The council chamber erupted in shouting. Some demanded immediate all-out war against Earth. Others called for negotiation. And a few were already discussing how to align themselves with the humans for protection against Imperial retribution. Silence, roared Emperor Drac, rising to his full height. We are the Galactic Empire. We have ruled for 10,000 years. We will not be undone by one setback. As the chamber quieted, the doors slid open. All heads turned to see Captain Van enter with an urgent message. Emperor, he said, bowing quickly. Our long-range sensors have detected multiple ships entering Imperial space. They match the Defiance's energy signature. How many? Asked Admiral Toole, his scales now a sickly yellow-gray. Captain Ven's cybernetic I-word as he projected data onto the main screen. 17 vessels, Emperor, all apparently of human design. A A heavy silence fell over the council chamber. After witnessing what one such ship could do, the thought of facing 17 was terrifying. They're arranging themselves in a defensive formation around key Imperial trade routes, Captain Venn continued. Not attacking, just positioning. A blockade, suggested Counselor Vex. No, replied Captain Venn. They're allowing all ships to pass freely. They appear to be simply observing. Emperor Drax's mind raced. This was worse than an attack. It was a demonstration. The humans were showing they could deploy ships throughout Imperial space at will. They're requesting communication, Emperor, Captain Van added. Captain Jack wishes to speak directly to the Council. Emperor Drac nodded grimly. Put him through. The main screen flickered, and Captain Jack appeared, now wearing a more formal uniform with simple insignia. Emperor Drac, honorable council members, he began with a polite nod. I hope our ship's presence hasn't caused undue alarm. They're under strict orders to maintain position and take no hostile action unless provoked. You deploy warships throughout our territory and claim peaceful intentions, Admiral Toole hissed. This is an act of war. Captain Jack remained calm. Actually, Admiral, we consider it necessary protection for our diplomatic team. Your attack on the Defiance made it clear that some elements of your empire prefer forced negotiation. What do you want, human?
Oh, there he is! There's the man!
Silencing Admiral Toole with a glare. The same thing we've wanted from the beginning. Peaceful coexistence, replied
Let's
Captain
give him a
Jack.
shout out.
Earth has no desire for conquest or subjugation, but neither will we be subjugated. Your terms? Asked Emperor Drac, surprising everyone with his directness.
How's it going, Matty boy?
Captain
I was just
Jack
listening to
seemed
your
pleased by
messages.
the Emperor's practicality.
There's another one coming up.
Recognition of Earth and
Knock.
its colonies
Oh,
as a sovereign
nice.
entity. Non-aggression pact.
Let's
fair
go,
trade agreements,
Right
In your
before
butt,
school.
boy!
and working directly at
Time for
Emperor
school.
Drac.
That's when you start your
An
school
end to
day
the
right.
Empire's policy of
Yes.
forced
Good
assimilation.
breakfast and a
Not
gold
just
crown.
for humans, but for all species.
We gotta,
Council
we gotta,
erupted again.
definitely.
What Captain Jack
flip
was
that.
proposing would fundamentally change the Empire's expansion model that had existed for millennia. Impossible, shouted several counselors. Emperor Drac raised a hand for silence.
Good times.
You ask too much, human. The Empire's methods have maintained peace and order for 10,000 years. Have they? Countered Captain Jack. Or have they simply suppressed resistance through overwhelming force? Force that, as we've demonstrated, is no longer overwhelming. As if on cue, the screen split to show feeds from the 17 human ships now positioned throughout Imperial space. Each one looked slightly different from the Defiance, some larger, some smaller, but all sharing the same blocky, overbuilt design philosophy. Each of these ships is specialized, Captain Jack
Oh
explained.
no!
Some for defense, others for support, others for combat. Together they form the first human interstellar fleet. A small demonstration of what we can build when necessary. Emperor Drac understood the implicit threat. The Empire had always relied on its technological advantage to maintain control. If the humans could build ships that rendered Imperial weapons ineffective, everything changed.
1 second, I just
And if
realized
we
what I
refuse your
could
terms,
do.
he asked quietly, then we'll defend ourselves.
My ping is insane tonight.
Captain Jack said simply. But we hope it won't come to that. We're offering partnership, not
For a
surrender.
while. Quite a while, I
The
think.
Emperor studied the human captain thoughtfully.
I always have healthy bowel movements. I had milk today, so
You held the advantage. Why didn't
I
you?
say that will
Captain
mean it
Jack's
should be
expression
determined. If
softened
not,
Because that's not who we are, Emperor. Humans have fought countless wars among ourselves throughout our history. We've learned the hard way that victory through destruction only leads to more conflict. He gestured to someone off screen. Dr. Anna stepped into view.
yeah.
We've prepared a proposal, she said, for a new kind of galactic alliance. Not an empire ruled by one species, but a confederation of equals, each contributing their unique perspectives and technologies. Data began streaming to the Imperial systems. Detailed plans for a restructured galactic government, trade agreements, technological exchange protocols, and more.
Yeah, it's like a 10-second wait
We've
for
studied
that to
your
pop
history.
on.
Dr. Anna continued. Your empire began as a force, for stability after the Chaos Wars. You brought order to a fractured galaxy, but systems must evolve or they stagnate and eventually
Oh, did I
collapse.
fall out? Oh, I did.
Emperor Drac was silent for a long moment, processing. In In his 10,000 years
Dang it,
of
I forgot I
rule,
had to do this
no
part.
species had ever approached the Empire as equals. They had always been conquered, or they had submitted willingly. This was unprecedented. Your proposal will require consideration, he finally said. The Empire does not change course quickly. We understand, replied Captain Jack. Our fleet will maintain position as a goodwill gesture, but will take no hostile action. Our diplomatic team will remain available for further discussions. After the transmission ended, the council chamber remained silent. For the first time in living memory, the Empire faced a species it could not simply overwhelm with superior technology or numbers. Could we defeat them in an all-out war? Emperor Drac asked Admiral Tool privately after dismissing the council. Admiral Tool's scales flickered with uncertainty. Perhaps, Emperor, but the cost would be immense. And if there are more human ships under construction... There are, confirmed Captain Ben, who had remained behind. Our intelligence suggests their production facilities are operating at full capacity. They're building more ships even as we speak. Emperor Drac moved to the window overlooking the capital city. For 10 millennia, the Empire had represented the pinnacle of galactic civilization. Its technology was unmatched, its military undefeated. Now, a species they had dismissed as primitive had fundamentally challenged that order. Perhaps, he said slowly, it is time for the Empire to evolve, as the humans suggested. Admiral Tool looked shocked. Emperor, you can't seriously be considering their proposal.
I knew it was a stability issue.
Emperor Drac turned to
Get
face his
Jack
most trusted
Sparrow!
advisor.
Where is this
Our defeat
base?
wasn't just military, Admiral. It was philosophical.
I promise it's always
We
where I
believed
always
our
put my
technological
bases
path
here.
was the only valid one. The humans proved otherwise. What other assumptions might we be wrong about? Captain Ben stepped forward. The humans' approach to technology is fascinating, Emperor. Different, but effective. If we could learn from each other rather than fight. The Emperor nodded thoughtfully. Prepare a response to the humans. We will negotiate.
I literally
His
just
words
got, I
spread
got
throughout
something
the
just because it
galaxy
had
that
this.
The mighty Empire was negotiating.
Lots of stuff in
With
it. It's
humans
near
as
the
equals.
volcano. Yeah?
Other species began to
Stargazer over
reconsider
here.
their place
Yeah,
in the
right here,
galactic
see?
order.
All you do is you
Some
walk up here and it
reached out
takes you
to Earth
straight into the
directly,
volcano.
seeking alliances and trade agreements. Others began demanding similar treatment from the Empire. A new era was beginning, not through conquest or submission, but through the recognition that different paths could lead to similar destinations, and that sometimes the most elegant solution wasn't always the best one. On the bridge of the Defiance, Captain Jack received the Emperor's response and smiled. Phase 1 was complete. Humanity had earned its place among the stars not by becoming like the other species, but by remaining uniquely human, innovative, adaptive, and endlessly resourceful. The real work was just beginning.
Welcome to legendary Road America, where the action actually began on Thursday night as a race car parade extraordinaire unfolded with all the fan favorite GT3, GT4, and touring car race cars driving from the track to downtown Elkhart Lake. Teams then parked their race cars at Seekins Resort so fans could get up close to the drivers and the wide array of machinery from Ferrari, Mercedes-AMG, Porsche, Acura, Bentley, BMW, Audi, Honda, VW, and more. But one of the top stories coming into this weekend in Road America is the season-long battle that continues between Ferrari and Bentley. Only 1 point separates the two in the manufacturers' battle, while Tony
I like
Newland
Mercedes
and
better.
Ferrari holds on to a narrow lead in the driver championship. There are plenty of points on the table for the teams and drivers to grab this weekend.
I messed it up, didn't I? Oh, yeah, that's messed up. If you want that, you have to do this, the corner pieces. I don't know how I'm doing this. Okay, I got it. I gotta get up top. I can't see. Ah, thank you for the hydrate.
I'm a hot mess. But with Canva, I just trim out the chaos in the timeline. Voila.
Oh, yes, actually.
Try Canva video today.
Another driver to watch will be Martin Fuentes in the Squadra Corsa TR3 Ferrari 488.
It's very rubber bandy
After
tonight.
clinching the amateur driving championship at the Clan, Fuentes and his teammate are making their first step up into the Pro-Am ranks this weekend at Road America.
I know this track very well. I've known the Ferrari for a couple of years as well, so I think we're going to be good. I just want Mark to feel safe, feel comfortable with the car because he doesn't know this track. So as long as he can get up to speed with the AM guys, I think I'll be up to speed with the pro guys.
What would make for a successful weekend for you here at Road America?
A podium in the pro am would definitely give us a good hope, and it's the first time we do pro am, and he was nervous, me too. But I've raced against Kyle, which is in pro am. I've raced against Colin. I've raced against all those guys. But finally, we're in the same category. And
That's beautiful, I think.
A battle.
Meanwhile, Road America is home
That's
to
good.
the hottest news in the series.
It works.
Real-time racing, after missing the first event of the year, has been rocketing up the standings all season. And team owner Peter Cunningham is looking forward to a little home field advantage.
You know, racing at Road America pays the same points as any other racetrack, but this is our home track, and it's maybe arguably the best track in the world, so we love racing here, we love being here, we love all of our friends and family close by, so it's just a great weekend.
Coming in a race later than everybody else, but showing such promise, has it exceeded the expectations that you guys had for this program?
Yeah, missing the first two races at COTA didn't help, and then when Brett Curtis hurt his back and had to miss the second.
Well, that popped up.
The council declared
The
war.
rubber
She
banding
smiled
happens
at
a
last.
ton when I'm.
The vote was
Yeah.
already over before I walked through the door.
Not happy about it
I knew
myself.
before the gold light above the chamber entrance turned red. I knew it from the way Ambassador Kale of the Vethkai stood at the central podium with his forearms clasped behind his back, the posture he only used when he had already won something.
My children
I
being
knew it from the
boys.
silence. Not the respectful silence of a deliberation still in progress. The silence after. The silence of a decision made. I was the only human in the Grand Chamber of the Galactic Concord. They had invited me as a diplomatic observer. That was the official title. In practice, it meant I had a seat in the upper gallery, a small translation earpiece, and no speaking rights unless directly addressed. I had sat in that gallery 11 times over the past 3 years. 11 sessions where humanity was discussed, analyzed, criticized, and condescended to, while I sat with my hands folded and my face blank and took notes in a small paper notebook because our hosts found personal data devices culturally disruptive in the chamber. Paper. They let me bring paper. The chamber was beautiful, I will give them that. It was carved from a single asteroid, a hollow sphere nearly 2 kilometers across, with curved walls that glowed faintly blue from bioluminescent panels the Vethkai had grown rather than built. 11 curved tiers descended from the outer wall to the central floor, one for each species of the Concord. 11 species,
Giant
hundreds
hole
of
explains
delegates,
why it was a
thousands of years
trap.
of combined civilization. And then there was me, up in the gallery with my notebook. Kale began speaking before the chamber fully settled. He had the translator's cadence already in his voice, that slightly too precise diction that told me he had rehearsed the speech in human standard for my benefit. The Galactic Concord has voted, he said. Unanimously. The resolution passes. As of this moment, the Terran Commonwealth is declared in a state of active hostility with the Concord. All diplomatic relations are suspended. All Terran vessels in Concord space are directed to stand down and submit to escort within 72 hours. He paused. He looked up at me. The entire chamber looked up at me. I had thought about this moment for a long time. Longer than any of them knew. I had rehearsed my own response the way a composer works through the final note of a piece, trying every variation until only one feels true. I had considered outrage. considered tears. I had even considered silence, just standing and walking out without a word. But when the moment arrived, none of those felt honest. What I felt, sitting in that gallery with 11 alien species staring up at me, was relief. Deep, quiet, finally relief. I stood. I smoothed my jacket. I picked up my paper notebook and tucked it under my arm. And then I smiled. Not a polite smile, not a nervous smile. A real one, the kind that starts somewhere below your ribs. Kale tilted his head. Even across the chamber, even through the translation delay, I could see the flicker of uncertainty cross his features. Ambassador Voss, he said carefully. Does the Terran Observer have anything to say before the record is closed? I looked at him for a moment. We have been ready, I said. 3 words. That was all. Then I turned and walked toward the exit. I heard the murmur begin behind me as I crossed the threshold. Delegates leaning toward each other, the rustle of 11 different kinds of confusion. Good.
I'm going to
Let
give
them
some
murmur.
time to God, and then
Let them sit with those 3 words and wonder what they
Yeah,
meant.
that's fine, man.
They had spent
Don't have
30
to
years
explain yourself to
deciding what
me.
humanity meant.
I'm the last Christian
They could
ever.
spend a
like,
few
explain
more
yourself
minutes
to.
on 3 words. The corridor outside the chamber was long and pale and smelled
Let's just
faintly
take
of whatever
people's
chemical compound the Vethkai used to polish their floors. My footsteps echoed. A chamber
Yeah,
assistant,
maybe.
a young Vethkai in gray robes,
Well,
pressed
that's actually pretty
himself
good
against the
earlier
wall as
than,
I passed, eyes wide.
The
I nodded to his
server
pleasantly.
crashed, apparently.
At the far end of the corridor, I stepped into the empty transit alcove, pressed my back to the wall, and exhaled slowly. Then I opened the small communication device I had carried taped to the inside of my left forearm for the last 16 days. It was human-made, completely shielded. The Concord surveillance systems could not see it. We had made sure of that 3 years ago when we realized this day was approaching faster than we had originally estimated. I pressed the single button. Prometheus, I said quietly. This is Voss. Begin phase 1. A single tone in my earpiece. Confirmation received. I put the device back against my arm and walked toward the docking bay where my transport waited. I had one more thing to do before I left the station. One more stop.
Oh, I just did that.
I took a side corridor, descended 2 levels, and pushed open the door to a small records room that the Concord used for archival translation work. It was empty at this hour, as I had known it would be. I went to the window. From there, I could see the outer docking ring of the station and, beyond it, the slow arc of stars that marked the edge of Concord space. Somewhere out there, 37 of our fastest courier ships were already moving. They had been holding position for 16 days, engines cold, crews breathing recycled air and playing cards and waiting. Waiting for my voice. I watched the stars for exactly 4 minutes. Then I straightened my jacket again, tucked my notebook more firmly under my arm, and headed for my transport. The Concord had just declared war on humanity. I was the only human who had been in the room when it happened, and I had smiled. There was a reason for that smile. There were actually many reasons, layered over each other like the pages of that paper notebook, going back years and years before this moment. But the simplest reason, the one that lived right at the surface where I could reach it easily, was this. They had just made the only move that allowed us to finish what we had started. They had no idea. I boarded my transport. The pilot, a young man named Owen Clark, looked at me the way everyone on my staff had looked at me lately. A question behind his eyes that he was too professional to ask out loud. Home, Commander. I sat down and looked out the viewport at the Concord station growing smaller behind us. Home, I confirmed. He set the course. The engines hummed to life beneath us. I opened my notebook to the last page, the page I had written on during the session. There was only one line on it, written in small, neat letters just before Cale had begun his speech. It read, "They will vote yes today." Below it, I wrote 2 more words. They did. Then I closed the notebook, leaned back in my seat, and let the stars carry me home. They had 30 years of reasons to make the decision they made. I understood that. I had spent most of those 30 years collecting those reasons like someone collecting evidence before a trial, because I had always known that someday the trial would come. Humanity joined the Galactic Concord in the year 2217. I was 6 years old. I don't remember the ceremony, but I have seen the recordings hundreds of times. first ambassador, a calm and careful woman named Dr. Lena Farrow, stood at the joining platform in the original Concord chambers on Veth Prime and spoke the words of membership in 3 languages simultaneously. The crowd of delegates applauded in their own particular ways. The Vethkai clicked their outer finger joints. The Dorotee swayed in unison. The Mirren lit small ceremonial fires that burned in coordinated patterns. It looked magnificent. What the recordings did not show was what happened in the private corridor after the ceremony, when the senior Vethkai council member, Grand Elder Siran, pulled Dr. Farrow aside and told her, with the flat courtesy that species use when they are being condescending without technically being rude, that humanity would be assigned observer status in military discussions rather than full voting rights, because the Concord had concerns about human behavioral unpredictability. Dr. Farrow thanked him politely and went back to her delegation. That night she wrote in her private log, which I had read in full, "They are afraid of what we are. They are going to spend the next generation trying to manage us. We should spend that same generation making sure that when they finally stop trying to manage us, we are impossible to contain." Dr. Farrow was retired by the time I joined the diplomatic corps. But I sought her out. I sat in her garden in Edinburgh on a grey October afternoon and drank tea with her and listened to everything she had learned in 30 years of watching the Concord watch us. She was the one who first used the phrase "the long game." The Concord thinks in terms of centuries, she told me. Every species up there has been part of it for hundreds of years. They are comfortable. They are settled. They do not understand that comfort is a strategic weakness. They do not understand what a species looks like when it is still hungry. I asked her what she meant by hungry. She smiled in a way that reminded me, years later, of my own smile in that chamber gallery. Humans are still hungry, she said simply. We have not been comfortable long enough to forget that comfort can be taken away. Every other species in the Concord has forgotten that. They have been safe so long that they have built their entire military and political structure on the assumption that safety is the default state. When it stops being the default state, they will not know what to do. She passed away 4 years after that conversation. I went to her memorial in Edinburgh and stood in the back of the room and thought about everything she had told me. She had been more right than she knew. The Concord's concerns about humanity were not entirely unfounded. We were unpredictable. We did not follow the patterns that the Concord's long experience told them species were supposed to follow. We argued with each other loudly and constantly, and then presented a unified face to the outside that confused alien observers who had been watching our internal arguments. We formed alliances and broke them and reformed them in new shapes faster than any Concord diplomat could track. We created art that disturbed them and music that they found difficult to process and humor that translated so poorly that 3 different Concord species had formally complained about human comedy transmissions within the first decade of our membership. We were, in short, difficult. And because we were difficult, they underestimated us. That was the gift. I became aware of the Prometheus contingency in my 9th year in the diplomatic corps. I was 38 years old, stationed on the Concord's administrative hub station, and I had just finished a meeting in which 3 senior Concord officials had spent 2 hours explaining to me, with great patience, why humanity's request to increase our registered fleet tonnage by 15% had been denied. My supervisor at the time was a man named Colonel Adrian Price, one of those lean, quiet, permanently tired people who carry enormous responsibility without ever letting it show on their face. He called me into his office after the meeting and closed the door. "How are you holding up?" he asked. "I'm fine," I said, because I was. He looked at me for a moment. Then he said, "There's something I want to show you." He handed me a data chip. "Standard format, no markings. Read it tonight," he said. "Alone. Then come and see me tomorrow." I read it that night in my quarters. It took 4 hours. When I finished, I sat in the dark for a long time. The Prometheus contingency was not a war plan. That was the first thing it clarified, in very precise language, in the opening section. It was a strategic architecture, built over 22 years by a working group of 214 people including historians, behavioral scientists, economists, military engineers, logisticians, and political theorists, none of whom had ever been in the same room at the same time, none of whom knew the full shape of what they were collectively building. The central insight was this. The Concord would eventually decide that humanity was more trouble than it was worth. When that day came, if we were sitting where they expected us to sit, With the fleet they knew about and the alliances they could map and the capabilities they had assessed, we would lose. Not because we were weaker. Because they had more experience with the shape of a conventional conflict than we did not. But we were not going to sit where they expected us to sit. For 12 years before I ever read the chip, people I had never met had been building ships in places the Concorde had decided were worthless. Asteroid fields with no mineral value and no strategic position, according to every model the Concorde used to evaluate such things. Those models were correct by every standard of Concorde strategic thinking. But Concorde strategic thinking had one blind spot built into it by centuries of comfortable assumption. It did not account for what humans build when no one is watching and they know the reason they are hiding matters. By the time I walked out of that Concorde chamber and pressed the button on the device taped to my forearm, we had 3,217 warships that the Concorde did not know existed. We had supply chains invisible to their logistics intelligence. We had communication systems that operated on frequencies they had never thought to monitor because no species in the Concorde had invented that particular technology independently, and we had not shared it. We had been preparing for the moment they backed us into a corner. Not because we wanted a conflict. I want to be clear about that, because I am writing this for people who will come after, and they should understand it correctly. Nobody who built this contingency wanted the thing that the Concorde forced us toward. We wanted a seat at the table. We wanted to be treated as equals. We had asked, through proper channels, with patience, and with all the diplomatic language at our considerable disposal, for 30 years. We built the contingency because Dr. Farrow had been right. They were not going to give us a seat. They were going to manage us until they decided they were tired of managing us, and then they were going to try to remove the problem. We made sure that when they tried, they would discover that the problem had been building the solution since before they decided it was a problem. Colonel Adrian Price retired 8 years after showing me that chip. I took his position in the chair that came with it and the weight that came with the chair. I thought about him when I pressed that button. I thought about Dr. Lena Farrow in her garden with her gray Edinburgh sky. I thought about the 214 people who built a plan in separate rooms without ever seeing the whole of it.
This looks good.
And I thought about Owen Clark, my young pilot, who had set the course for home without asking a single question, because he trusted that whoever was sitting behind him with a paper notebook knew what she was doing. I hoped, very sincerely, that he was right. The first reports came in 40 minutes after I boarded my transport. Not from the Concorde. From our own people. 7 of the 37 courier ships had successfully reached their relay positions. The other 30 were on schedule. In less than 2 hours, the communication architecture we had spent 4 years quietly constructing across the outer arm would be fully operational. The Concorde had communication relays too. 7 of them, positioned across the same region. They were better than anything we had built individually. They would not be operational for much longer. I read the reports and drank the coffee Owen had made without asking if I wanted it, which is the mark of a truly excellent pilot, and I watched the stars outside the viewport, and I let myself feel, just for those 40 minutes, the particular satisfaction of a very long patience finally reaching its end. The smile, I suppose, was not really about the war. The smile was about the 30 years before it. It was about every meeting where I had sat quietly in a room that was not built for me. Every session where our requests were denied with courteous precision. Every moment where an alien diplomat had looked at me with that specific combination of curiosity and dismissal that said, clearly as any translated words, we find it interesting the way one finds an unusual rock interesting. Briefly. From a safe distance. I had smiled in that chamber because something in me, something built from all of those moments and from Dr. Farrow's garden and from Adrian Price's quiet tired face and from every human who had ever been told no by someone who assumed the no would hold, had recognized the turn of the tide. They had declared war. And in doing so, they had finally told the truth. They were not managing us. They had never been managing us. They were afraid of us. And the thing about a species that has spent 30 years being underestimated is that when fear finally shows its face, that species is very, very ready. The Concorde's declaration reached their home fleet 6 hours after the vote. I know this from the intercepts our signals team pulled from 3 of their primary communication channels. 6 hours. In that 6 hours, while their admirals and fleet commanders were receiving official orders and preparing response protocols and trying to locate the Terran diplomatic transport that had gone unusually quiet, we were not standing still. I was on the bridge of the carrier ship Indomitable when the first phase completed. The Indomitable was not in any Concord registry. She had been built in a hollowed asteroid in what the Concord surveys classified as Sector 9 Null, a region of dead rock and old ice they had surveyed once in 2231 and marked as having no resource value and no strategic importance. They had not surveyed it again. We had spent 11 years using it. She was 3 kilometers long. Her hull was a carbon composite the Concord had not seen before because we had not shown it to them. She carried 412 crew members, all of whom had been listed in Terran personnel records as logistics supervisors, agricultural analysts, and infrastructure engineers. Her captain was a woman named Claire Holt, 44 years old, from a coastal town in western Canada. She had the manner of someone who had been patient for a very long time and was only now allowing herself to stop pretending. I liked her immediately. She met me at the docking bay when my transport arrived and handed me a situation report without preamble. Phase 1 is complete, she said. All 7 Concord relay stations in the outer arm are offline. I looked at the report. 7 stations. Not destroyed. Offline. There was a meaningful difference, and the Prometheus contingency had been built on meaningful differences. Destroying the relay stations would have been faster and in some tactical sense cleaner. But destruction sends a clear message, and clear messages allow clear responses. Taking them offline instead, with a precisely calibrated signal disruption our engineers had developed specifically for this purpose, sent a different kind of message. It said, "We can do this." We chose to do this softly. Consider what the harder version looks like. The Concorde's outer arm went dark. Not dark with wreckage. Dark with silence. Their fleet commanders could not talk to each other. Could not talk to the Central Concord Command. Could not coordinate, could not verify orders, could not confirm anything. They had experienced communication disruptions before, in small regional exercises and occasional technical failures, but those disruptions had always been contained and brief. This was neither. I watched the tactical display on the bridge of the Indomitable and listened to the intercepts coming in from the Concorde's secondary communication channels, the backup systems they switched to when their primary network went quiet. Those channels were not encrypted to any standard our people had difficulty reading. It was illuminating. One Vetkai fleet commander, in charge of a battle group of 40 ships stationed near the outer arm's edge, sent 17 increasingly urgent messages to his central command in the first 2 hours. By message 12, the formal military language had started to slip. By message 17, he was asking, in plain terms, whether anyone was still there. No one answered. Claire stood beside me at the tactical display, arms crossed, watching the same readouts. They trained for a different war, she said quietly. They trained for the war they knew, I replied. The one with rules they wrote. She nodded. What's our next window? I looked at the display. 41 of our fleet groups were now in position across the outer arm. Each one had a specific set of objectives. None of those objectives involved a direct engagement with Concord warships, because the Prometheus contingency had been built on a principle that most military planning ignores when the shooting starts. The principle was this. A direct fight, fleet against fleet, was the fight the Concord had trained for and was good at. They had more experience with it. They had refined their tactics over centuries of occasional conflicts within and around their borders. They were not, by any measure, poor at it. So we were not going to give them that fight. Instead, we were going after the infrastructure that made their strength possible. Fuel processing stations. Logistics hubs. The orbital platforms above 3 of their treasury worlds that processed the economic transfers that funded Concord military operations. The automated shipyard components that kept their existing fleet maintained. Not destroyed. Seized. Held. Made unusable without our permission. There is a significant difference between an enemy that damages your forces and an enemy that holds your ability to function as a hostage. The first makes you angry and focused. The second makes you frightened and uncertain, because you do not know the shape of what they want or how far they intend to take it. We wanted the Concord frightened and uncertain. We wanted them to sit with that feeling long enough to do something they had not done in 30 years of dealing with humanity. Think carefully. At hour 14, the Vetkai flagship armada emerged from their nearest staging point and began moving toward the outer arm. 200 dreadnoughts. The most formidable assembled force in the Concorde's military structure, a fleet that had not been deployed in full in 60 years. When the report came to me, Claire watched my face. I looked at the display. 200 dreadnoughts, moving in a standard Vethkai attack formation, a deep crescent with the heaviest ships at the forward edge, designed to meet an opposing fleet head-on and overwhelm it with concentrated firepower. They were looking for us. We were not where they were looking. Our 41 fleet groups were dispersed across 900,000 cubic kilometers of the outer arm. Not concentrated. Not presenting a target. Each group had orders to maintain position, stay dark, and wait. They were not there to fight the Armada. They were there to hold what we had already taken and make sure the Concorde understood, when their flagship fleet arrived and found nothing to engage, that the shape of this conflict was not the shape they expected. I instructed our communications team to open a single channel, broadcast on a frequency the Concorde would pick up easily, from a position we chose specifically because it was not where any of our fleet groups actually were. The message was short. I wrote it myself. It said, "Grand Admiral, your relay stations are offline and your logistics chain in the outer arm is in our custody. We have not damaged your ships or harmed your people. We have no interest in doing so. When you are ready to speak, we are ready to listen. Terran Commander Voss." I waited. At hour 22, a Concorde priority channel opened. It was not the Grand Admiral. It was Kale. Ambassador Kale, from the chamber where this had all begun, his voice carrying the careful precision of someone who was trying very hard not to sound as shaken as he was. "Commander Voss," he said. "The Concorde requests an immediate ceasefire and a return to diplomatic channels." I looked at Claire. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Not asking a question. Noting the speed. 22 hours. That was how long it had taken them to go from declaring war to requesting a ceasefire. I thought about DR. Pharaoh. I thought about Adrian Price. I thought about every one of those 214 people who had built this plan piece by piece in separate rooms over 2 decades. I turned to the communications officer, a young man named Daniel Ford who had not slept in 20 hours and was still completely precise with every input. "Tell the ambassador," I said, "that we appreciate the contact, and that we will be in touch regarding appropriate timing for dialogue. Tell him we are not currently in a position to reduce our operational posture." Daniel typed the response and sent it. Claire looked at me. "Not yet," she asked. "Not yet," I confirmed. "They haven't thought carefully enough yet." She nodded slowly. Then she went back to her station. I remained at the tactical display and watched the Vethkai Armada sweep through the outer arm looking for a battle that was not there, moving through the silence we had built, searching for an enemy that was everywhere and nowhere all at once. 200 dreadnoughts, looking for something to fight. And we were sitting in the dark, holding everything they needed to function, waiting for them to understand that the most powerful move we had left was simply to be patient. We were very, very good at being patient. We had been practicing for 30 years. It was day 15 when Grand Admiral Siren of the Vethkai came aboard the Indomitable. He came without weapons, which was required by the terms of our contact. He came with 2 aides, which was permitted. He came in the formal gray and gold uniform of the Vethkai High Command, the kind of uniform that had been photographed at the signing of 17 interstellar treaties, a uniform that had never before entered a human-built ship under these circumstances. I met him at the docking bay. I want to be honest about what I felt when I saw him in person for the first time, because I think it matters for what follows. Siren was old by any standard. He was 2 meters tall, like most Vethkai, with the elongated proportions of his species and 4 arms held precisely at his sides. He had commanded fleets for 60 years. He had more experience with interstellar military reality than anyone alive in Concorde space. He was also, in this moment, a being who had come to the table because he had run out of other options. I did not feel triumph. I want to be clear about that. What I felt was something quieter and more complicated. Something like the particular weight of a responsibility that has been carried for a long time finally coming to rest. I extended my hand to him. He looked at it for a moment. Vethkai do not shake hands. It is not part of their contact tradition. But he had been dealing with humanity for 30 years, and he knew what the gesture meant. After a pause, he extended his upper right hand and let me take it briefly. Commander Voss, he said. Admiral Siran, I replied. Welcome aboard the Indomitable. Can I offer you something to drink? He looked at me with an expression I had come to recognize in Vethkai faces over the years. The look of someone encountering behavior that does not fit their model and attempting to recalibrate. What would you offer? He asked carefully. Coffee, I said. It's a human drink. You may find it unusual. Most people who try it for the first time don't know what to make of it. There was a very brief pause. Then he said, I will try it. That, I thought, was a good sign. We sat in the briefing room. Claire had arranged it simply. A table, chairs scaled for both human and Vethkai proportions, a window showing the stars of the outer arm. The coffee arrived in 2 cups, which my steward had placed with the careful precision of someone who understood that small details carry weight. Siren looked at the cup. He looked at me. He lifted it and drank. The expression on his face was, I will freely say, one of the more entertaining things I witnessed in those 15 days. It went through about 6 distinct stages in under 2 seconds. Interesting, he said finally. It is, I agreed. He set the cup down. He looked at the window for a moment. Then he looked at me with the directness that the Vethkai use when they have decided to stop being careful. I would like to understand what he said, what he said. All of it, he said. Your chips. Your communications architecture. Your logistics. None of this was in our intelligence assessments. None of it. He paused. In 60 years of military command, I have never encountered a situation in which my intelligence picture was this wrong about an adversary's capability. I considered how to answer that. There were several true answers. I chose the most honest one. You assessed us based on what we showed you, I said. We showed you what we needed you to see. Not because we intended this conflict, Admiral. Because we knew that if you ever saw us clearly, you would have 2 choices. You could accept us as genuine equals, with everything that implies. Or you could decide we were a problem that needed to be solved while you still believed you could solve it. He was quiet for a moment. And you believed we would choose the second option, he said. I believed, I said carefully, that the Concorde's institutional habits made the second option more likely than the first. Not because of any particular malice. Because large, stable, comfortable structures tend to prefer managing complexity over accepting it. We were complex. Managing us was easier than equal partnership, until it wasn't. He looked at me steadily. The amber light from the window caught the formal gold trim of his uniform. You were ready for this, he said. It was not quite a question. Yes. How long? The planning began 22 years ago, I said. The construction started 18 years ago. The communication network we are currently using to hold your outer arm infrastructure has been in development for 9 years. He was silent for longer this time. I let him have the silence. It was not a comfortable silence, but it was an honest one, and that was more important. 22 years, he repeated. While your ambassadors were sitting in the gallery. While your diplomats were filing requests and attending hearings and accepting our decisions. Yes. Why? I leaned forward slightly. Because the gallery was where you put us. Because the requests were denied and the hearings led nowhere and the decisions were made without us. We tried the legitimate path for 30 years, Admiral. We were patient. We were polite. We followed the rules of a structure that was not built with us in mind and was not being adjusted to include us properly. I paused. We built the contingency because we are a species that makes plans for the future we expect while working hard for the future we want. We wanted partnership. We planned for the alternative. He lifted the coffee cup again and drank from it slowly. I think, by that point, he was actually enjoying it. The Vethkai tend to adapt to novel experiences faster than they expect to. What is it that you want? He asked. Not abstractly. Specifically. What does the Terran Commonwealth want from this? I reached into my jacket pocket and placed a data pad on the table between us. That is a treaty, I said. A comprehensive one. It addresses military standing, voting rights within the Concord, economic integration, territorial recognition, and mutual defense obligations. He looked at the data pad without touching it. And if we refuse? I met his eyes across the table. Admiral, in the past 15 days, we have taken your outer arm logistics chain offline without destroying anything. We have demonstrated that we can sustain a communication blackout across a region of space that your fleet depends on. We have shown you a military capability that your best intelligence assessments did not anticipate. I kept my voice low. We have not harmed a single Concorde crew member. We have not destroyed a single Concorde ship. That is a choice we made. It is a choice we can continue to make. But the longer this situation persists without resolution, the more difficult it becomes to maintain that choice at every level of command. He understood what I was not saying. Any military structure, no matter how disciplined, has friction at its edges. Decisions made under pressure at distant points. Moments where the careful control at the top does not fully reach the action at the bottom. We had held it together for 15 days with strict orders and a chain of command that I personally trusted. But this was not a situation designed to hold indefinitely. You came to talk, he said. I came to end this, I said. Specifically, I came to end the version of this that has existed for 30 years. The one where humanity sits in the gallery. I would very much prefer that we do it with words rather than with anything else. He was quiet for a moment. Then he reached out and picked up the data pad. He did not agree right then. He was too careful a commander and too experienced a diplomat to agree to anything in a first meeting. He asked questions. Good ones, precise ones, the kind that told me he was actually reading rather than performing the act of reading. We talked for 3 hours. He drank 2 cups of coffee. At the end of the 3 hours, he stood and straightened his uniform and looked at me with an expression I had never seen on a Vethkai face before. It took me a moment to identify it. Respect. Clean and direct, without qualification or condition. I will take this to the full council, he said. That's all I'm asking, I replied. He paused at the door. Commander Voss. When they voted in the chamber. When you stood and said we had been ready. He stopped. Did you know then that this would not go further than it has? I thought about the question honestly. I hoped, I said. I had built everything to make that hope reasonable. But no. I didn't know. He nodded once. Then he left. I stood in the briefing room alone for a moment and looked at the stars through the window. Then I went to find Claire and tell her to maintain position while we waited. We were very, very good at waiting. The Concord Council met for 11 days after Siren returned with the treaty document. I know some of what was said in those meetings from the records that were later made available as part of the transparency provisions of the treaty itself. I know that the debate was fierce and that several council members who had voted for the declaration now voted against accepting the terms, and that Siren himself spoke for 4 hours on the second day, which was, by Vethkai standards, an extraordinary length of time for any single contribution to a deliberation. I know that the vote to accept the Treaty of Prometheus passed with 9 votes in favor and 2 abstentions. I know this because I was not in the gallery when it happened. I was at the central table. That was the first thing I had asked for when the Concord contacted us to begin final negotiations. Not a concession on any particular clause. Not an adjustment to any specific term. I had asked that the final signing ceremony be conducted with Terran representatives seated as full participants at the main chamber floor, not as observers in the gallery. They agreed. It was a small thing in terms of the treaty's actual substance. The legal and military provisions were what mattered in terms of practical change. But symbols carry their own weight, and there is nothing small about the first time a truth is properly acknowledged after 30 years of being set aside. The chamber was full when I arrived. The same chamber where the declaration had been voted on 26 days earlier. The same curved walls and bioluminescent panels and descended tiers and the faint smell of polished floors. But the configuration at the center had changed. The table now accommodated 12 species instead of 11. Our chairs had been designed for human proportions. Someone had attended to that detail, and I appreciated it more than I would have admitted in the moment. I sat down between Deputy Foreign Minister Owen Clark, who had been quietly promoted from pilot 2 weeks earlier because I needed someone beside me at the table who I trusted completely, and he was that person, and Ambassador Helen Marsh, who had been working in Concord diplomatic channels for 14 years with a patience that exceeded even mine. The delegates filed in. The chamber came to order. Kale, still serving as council speaker, opened the session. His voice was different from the last time I had heard him speak in this chamber. Less settled, as though he was recalibrating the weight of his own words. He read the preamble of the treaty aloud. It was long. It covered mutual recognition of territorial boundaries, military standing, economic rights, and the formal establishment of humanity as a full Concord member species with equal voting rights in all sessions. There was a section near the end of the preamble that I had written myself. I had fought for its inclusion through 4 rounds of negotiation, and I had not given ground on it. It read, recognizing that the circumstances leading to this agreement arose from a structural failure of inclusion that the Concord's existing membership bears responsibility to acknowledge, all parties commit to the principle that the value of any member species is not contingent on the comfort of existing members with that species' nature or methods. Kale read it in a level voice. I watched the other delegates as he read it. Several of them were very still. Good. The signing took 40 minutes. 11 species, multiple delegates each, plus our own 3. The data pad passed around the table methodically. When it reached me, I held it for a moment. I thought about Dion, Lena Farrow in her garden. I thought about Adrian Price handing me a data chip in a closed office. I thought about the 214 people who had never seen the whole of what they were building. I thought about Claire Holt standing at a tactical display with her arms crossed, watching a battle that was not a battle. I thought about Owen Clark setting a course without asking questions. I thought about every person who had sat in a gallery and been told the table was not for them. I signed. Owen signed beside me. Helen signed beside him. The chamber was very quiet. Kale said, in a voice that had lost most of its previous certainty, the Treaty of Prometheus is ratified. The Terran Commonwealth is recognized as a full and equal member of the Galactic Concord, effective immediately. There was no applause. The Vethkai clicked their fingers. The Dorotee swayed. The Mirren lit their small ceremonial fires. I sat with my hands on the table and looked at the room. There was a young Concord aide near the back wall, one of those junior staff members who stand at the edges of historic moments and carry the data pads and bring the water and generally make the whole machinery of civilization function. He was looking at me with the expression of someone who was trying to understand what he had just witnessed. He leaned toward me carefully, in the way of someone who knows they are probably not supposed to speak but cannot quite stop themselves. "Commander," he said quietly, "are you not pleased? You won." I picked up my pen and turned it over in my fingers for a moment. I thought about the word won. What it carried. What it left out. The way it implied a contest with a victor and a loser, which was precisely the frame of thinking that had produced 30 years of a gallery and a table and the wrong people sitting at each. I thought about what we had actually done. We had not broken the Concord. We had not humiliated it. We had not taken over what was not ours. We had not let it go. We had held a mirror up to a structure that had stopped seeing itself clearly and waited, with a patience that had cost us years and sweat and a quiet grief of constant underestimation, until the structure chose to look. That was not winning. Winning is what you do to an enemy. This was something else. We didn't win a war, I said to him. We ended the need for one. He blinked. Nodded slowly, in the way of someone filing something away to think about later. I stood, collected my jacket, and walked out of the chamber. The corridor was the same pale corridor it had always been. The same faint smell of polished floors. My footsteps still echoed. But I walked down the center of it this time. Not along the edge, not quietly, not with my paper notebook tucked under my arm and my face blank. Down the center, at my own pace, in a corridor that was now as much mine as anyone else's. Owen fell into step beside me. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. At the end of the corridor, we stepped out onto the observation deck, a wide curved platform that looked out over the station's exterior docking ring and, beyond it, the stars. The same stars I had watched 26 days ago from the same station, thinking about the courier ship's holding position in the dark. they were gone now. Back to their berths, their crews finally sleeping in real bunks with proper air and proper light. I stood at the window and looked out at the stars for a long time. Somewhere out there was Edinburgh.
Your death will be as
Somewhere out there
painless
was a
as
garden
your
where a
life.
calm and careful wind told me that humanity was still carrying inside it the particular fire that comfortable species forget they ever had. Dr. Farrow had been right.
The bright joy of slaying.
Not for dominance. Not to make the Concord feel small or afraid or ashamed, though the shame, perhaps, was not unearned. We were hungry for the thing that every person and every people in every story that has ever been told is hungry for in the end. To be seen. Fully, honestly, without reduction or condition. To sit at the table and be told, not with ceremony or with carefully worded preambles, but with the simple fact of the chair and the pen and the pen and the document. You are here. You belong here. You are real. I had spent 20 years working toward that moment, 20 seconds experiencing it, and that was as it should be. The moments themselves are never as long as the work. But they are, when they finally arrive, exactly as real as everything that built them. I took out my small paper notebook. I found the last page, the one with the 2 lines I had written on the way home from the chamber. They will vote yes today. They did. I turned to the next blank page. I wrote the date. Then I wrote the only thing that felt true enough to put down. At last. I closed the notebook. Owen was looking at me. Not with a question this time. Just looking, in the way of someone who has watched something unfold over a long time and is now simply present in the aftermath of it. What happens now? He asked. I put the notebook in my jacket pocket. I looked out at the stars one more time. All of them, every one, every system and orbit and populated world spinning through the quiet dark, all of it a little bit different now from what it had been 26 days ago. Now, I said, we get to work. And we did.
The massive crash
Your death will be as painless as your life.
behind his back as he watched the distant lights. The Zephyrian Empire had ruled this part of the galaxy for 300 years. 47 worlds had fallen to their might. Soon it would be 48. Admiral, came a voice from behind him. Kethvar turned to see Dr. Veltar walking across the bridge. The science officer held a datapad in his thin hands. His large eyes looked worried. "What is it, Doctor?" Kethvar asked. His voice was deep and commanding. It was the voice that had ordered the destruction of entire cities. "We received the data from Probe 779, Veltar said. He handed the datapad to the Admiral. "The probe has been studying the 3rd planet in the Sol system for 6 months. Kethvar looked at the screen. It showed a blue and green world spinning slowly in space. White clouds covered parts of its surface. It looked peaceful, almost beautiful. "This is our target?" Kethvar asked. "It looks like any other world." "Yes, Admiral, but there is something strange in the data." Veltar touched the screen with one finger. New numbers appeared. The probe detected unusual energy readings before it went silent. Kethvar studied the numbers. They meant nothing to him. He was a warrior, not a scientist. "What kind of energy?" "I'm not sure," Veltar admitted. "The readings are unlike anything we have seen before. They appear to come from the planet's surface, but they do not match any known technology." The Admiral handed back the datapad. "Primitive species often surprise us with their simple machines. Remember the gas miners on Xerion Prime? They had built weapons from mining tools." "This is different, Admiral," Veltar said. His voice was quiet but firm. "These readings suggest something more advanced than we expected." Before Kethvar could respond, another officer approached. Commander Zixtal was young for his rank, but he had proven himself in many battles. His scaled skin was dark green and his eyes were sharp. "Admiral, we have received another transmission," Zixtal said. He held out a small device. "This one is unusual." Kethvar took the device and pressed a button. A voice filled the air around them. It spoke in perfect Zephyrian, though the accent was strange. "To the Zephyrian Empire. You are approaching the Sol system. This is a warning. Do not engage the humans. Do not land on their world. Do not underestimate them. You have been warned. Turn back now, while you still can. The message ended. Silence filled the bridge. Several officers had stopped their work to listen. They all looked at the Admiral. Kethvar laughed. The sound was harsh and cold. Psychological warfare, he said. The humans must have captured one of our scouts. They forced him to record this message. But Admiral, Beltar said, how would they know our language? How would they know we were coming? They are more clever than we thought, Kethvar replied. But cleverness does not stop plasma cannons. It does not stop our ships. He walked to the center of the bridge. Around him, his officers worked at their stations. Lights blinked on screens. The quiet hum of the ship's engines filled the air. Commander Zixtal, the Admiral said, send word to all ships. We attack in 12 hours. Yes, Admiral, Zixtal replied, but he did not move right away. Should we study the warning more? Perhaps send more probes? Kethvar's eyes grew cold. Commander, in 300 years, the Zephyrian Empire has never retreated from a primitive world. We will not start now. Dr. Veltar stepped forward. Admiral, I request permission to study the energy readings more. Something about this planet troubles me. Your troubles do not concern me, Doctor, Kethvar said. What concerns me is adding another world to our empire. He turned to face the large screen at the front of the bridge. It showed the blue planet again. So small, so far away, yet something about it made him feel uneasy. He pushed the feeling away. This warning, he said to his officers, proves that the humans know we are coming. Good. Fear will make them surrender faster. The bridge became busy with activity. Officers sent messages to other ships. Weapons were charged. Fighters were prepared. The great machine of war began to move. But in the corner of the bridge, Dr. Veltar looked at his datapad again. The strange energy readings were still there. They pulsed like a heartbeat, like something alive, something waiting. Hours passed. The fleet moved closer to the Sol system. 150 ships of different sizes, battle cruisers with thick armor, fast attack ships with powerful weapons, troop carriers filled with soldiers. It was enough force to destroy most worlds twice over. In his private quarters, Admiral Kethvar studied reports from previous battles. The Empire had a perfect record. Every world they attacked had fallen. Some fought back, but never for long. Technology always won against primitive courage. A soft chime told him someone was at his door. Enter, he called. Dr. Veltar walked in. He looked tired. His large eyes were red from staring at screens. Admiral, I have been studying the probe data all night, Veltar said. I found something else. Something that worries me greatly. Kethvar did not look up from his reports. What now, Doctor? The energy readings are not random, Veltar said. They form patterns. Complex patterns that suggest intelligence. Advanced intelligence. All species have intelligence, Doctor. It does not make them dangerous. But Admiral, these patterns are changing. They are adapting, almost like they are learning. Kethvar finally looked up. Learning what? Learning about us, Veltar said quietly. I think the humans have been studying our probe. I think they know more about us than we know about them. The Admiral stood up. His forearms flexed with controlled anger. Doctor, you are letting fear cloud your judgment. This is a simple conquest. We arrive. We destroy their defenses. We take their world. It has worked 47 times before. But the warning, Admiral. Someone told us not to come. Someone who knew we were coming. Enough. Kethvar's voice filled the room. I will not let the fears of one scientist change 300 years of tradition. We are the Zephyrian Empire. We do not run from primitives. Dr. Veltar bowed his head. Yes, Admiral, I understand. But as he left the room, Veltar's mind was filled with worry. The patterns were getting stronger. The patterns were becoming more complex. something on that blue world was watching them. Something that had sent a warning. A warning they had chosen to ignore. On the bridge, Commander Zixtal checked the fleet's position. They would reach the edge of the Sol system in 6 hours. He thought about the strange message. The voice had sounded so certain, so confident. But confidence meant nothing in war. The Zephyrian Empire had ships, weapons, and 3 centuries of victories. What could one small world do against such power? Soon, they would find out. The fleet moved through space toward Earth. Behind them, the stars watched in silence. Ahead of them, a blue world waited. And somewhere in the darkness between, an ancient warning echoed unheard. They had been warned, but they were coming anyway. The Zephyrian fleet dropped out of hyperspace at the edge of the Sol system. 150 ships appeared in the darkness like metal stars. Admiral Kethvar stood on his bridge and smiled.
Dang it!
Hello?
I unmute my mic. I've been talking this whole time. I didn't know my mic was unmuted. Hey man, how's it going?
Hello!
Admiral reported
Don't check that.
from her station. Scanning
Dude, I'll check. Yeah, it's
Kethvar
good.
expected to see a peaceful world. Maybe some simple satellites.
I
Perhaps
can't
even
hear
space
anything.
stations and technology. That was
That's
what
not
they
my fault.
found.
I'm just kidding.
Primitive
I know.
species who had barely left their home planet.
I was just
But
jerking your
the sensor
chain.
readings that appeared on the main screen made him frown.
I would rather you not touch my chain at all. Thanks very much.
I didn't mean it like that.
Sensors are working correctly. I am detecting
Silly boy.
throughout the system.
I know.
Hey, Surf Dude, how's it going?
Said the main screen changed. It now
Oh, is
showed
it a
map
cat
of the
stream?
Sol
It
system.
might be a cat stream.
Red dots mark the Zephyrian fleet at the edge.
From the
Between them and
ground.
Earth, hundreds of blue dots
reminds me
floated
of
in
Lucas.
space. What are those?
Hold on, I'm gonna try to get this chat
Dr.
up
Beltar,
here.
who had been quiet since their argument.
I'm blessed. Praise God.
They appear to be monitoring stations at
Blessed by the
and
best.
defense platforms. Many more than our intelligence predicted. Defense platforms, Commander Zixtal said.
How do we make it so you
reached their
can
own
hear
moon.
me? Or I can
Our
hear
reports
me?
were wrong.
On
Beltar said
stream.
quietly. Suddenly,
Twitch,
alarms began
Google
to sound throughout
Chrome,
the bridge.
Action
Lieutenant
Toys,
Yiska's
Twitch,
eyes went
Google
wide
Chrome.
As she stared at her screen.
Would it be this one?
We are being scanned by multiple sources.
Can you talk?
High-powered sensors from throughout the system.
Hello.
Kethvar felt a chill run.
Can you guys hear him?
My
Or is
name
it-
is Ernest P-Whirl.
Most primitive
third.
species took hours or days to notice an approaching
Oh, you
fleet.
can hear him.
The humans
Yeah.
had found them in minutes. How is this possible? He
You've got a
demanded.
very distinct voice. It's very annoying, I'm told.
Yexka replied. But the scans are
What?
very detailed.
Who said that?
Mapping our entire
No
fleet.
one
On Earth,
Josh,
deep
you
beneath
Some
the ocean in
schmuck
Colorado, alarms were ringing in the
Yep.
that I need to go beat his face in.
Yep.
Stood in the center
I'm just
of the
kidding.
command room, watching
I'm not a
screens that
violent
showed the
person.
alien fleet. How many ships? She asked.
Unless someone gets under my skin.
Replied Colonel Martinez at the
kidding.
sensor station. Multiple ship classes. This is a full invasion
It's funny.
force.
Yep.
Time until they reach Earth orbit. At their
They keep
current
putting
I gotta go in the
18
morning
hours,
to an appointment. Oh, the server's gonna come down in like
18 hours.
9 minutes for
They
about
prepared for this
5
months
minutes.
Ever since they captured
Oh,
that alien probe.
She already
The probe
crashed
that had
once.
been watching Earth.
So I don't
The
know
probe
if she
that
can
had told
restart
them
it.
everything they needed to know about their enemies. Send the message, she ordered.
Look at
Ah.
the ambiance I
The
got in this
Zephyrian
place. This
fleet was
is
still
amazing.
moving toward Earth when they received another transmission. This time the voice was different. Female, calm, speaking perfect Zephyrian. To the commanding officer of the Zephyrian fleet.
I think I'll level
This is
this guy
General
up a
Sarah
little
Chen
bit
of the
today.
Defense Command. You were warned to stay away. You chose not to listen.
I got all my sorcery done, right?
Leave our system
Is there anything
Yeah.
extra that I'm missing?
Kethvar laughed.
The moment you got that
show
teleportation
you my table.
thing,
I will
it's
give
done.
them that.
Once you got the teleportation, you're pretty much done.
Dr. Veltar said. How do they
Look,
know
there's
you're
no more
ready?
book here,
How
right?
do they know
So
we
it's
have a
done?
commanding
Yeah, that's
officer?
done.
Yeah, so there's nothing extra though, like on the map that you can get,
Not that
like
I
by
know of.
finding a
Three
book
objects are
or
approaching from Earth.
talking to a
High
guy
speed,
or something.
Very high speed.
Not that I know
Our
of, but
advanced
you never
scouts?
know.
Kethvar asked. No, sir.
I have cats in this game. Well, you know that.
The The main screen showed
I
three
don't know
small
where they are
objects
right
racing
now.
through space. They were moving faster
Oh, here
than
they
anything
are.
the Zephyrians had ever seen from a
Hello,
previous
Boomerang. What's wrong?
weapons? Kethvar asked.
There's one of my
Unknown, Admiral.
kitties.
They are too small to carry heavy weapons.
I gotta put my
Probably
kitty on the
licensed
bed.
craft. Let them come. Kethvar decided.
Always gotta. I
When
gotta
they
make a
get close
bedroom
enough,
in this
destroy
game.
them. Send a message to the
I gotta go at
human
10 a.m. or like I gotta be at a doctor's appointment at 10 a.m.
human craft did something
Oh, did you gotta go to bed early
just to
then?
get off.
Instead of flying straight toward the
No, I
Zephyrian
already
fleet,
slept like
they
9
split
hours,
apart.
but
One went
I
high.
just woke up, man. I'm ready for the day. Gaming,
Their
all the
flight
things.
patterns were wild and unpredictable.
Do you have any?
Kethvar ordered. The weapons
Do you have any?
A beam of bright energy shot through space toward the human ship.
Do you have
It
star
should have been
metal?
an easy hit. The
have
human
lots of them.
craft was flying directly toward them.
Can I borrow a stack, like a little bit of a stack, to make some big refrigerators and some black ice, if you have it? All right. I just don't feel like going up there right now to get all that stuff. I was up there too, dude. I could have easily got it. I can get it if you don't, if you need it.
Ship dodged them
It's
all.
fine.
It moved like a living thing, dancing
Why do
between
you
the
always-
fire. Behind it, the other two craft were
Why do
doing
you
the
make
same
me get it
thing,
myself?
avoiding shot after shot.
Did you just say you wet yourself?
How are they doing that?
Pooped your pants?
Yes, I
Commander
did.
Zixtal asked. Lieutenant Yexka was staring at her sensors.
Sounds like your boys are having a good time.
Oh,
Are they
they
playing that
are.
card game?
No living being should be
No,
able
they're
to
playing
survive
something
those
else right
movements.
now.
Yet they are surviving.
They're playing something else. They're
Playing
playing something
Dookies?
game.
And they are getting closer. The three
Oh,
human
that poor
ships were
cat.
now racing.
Yeah, I gotta go to, oh yeah, I gotta go get a heart monitor put on.
They flew patterns
Oh, what am I
that seemed
doing? I
impossible.
don't want you to have this.
Somehow they were scanning every ship they passed.
Just so they can check my palpitations.
Dr. Veltar said, learning about our weapons, our defenses, our
Did you go-
capabilities.
Oh, no.
Oh, you guys don't see the game. I'm sorry. Thank you, Griffin.
Send the fighters,
Appreciate that.
20
I
ships,
forgot I'd turn it
destroy
off
those
so I don't
insects. 20 Zephyrian fighter craft
show
launched
my
from the
server and
They
then
were
have
fast, armed with
trolls
powerful
come in here and try to do
weapons
funny
and flown by
business.
experienced pilots. They should have destroyed the three human craft in minutes. Instead, something happened that no one on the Zephyrian bridge could understand.
Look at all this dry wood. You want me to trade you anything for that
They had
stuff?
weapons that they had not shown
I'm good.
before. Weapons that fired solid
I got
metal
tons
at
of
heavy
stuff.
speeds.
Look at all this.
When these metal slugs hit Zephyrian
I'm
fighters, they
good.
punched right through the shields and armor.
You want some dry wood or
Breathed
some
Lieutenant Yexka.
shaped wood? I give you a stack of 1,000.
Not all.
I'm good.
Veltar said grimly. Not when they
You
knew
want a
that
smack across the
It was
face?
not just the weapons
Yep.
that shocked the Zephyrians.
I think that's an order.
It was how the humans fought.
Do
They
it, then,
worked
boy.
together like parts of one mind.
Dude, it's still making the shaped wood from last night, dude.
Came to help,
And it's got thousands left.
protected each other, and fought
Yeah.
with the
I saw that. I
coordinated
don't know what it is. It's a question mark.
Worse, they seemed to know what the Zephyrian pilots were going to do before they did it. Human ships would dodge attacks that had not even been fired yet. They would turn away from weapons that were still charging. In 10 minutes, the humans had destroyed 6 Zephyrian fighters. The other 14 were running back to the fleet, damaged and defeated. Status report, Kethvar demanded. 6 fighters destroyed, 8 heavily damaged. Commander Zixtal reported.
Alright, let's go and do more of this.
How many humans were in those ships? Sensors show 3 life forms, Admiral. One
How
human
much
ship. 3
should I make all 4,548? Yeah.
Admiral Kethvar stared at the main screen. The 3 human ships were now flying lazy. Circles around his fleet just out of weapons range. They were watching. Waiting. Learning. Admiral, Dr. Veltar said softly.
What's that noise?
I recognize
That was so
reconsider
many
our approach
little
to this
bubbles
war.
it sound like.
Never, Kethvar replied. But his voice lacked its usual strength.
What do you call it?
Send a message to Earth. Tell them to surrender or we will destroy their world.
My phone
Sir,
going
they are
out.
sending us another message.
I'm gonna craft
The voice
all
of General
these.
Chen filled the bridge again.
I'm gonna have like
Kethvar, you have seen what 3 of our pilots can do. We have 10,000 more just
KC
like
quality wood. Come on over, get some of KC's quality wood.
Kethvar looked
Did I
around
type
the
in the
bridge.
chat? I
His
would.
officers were staring at him.
Yeah.
I'm also weird like that.
teaser post. Yep. I'm gonna put these in a spot where I know where they are.
The humans knew exactly where our weak points were. They knew our shield frequencies. They knew our weapon ranges. What are you saying? I am saying they
Don't be lazy, Matt.
studying us for a long time. Much longer than we have been studying them.
Did you say that you wanted to get smacked across the face, boy?
I think they have been learning everything about us while we learned nothing about them. Kethvar felt a cold
Oh, okay, what happened there?
Ah, we're sharing chat, aren't we? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the server's gonna go down. I'm not leaving until
They studied each world before attacking.
in 2 minutes. It's a little late. Last time it was a little late. I'm gonna stay in base while it happens. Oh, I can see what animals I got.
Orders? Kethvar looked
I got a last night. My very first saber tooth is a greater one.
already bloodied his fleet with just 3 ships.
Yeah, happy about that.
Continue the attack, he said finally.
Yes, the kitty always wants what he wants.
We will show these humans the true power of the Empire. But even as he gave the order, Admiral Kethvar
So I didn't get anything
making the biggest mistake
decent
of
up
his
here.
life.
Do you need a horse?
In the U-way, distance
No,
I could give you
I have one
a
at-
saddle horse.
1,000 human pilots were preparing for war.
You don't need any of your
Admiral Kethvar
stuff.
had made his decision. The full might
Oh yeah, but you need a smack across your head.
He would not be remembered as the first admiral to retreat from a primitive world.
This, yo, it lags so bad in the base, and it's not.
Target the 3rd planet.
I think it's the internet lag. It's not like
The Zephyrian
graphically,
fleet moved toward Earth like a cloud
Yeah,
of metal
because it's a rubber band.
Yeah, Kat said that her server crashed. So I wonder if it needs like a proper restart instead of like an emergency
At the
boot up.
rear, troop carriers
It should have it
on the conquered world.
coming in about a minute or two.
The Empire had done this 47 times before. But as they approached Earth's moon,
Is she online?
things began to go wrong.
Yeah, she is.
Admiral,
I forgot to say hi to her.
Yexka called out. I am
Hello,
detecting
Kat.
massive energy buildups on the
How's it
planet's
going?
surface. Their defenses
How are you doing?
Kethvar said.
Hello,
Expected.
What are you doing?
What are their capabilities? Unknown, sir. The energy readings are unusual. On the main screen, Earth grew larger. The blue and white marble that had looked so peaceful now seemed to pulse with hidden power. Strange lights flickered across its night side. Sir,
I heard a song by Michael W. Smith today. It's so good.
multiple launches from the planet.
It's called Grace.
Hundreds of
Grace
objects heading
Live.
Missiles. Kethvar
I know it's probably an older song or something, but still,
fighters.
it's nicely.
Surface. Dr. Veltar looked
Yeah,
from the station.
I love Michael W. Smith's voice. I just slept on him for so long. There was a couple songs like throughout the years, but I never really gave him a chance with all his music, and I should have.
Species the Empire had encountered could launch fighters directly from a planetary surface into space combat. The energy
How are you doing? I forgot to ask. How are you doing, guys? Like Boomerang, Griffinus. I think I asked you.
But the evidence
Surf,
was right there
Surf
on their
Dude.
surface.
How you doing?
Hundreds of human fighters were rising from Earth like a swarm of angry insects.
I hope you guys are well.
Kethvar demanded.
I'm gonna switch this song. Play this one next.
500, 800, 1,000. Sir, they are
Oh,
still
hi,
launching.
Casey.
I count
Server will
1,500
restart soon,
fighters
right?
now. 1,500. The Empire's entire fleet carried only 800 fighters. Admiral, Dr. Veltar said quietly, I recommend we halt our advance and reassess. No, Kethvar snarled. We have superior technology. We have larger
Like
ships.
2 to 3
We will
minutes.
crush
Thank
them
you.
with overwhelming firepower. The human fighters reached the edge of Earth's atmosphere and formed into groups. But these were not like any formations the Zephyrians had ever seen. Instead of rigid battle lines, the humans flew and flew. Organic
What are you gonna do?
that seemed to shift and
I'm gonna stand in my base until the server restarts.
begin the attack. Kethvar ordered. The first Zephyrian
So that was the plan.
I'll check it out after Grace plays next. I'll check it out. Griffinus.
Each beam was powerful enough to destroy a city.
I don't feel like doing it. Like, as soon as I start moving and doing something, the server's gonna go down.
Directions at once, some diving toward Earth, others others climbing
I'll
high.
just start putting things in the dismantler.
Not a single beam found
Oh, I
its
forgot
target.
to turn on my
Then the
furnace.
humans began to return fire. Their weapons were not
Why do you do
as
this?
expected.
Hit me.
Instead of energy
Oh, I
beams,
need to.
they fired
I need to put
solid
sulfur in there now.
projectiles with
Actually,
incredible
Casey, can you
speeds.
bring sulfur?
Railgun slugs and kinetic
Yes, I will bring you 1 million sulfur.
Thank you. Oh,
Here we go.
Slug hit the void render's forward
From
generator.
another server
The
reset,
shield
it says.
flickered and died.
yeah.
The second slug punched a hole.
Oh, I know what she's doing there.
The third slug
Giving us a
She like when people take
The void render
people take
exploded.
God's name in vain, unfortunately.
Impossible.
But
Oh,
Keithbar shouted.
when we've done that in the
Ship had
past,
the
I
best
should
shields
say.
in the fleet.
Like, you know, you say like,
Too
oh,
fast for our shields.
blank.
Dr. Beltar.
Not another server restart.
Kinetic energy at relativistic
Gotcha.
speeds. Our shields were not designed for this type of attack. More Zephyrian ships opened fire. More human fighters scattered and regrouped. And more kinetic slugs found their targets. Within minutes, 3
She's
more
gonna do
Zephyrian
it.
vessels were burning wrecks floating in space. But the worst part was not the weapons. The worst part was how the humans fought. They moved like they could read minds. When a Zephyrian ship turned to target, one group of fighters, another group would attack from the opposite direction. When weapons locked onto a human ship, it would begin damaging before the weapons even fired.
Yeah.
How are they coordinating so well? Commander Zixtal asked. Lieutenant, Yexka was studying her communications.
Come on,
systems.
server.
Sir, I am detecting massive data transmissions between all human craft. They are sharing information in real time. Positions, targets, damage reports, everything. They fight as one mind in many bodies, Dr. Veltar observed. Admiral Kethvar watched his fleet being torn apart by ships that should have been primitive toys. His hands gripped the command rails.
10 minutes after the message. Oh, we got time.
Launch all
Oh,
fighters.
okay.
Boomerangs being a emote boy.
Defenses. 800. Zephyrian fighters poured out of the fleet's carriers.
Oh,
They flew in
head
perfect
pats.
formations, followed
Nobody's ever asked for
by
head
work
pats,
For 3
so.
centuries. Disciplined, organized, predictable. The humans fell upon them like wolves.
I have time to do
Through the
something.
Zephyrian formations like ghosts.
so
Let me
I'm
message
like
her.
rushing around.
From nowhere, fired their
Sounds
deadly
good.
accurate weapons and vanished before return fire could target them. They
I
used
will
every
rush and
opportunity,
do. I will
every
rush
vast cloud,
around
every shadow is cover.
and
Worse,
do
they had no
my
fear. Zephyrian
do
pilots began
what
to
I
panic as human
can
fighters
before
performed maneuvers that should have killed their
it
pilots from
starts.
acceleration forces. Humans flew straight towards Zephyrian weapons.
So I have that emote.
Dodging at the last possible
Gold,
second.
please.
They rammed damaged human ships into Zephyrian
Oh, this
vessels,
song is good.
sacrificing
I forgot it. I
themselves
wanted
to save
to. I didn't
others.
enjoy it. Sorry.
Sir,
I'm gonna restart it.
Yexka called out. The humans are doing something to our communications. Our fighter pilots are reporting system
Oh,
failures.
I got a Cobra, but I didn't get a good one yet. You want one?
Their targeting computers are malfunctioning.
Sure.
Navigation systems are showing
Keep
Yeah,
it.
we'll
false
take
readings.
Keep it as your
Some
base.
fighters report their own weapons are not
do.
responding.
I
to
did
commands.
Midnight
Dr.
Grove
Viltar
last
looked
night.
up from his station with horror on his face.
What all did you get? I'm good.
Admiral, the humans are not just fighting us.
Bunch of legendaries, and it glitched out at the end, so I had to jump off and kill myself. I beat it, but it let me go into the back where the guy.
But they are turning
You know how he gets real giant at the end?
On Earth in the deep command bunker, General Chen watched
Well,
the battle on dozens of screens.
it let me go in there back where he was.
Worked at computers that glowed with alien symbols.
I gotta show you something, dude.
Status on the
Hold on.
cyber attack? She asked. Proceeding as planned, replied Dr. Kim, the chief technology officer. We are using the data from their probe to hack their systems. Their computer networks are surprisingly vulnerable once you know their access codes.
Boomerang Bud.
Performing beyond expectations. The new
Ohana loves the
technology is
kitty.
allowing perfect coordination between all fighters. They are sharing sensory, data,
You don't love the kitties, do you?
and targeting solutions in real time.
Not really.
General Chen nodded.
Why don't you love the kitties?
Humanity's
I don't
secret
know. I
weapon.
just don't like
Technology
kids.
developed
Can't
from
help
studying
it.
the captured Zephyrian probe. Now, human pilots could think
I wish the
as
roles were
massive
reversed, though.
while still maintaining individual
Where
creativity
dogs,
and initiative.
dogs were the ones that were like selfish and only cared about themselves, and cats were the ones that were like loved you more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Admiral Kethvar watched in horror as
Because
his
I like
fleet
cats
was
more, and I'd rather
systematically
them be
destroyed.
more like dogs'
Ships that had conquered
personality.
worlds were being torn apart by fighters that looked like they were built from scratch.
I do love dogs,
Pilots
though.
who had never lost a battle were running in terror from human attacks.
But why can't cats have the
Admiral,
personality of like a
Commander
golden
Zixtal said,
retriever?
his voice shaking. We have lost 40% of our fighters. 18 capital ships are destroyed or disabled. The humans have lost less than 200 fighters. How many fighters do they
Yeah,
have
dude,
left?
look at this.
Still over 1,000, sir. And more
I'm
are
just gonna
launching from
tell
the
you
planet.
because you'll have to search through the
Kethvar
stream
stared
to
at
see
the
it.
tactical
But
display. Red symbols showed his dying fleet.
actually,
Blue
maybe I
symbols
will
showed
show
the
you.
human forces, still
Yes, you
strong,
should feed the cat.
still
Plenty of food.
For the first time in his military
Make him a
career, he
chunky
was
cat.
losing.
I'm just
Badly.
kidding. It's not healthy.
Sir, Dr. Veltar said quietly, I am detecting new contacts.
Did you wake up the
from dark
babies?
side of their moon.
I'm blaming you.
More fighters. Negative, Admiral.
Why do you wake
These
the
are larger,
babies?
much larger. I believe they are capital ships.
I'm right back.
The
I
main
gotta put
screen
him to sleep.
showed new contacts emerging from behind Earth's moon.
Alright, man.
Ships that were clearly human-built, but massive beyond anything the Zephyrians had expected. They moved with purpose toward the battle. How many ships do these humans have? Kethvar whispered. But I am beginning to suspect we greatly underestimated their capabilities. The human capital ships opened fire with weapons that made the fighters' railguns look like toys. Beams of concentrated energy that could cut a Zephyrian battlecruiser in half. Missile swarms that overwhelmed point defense
Okay,
systems.
so here's me
And
fight.
something
Okay.
new.
I
Weapons that
don't
seemed to bend
understand.
space itself, crushing Zephyrian ships like invisible hands. Admiral, Commander Zixtal said, recommend immediate withdrawal. Kethvar wanted to give that order. Every instinct told him to run, but 3 centuries of Zephyrian pride held him back. No, he said through gritted teeth. Deploy the invasion force. Land troops on their planet. We will take their world even if we lose every ship. Sir, with respect, that would be suicide. Then, it will be glorious suicide, Kethvar replied. We are the Zephyrian Empire. We do not run. But he was Admiral Kethvar, he had made a terrible mistake. The warning had been real.
Alexa, turn on the AC.
And now, his fleet was being destroyed by an enemy he had completely misunderstood. The troop carriers began their descent toward Earth's atmosphere. Behind them, the space battle raged on. And on Earth, 10 milli.
Dude, I was
the
stuck in there
Zephyrian
back
troop
with him
carriers
for a
descended
while.
through Earth's atmosphere like falling meteors. Admiral Kethvar watched from his command ship as 30 massive vessels carried 50,000
Did
soldiers
Action go
toward
to
the
sleep?
planet's
Oh, that's
surface.
right. He's putting the
Even
baby
if
to
his
sleep.
fleet was losing the space battle, ground troops would secure victory. No primitive species could
You want
stand
me
against
to? You want me to
Zephyrian
come over
soldiers.
there and do a clap
He
with
was
my
ready
hands
to
right
go
next
too.
to him?
The first sign of trouble came when the
Big
carriers
loud
reached the
clap
atmosphere.
like this.
Instead of the clear skies they expected, they found themselves flying through a storm of metal and fire.
I'm gonna make
Sir,
this. I'm gonna send you a
pilot
clip.
landing ship
I want you to
7
watch
over the
this
radio.
clip.
We are under attack by
Honestly,
atmospheric
dude, I
craft.
don't know what's
They came
going
out of
on with
nowhere.
that clip.
On Earth, human fighter jets screamed through the sky like hunting eagles. But these were not the same jets that had fought in wars decades before. These planes had been upgraded with technology learned
You gotta
from
watch this
captured
clip,
Zephyrian
dude.
probes.
It's wild.
They moved faster, turned sharper, and hit harder than anything that should have been possible.
Where do you want me to
Sarah
send it on
Baker
Discord?
Johnson pulled her
Wherever you
F-35
want. Yeah,
Lightning
sounds
into
good.
a vertical climb, chasing a
There you go.
Zephyrian carrier through the clouds. Her plane's engines roared with power that came from hybrid human-alien technology. Target locked, she called into her radio.
Let me play that song.
The missile that left her plane was not a normal human weapon. It was a kinetic penetrator
No,
that used alien
Secret
biometric
Ambition.
technology to punch through shields that could stop nuclear weapons. The missile hit the carrier's rear engine and tore through its hull like paper. The massive ship began to fall from the sky, trailing smoke and fire. Splash 1 carrier,
Wait till you see what.
Johnson reported. Moving to next target. But the carriers that made it through the aerial defense faced something worse on the ground. As they landed in fields and cities around the world, they found that the humans had been expecting them. The first Zephyrian soldiers to leave their ships walked into carefully prepared traps. Staff Sergeant Michael Rodriguez crouched behind a concrete barrier in downtown Denver, watching alien soldiers march down the street. They were tall, armored
That is pretty
and
cool.
carried weapons that could melt steel.
Wait, you gotta see what it.
They moved in perfect formation, following standards
You
of
see that thing?
military doctrine.
Yeah.
Rodriguez smiled grimly. Standard
I didn't want to
doctrine
say
was
anything.
exactly what the humans had been counting on. Fire. He whispered into his radio. The street exploded with gunfire from a dozen hidden
It's not.
positions, but this was not
The thing
normal
is,
gunfire.
is
The human weapons had been modified with alien technology.
is that his tail?
Bullets moved at incredible speeds and
Oh, I
hit
have no
with
idea.
devastating
I would
force.
assume it is.
They
Probably
punched
just
through
clipped through.
Zephyrian armor like it was made of cloth. The alien
I was,
formations
yeah, but
scattered,
I was
but
there,
things
and I
were
said that looks like a, you know what,
Humans had been
and I didn't want to
watching
say
from
anything.
satellites since they left their ships.
I'm gonna
Every
delete
movement was
this
predicted.
clip now.
Every
Sure.
escape
Why?
route was blocked. RPG
it.
Nah,
incoming.
it's naughty.
Someone
It
shouted.
could be like, it's not naughty.
A rocket-propelled grenade struck the leader.
You're a
of the
bad
soldier.
boy.
But this was not a normal RPG.
Oh, we're gonna disconnect.
server
now.
didn't restart yet.
Enhanced with alien
Oh, I
plasma
can't. I
It's
can't
coming
interact
now.
with anything.
The explosion vaporized the soldier and left a crater in the street.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Good.
London, Tokyo,
Finally.
New York, and 100 other cities,
What?
the same scene played out.
All right. Well, server's gonna do
Zephyrian
restart.
soldiers who had conquered dozens of worlds found themselves trapped in urban
You should
warfare
give the
against an
cat
enemy that seemed to
seafood
know their every
fancy
move.
feast.
But the humans
That's
did
what I
more
used to
than
feed
just
my
fight.
cats.
They adapted. Dr. Lisa Chen worked
And
in
they
the
knew when I
laboratory
was about to
beneath the
feed
Pentagon,
them,
surrounded by
because
pieces
I
of
would say the
captured
same
Zephyrian
thing.
equipment.
I'd be like,
She
"Do you
had been
got?
reverse
You want
engineering
some
alien
seafood?
technology for months,
Fancy feast?"
ever since they
I would
captured
be
the
make a
Earth.
funny voice.
Now,
They'd all
with
come
battle
running.
raging overhead, she was working faster than ever. I've got
They
it, she
they would
told
know
me.
when it was time to get
Their
fed.
personal shields operate on a rotating frequency. If we can match the rotation and invert it,
If I ever get another animal, I'm going to
data
feed
flow
it
to
the
manufacturing
healthiest
plants around the
foods
world. Within hours, human soldiers were carrying
that
weapons
are
specifically designed to defeat
best
Zephyrian
rated
personal
or
shields.
highly
The
in
aliens had better
what the
technology,
vitamins they need,
but
so the
humans
cat will
learned
live
faster.
as long as possible.
Admiral Kethvar received reports from the ground battle with growing horror. His soldiers were not just losing, they were being slaughtered. Worse, the humans seemed to be studying Zephyrian tactics and equipment in
I don't
real
think
time.
Boomerang likes cats
How
very
are they
much.
doing this? He demanded.
Boomerang says I'll buy some new shoes
Dr.
instead of
Belstar
cat
had been
food.
monitoring human communications. Admiral, they are sharing information across their entire
And leave your
fleet
window open.
instantly.
They'll go in and out as
When
they
one
want.
human
They'll bring
soldier
in their
learns
own
something
food.
about our weapons, every human
Yeah, you
soldier
could just
knows it
leave him
within
outside.
minutes.
He'll go eat some
That is
mice or
impossible.
birds.
No species has that level
I
of
came home from
coordination.
school when I was little,
The
and
humans
my
do so.
cat was chewing the
They
mouse
created
head
a
off his
global
body.
communication network that allows instant data sharing.
There was
They
the
fight
body
each
was
other
on the
in a
floor,
sort of
on the
8 billion
concrete,
miles.
just with a missing
Reports
head and a
continued
big
to pour in
bloody
from the ground battle.
thing right there.
Zephyrian positions were being overrun.
I walked out the
Human
door
forces
the other
were
day,
capturing
and
alien
the
weapons and vehicles.
neighborhood
Worst of
cats
all,
around here
humans
left
were beginning
a
to use captured Zephyrian technology against
they
them.
left
Sir, Commander Zixtal
a
reported.
mouse out at the doorstep.
Landing Group 5 reports that humans are now using our own plasma rifles against us. They have somehow modified them to be
Honestly,
more effective
dude,
than our
though,
standard weapons.
I don't
How
really
is that
know.
possible?
All these people that are breaking rules
But the
with having
humans
cats
appear
in
to be
here.
improving our technology even
I don't
as they
really want
use it.
like fleas and
This
crap
was
to get
beyond
into the
anything the
apartments,
Empire
you
had
know.
ever encountered. Primitive species
All these
were
people
supposed
breaking
to be
the
overwhelmed
rules
by
with
superior
dogs and
technology.
cats around here.
They were not supposed to steal that
I don't want to do it
technology
because I don't
make it
feel
better
right
than
morally
yours of
doing
first
something
seed.
like that. I
But
want a
humans were not
cat,
like other species the
but I
Empire
don't
had conquered.
want to break
Well,
rules.
don't they have like an option to like
Factory in Detroit.
I could
yeah,
get
you're
emotional
allowed to have
support.
your cat.
Captured Zephyrian tank. They had never seen
Or something
alien
like that?
technology before today.
Yeah, like a
But
much
they
support
approached it
or
with the same curiosity and
some places
determination
if
that
you
had
pay a
built
fee,
human
a monthly
civilization.
fee or whatever, they'll let you
Look
have
at
a
this,
cat or
said
pet or
Maria
whatever.
Santos, an engineer.
Oh,
who had
yeah,
been
yeah.
building cars until this morning.
I could ask
Their
him.
armor plating is made from some kind of crystalline matrix. But see these stress
Where
points?
is the song
Every
name
design
again?
a molecular structure. She sketched modifications on a tablet computer. The new design was sent instantly to every human military unit on the planet.
Let's see.
Within hours,
What's that song
human
name?
soldiers knew exactly where to shoot Zephyrian vehicles to disable them with a
Which
single
one again?
shot. The aliens had superior materials,
Michael W.
but
Smith.
humans had superior insight. As the day wore
But when
on,
did I get white
the
pants?
tide of battle shifted dramatically.
I just
Zephyrian
noticed this.
forces that
Pretty
had
good,
landed with
actually.
confidence found themselves trapped and surrounded. Human tactics
Secret
were
Ambition.
unpredictable, illogical,
I'll play this
and
next.
devastatingly effective.
Yep, I found it.
Cairo,
It's
a
on the
Zephyrian
queue now.
commander named Gaxtul
Hello,
found
crocodile.
his
We are
entire
back.
regiment pinned down by human forces that seemed to appear and disappear
Wait, is
like
she
ghosts.
online?
Every time his soldiers advanced,
No, she's not back
the
yet.
humans melted away,
I was gonna
only to
type in the
attack from a
chat, we
different
back.
direction. This is not how warfare is supposed to work, he muttered into his communicator. Sir, his lieutenant replied. The humans do not seem to follow standard military doctrine. Then what doctrine do
Do you
they
want to
follow?
have some?
None
Do you
that
need
relate to
a
you, sir.
house
They appear to
cat?
be making up new tactics as they
Do
fight.
you need a bear?
This was exactly right.
A hyena?
Military
A stag?
commanders
A
around the world
rhino?
invented
I need
new
a wolf.
strategies in real time, sharing ideas.
I haven't gotten any wolves
instantly
yet,
through their
sadly.
global communication
I know.
networks. They combined ancient guerrilla warfare with
I ain't getting no
cutting-edge
stinking wolf.
technology.
Look how many
They
scorpion
used
eggs I
civilian
have.
infrastructure as military assets. They
I
turned
know what
every
I'll give
human
you.
into a potential
I'll give you
soldier. Most importantly,
I'll give you a friendly
they fought
treat
with an intensity
that you can
that
eat.
the Zephyrians had never encountered. Colonel James Mitchell led a counterattack through the ruins of
I got
Sparta,
more scorpion
carrying
eggs
a
over
weapon
here
that
if you
had
want a
been Zephyrian
scorpion.
plasma rifle until human engineers got their hands on it.
Not big on.
Do you want to punch in the head, then?
And hit 3 times as hard as the original.
We're not caring about all these
Remember,
beautiful
they
animals
called
and
to the
creatures?
soldiers as they advanced.
Yeah.
This is our world, our home. They want to take it from us. The human soldiers around him moved with a fury that came from defending everything they loved.
Yeah, my timers
They
are
were not fighting
working.
for an empire
That's
or
good.
for
I need a
conquest.
chest for this
They were
stuff.
fighting for survival, for their families,
The
for their
one.
future.
I got my black blood
That
pick.
made all the difference.
Oh, that's good.
By nightfall,
Do you
Zephyrian
need
forces on
I
Earth
know
were
it's
in
not
full
the best
retreat.
one, but
Those who could
I have
reach
a
the
star
shores
metal
back to
pickaxe,
space.
but I don't
Those
have
who
anything
had to
else.
surrender or died
I can make
fighting.
star metal weapons and stuff.
The ground invasion that was supposed to secure
Can you make
had been
a
complete
star metal
disaster.
pick?
Admiral Kethavar stared at the
Yeah.
reports in disbelief.
Can you make
50,000
a?
soldiers, the finest warriors in the empire.
Can you make your
defeated by
butt?
primitive species in a
Yeah,
single
that's
day.
how'd you know?
Status of the fleet.
Can you?
The
Do you
answer
want
was
a
60% losses.
Do you
Admiral.
want a snake?
Commander
You said
Zixtal
no, right?
replied.
No.
Most remaining ships are heavily damaged.
You don't ever want
Now
anything.
control orbital space around the planet.
I told you I want a wolf, and then you're like,
They
I
are
don't
launching
have a
more
wolf.
ships, sir. Their
What am I
industrial
supposed
I
to
got
do?
a stinking wolf.
They are building
That's
new
too
vessels
expensive.
even
I
as
didn't really go
they
there. Like I went near that area, but I didn't
up to
go.
the station. Admiral, I am detecting human ships.
Wait, I know what I
in
can do
position.
for you. I
They
can bring you
appear to be
your
using
guys that are
captured
over
Zephyrian
here.
Technology, but
Did you
modified.
get them already?
Modified how?
No, I haven't. At least
They
I
are
don't think I
faster
did.
than our ships, sir, and their
But I'm
weapons
not.
are
My
more
memory's
I
powerful.
know what that is.
reliable.
Admiral Kethvar closed his eyes. In one day, the humans had gone from primitive targets to technological
Oh, guess who's
equals.
dead?
No, more
Who?
than equals. They were
Frigga is
innovating faster
dead.
than the
I was
Empire
so
could
upset
adapt.
last night.
Sir, Commander
Well, you were
Jackson
here when
said
that happened, I
quietly,
think.
recommend immediate
Yeah.
retreat. For a
I gotta
long
get
time,
another
No.
Frigga
Kethvar
because
said
she was
nothing.
a good one.
3 centuries of
I
Zephyrian
remember that.
dominance.
They're like, no.
47 conquered worlds.
Why is he
All
carrying
of it meant
these?
nothing now.
Oh, we ain't leveling you
Signal
up
the
with that.
fleet,
I got the
he
wrong
said
guy.
finally. Full retreat, emergency jump to hyperspace. Sir,
We need
on the
cooked
ships.
fish for you.
Admiral Kethvar's
Using
remaining
all
ships
shit.
limped through space, running from Earth as fast as their damaged engines could
Little boy.
43 vessels out of
I think
150.
if
Actually,
you ever
we're
look
not-
at the Stargazers, Matt, you might like it. I just got to get myself a
But their nightmare was not
what
over.
do you call it?
Admiral, Lieutenant Yexka called from her station. I am detecting pursuit. Human ships are following us.
A thing.
Kethvar looked at the rear sensors in disbelief. How many? 12 confirmed, sir. But they are not like the ships we
You need
fought
fresh,
before.
a flesh of
These appear
remembrance.
to be newly constructed. Dr. Beltar
I don't
studied
even know
the
what I'd use
sensor
it for.
readings. Admiral,
You eat it,
these ships
and then
are
you'll
using
learn
old technology,
something. I forget what.
but improved. They are faster than anything in our fleet. How is that possible? We have been retreating for only 6 hours.
Coffee
The
time.
humans appear to have incredible manufacturing capabilities.
Anytime
Beltar
is
replied.
coffee time. All
They
the
are
time
building
is
new
coffee.
ships using captured Zephyrian technology.
Every day
and
is coffee
innovations.
time. I
Commander
use my
Zixtal
French
looked
press.
From his station.
Oh,
Sir,
you finally
the
got
human
the
ships are
hand
dangerous.
on it.
At current speed, they will intercept us in
No,
2
I got.
hours.
Yeah, I got it. It's getting better every day, every
Red,
time I use it.
red
Today's, I was
showed
like,
his
this is
fleet.
good. Thank
Ships.
God.
Blue dots showed human vessels closing the distance like predators stalking wounded
Wow,
prey.
that really
In all
makes
his
it.
years
Oh,
of service, he had never been hunted like this.
Oh, I found. Yo, this wheel of pain is directly behind my house, bro.
Ships have damaged jump drives. If we leave now,
I could get another guy and put him in here even.
the Admiral phased
I don't really like getting these guys, but
and abandon a third of his remaining
they're not
or stay
bad.
and fight with ships
They're not
that
bad.
before he could
Oh, it's
his communications
Norris the
officer spoke up.
Backstabber now.
Sir,
Oh,
we are
okay.
receiving a transmission from the human ships.
I'll put him in there too.
The voice that filled the bridge was calm and professional. It spoke perfect Zephyrian with no accent. Admiral Kethvar, this is Commodore Lisa Park of the Earth Defense Force. Your fleet is damaged and far from home. Surrender now and your crews will be treated according to galactic
You're going downtown to Chinatown.
Galactic conventions? These humans speak as if they have been part of galactic civilization for centuries. How do they know about galactic law? Commander Zixtal asked. Dr. Veltar was studying his datapad again. Admiral, I believe they learned it from our probe.
Beautiful.
The probe contained our legal databases, including information
Oh, no.
on prisoners of war. They have been preparing for this day for a long time, Kethvar realized. The human voice continued.
Got another guy going.
You have 1 hour to consider our offer. After that, we will assume hostile intent and respond accordingly.
Much love,
The
guys.
transmission ended, leaving the Zephyrian bridge in silence. Options?
Where's my?
Kethvar asked his staff. Limited, sir.
All right, now I gotta get to you, which I will take the
Scatter the fleet.
portal
Some ships
that
might
you
escape.
have.
Unacceptable.
It's not your wheel of pain.
People. We could make a stand
Yep.
here, suggested the weapons officer. Go down fighting. Against ships
Let me
using
give
our
you a
own
weapon
technology
now.
but improved, that would be suicide. Dr. Veltar cleared his throat.
You like being the boy?
Another option. We could try to communicate with whoever sent us the original warning. Kethvar turned to stare at his science officer.
Where's your weapon at?
What do you mean?
Oh.
The warning we received before we attacked Earth. It came from someone who knew we were coming. Someone who tried to stop this disaster.
I can't believe Frigg is dead.
You want to call for help from an unknown
Sad.
entity? Admiral, we are already defeated. Our only choices are death, capture, or asking for help from whoever tried to save us in the first place. Kethvar considered this. Pride told him to fight and die like a Zephyrian warrior. But logic told him that his people needed him alive more than they needed him dead. Do it, he said finally. Send a message on all frequencies. Ask whoever warned us to reveal themselves. The message went out into the darkness of space. For long minutes, nothing happened. Then, slowly, something began to respond. It was not a ship or a station. It was something much older. A structure materialized out of the void between stars. It was massive beyond comprehension, built from materials that seemed to bend light around them. As it became visible, both human and Zephyrian sensors went wild with energy readings. What is that? Commander Zixtal whispered. Unknown, sir, but it is broadcasting on ancient frequencies. Very ancient. A new voice filled both the Zephyrian and human ships. It was old, tired, and spoke in a language that was somehow familiar to everyone who heard it. Zephyrian vessel. Human vessels. Please hold your positions. I am the Sentinel, guardian of this region of space. We need to talk. Admiral, Kethvar found his voice first. You sent the warning?
Oh wait, do I have somebody in
You
here?
chose not to heed it. Who are you?
Bunch of
What
junk
are you?
in here.
I am what remains of the predecessor civilization.
What
that once
space are
ruled
you
this
at?
galaxy.
Stargazer?
My people died long ago, but we left guardians like myself to watch over younger
Being a
species.
sleepy boy.
Commodore, Park's voice came over the channel.
No, not really.
You have been watching humanity.
What are you into something? You sound like you're a deep thought.
50,000 years. The
No,
Sentinel
just
replied, waiting for you to be ready.
Just sitting here looking
Ready
at my
for
base.
what?
I'm actually sitting here
Kethvar
liking
demanded.
it.
Ready to take your place in galactic.
Daddy's home, children.
Protect other species instead of conquering them. The massive structure moved closer to both.
Can you hear me in the game?
It did. More details became visible. It was not built like any.
Who's ready to get some whoopings?
Flowing, alive in ways that metal and circuits could never be. The humans were quarantined.
Some
The
what?
cycle continued.
Where are you?
Not to protect the galaxy
I'm
from them, but to protect them from species like yours,
downstairs.
Admiral. We knew that humanity would eventually develop the
Ah, one
technology
second, you
to
can meet me at the
defend
bar.
themselves.
How about that?
We knew they would become protectors rather
Where's
than
that at?
conquerors. We just had to wait for the right moment. You used us.
I'm in the open room at the bottom where the golems are.
You let us attack so the humans could defeat us. You attacked despite our warning. You made your choice. But
You want me?
yes,
How do I get to the
we
bar?
knew this day would come.
It's on the third floor.
Would need to prove
Or,
themselves
yeah,
against
third
a real
floor.
threat.
No, the water
human
fountain, and
ship,
there's two
Commodore
doors.
Park
There's
was
a
trying
lamp.
to understand what she was hearing. You have been guiding human development indirectly. We left certain technologies where your scientists would find them.
Why do I hear crying everywhere? I'm at the bar.
The innovation, the
Hello,
courage,
sir.
the determination to protect
Please
the
have a
world.
seat.
That was all human. Dr. Veltar was studying the readings from the Sentinel ship. Admiral,
Let's be going.
this entity is
Oh,
using technology beyond anything we can
My guy's
comprehend.
not sitting the right way.
If the humans are connected,
Yeah, mine
There we
wasn't
go.
either, but you look fine
the
on my
Empire
end.
is finished, Kethvar said quietly. The Sentinel seemed to hear his thoughts. The
Hello,
Zephyrian
sir.
Empire, as it exists now, is indeed
Doing,
finished.
boy?
I hope these are non-alcoholic drinks.
But that does
I
not
don't know. I
mean the
got
Zephyrian
blueberry
people
juice.
are
I don't know what you
finished.
got.
What do you mean?
I have apple
As I was
juice.
saying, those who do not
Did you say that?
are doomed to repeat it. You
Imagine
have a choice,
drinking
Admiral.
apple juice out of a
Join
really
forces to
chilled
face destruction.
stein like this.
Commodore Park's voice joined the conversation. We are prepared to offer terms, Admiral.
No,
Your
you
people
think
can live.
in the
Your civilization
cold
can
area like this,
continue.
they mostly want.
But the age of conquest is over. Terms?
Yeah.
Kethvar asked. Reparations for the worlds you have damaged. Park
Are
replied.
you always gonna rain on my parade, boy?
Build what you destroy.
Yep.
And most importantly, a
Ah,
commitment
stuff's
to
gross,
peaceful
man.
coexistence.
It's like the bear's
The
gone
Sentinel's
bad.
ancient voice added weight to the human words.
Eh.
The galaxy is changing, Admiral. The old ways of conquest and empire are ending. Species must learn to
Did you say you wanted to get punched?
destroy each other.
Right in the face.
Kethvar looked around his bridge. His officers were watching him with expressions of hope and fear. The fate
It's a
of
bar
the
fight.
entire Zephyrian civilization rested
Oh yeah,
on his
I
next
gotta get
words.
a
And if we refuse,
I gotta get a
then you will
bar
face
guy
not just
from the
humanity,
thing
but all
over
the
here.
species you have oppressed, the Sentinel replied.
I'm gonna
The
block your way.
47 worlds
Yeah.
of Zephyrian conquest. Many of them would welcome the chance for revenge. But if we accept,
Oh, I
then
actually
you
kind of
become
made
part
that.
of something greater than any empire.
You want me to come over here and kill them?
Said.
Sure, if you
A
want.
galactic community based
I'll
on
stay back.
cooperation
No, I'll
instead
stay
of
back.
domination. Admiral Kethvar closed his eyes and thought of his people. Billions of Zephyrians living on dozens of worlds. They deserved a future.
I like bringing them
even
back,
if it
and
was
then I just
different from the
let
past.
my guys do all the work.
I accept your terms, he said finally. The relief
Oh yeah.
on his bridge.
Yeah, but they're attacking me. I didn't know you were gonna do this. They just killed me.
Choice, Admiral.
No, she's gonna kill me, dude. Yeah. Crap.
Next time you receive
Did she kill him?
the designated neutral
She killed
Dr.
somebody.
Veltar approached his admiral. Sir, may I ask what changed your
My
mind?
guys knocked out the Sumerian
Kethvar
fighter.
looked out at the
3.
stars. The humans, Doctor. In one day they went
Oh,
from
you're
primitive
dead.
peoples
Oh,
to
I
our
didn't know you were
technological
like that.
equals. They did
Yep.
not do this through conquest.
There was like 3 hits. I don't know what happened.
Innovation,
Yeah.
cooperation.
Oh, there was
Many
3
of
of them.
them.
There was the jailer, who was a
watching human
boss, and
ships
then there was
escorting
a
damaged
tier 3 fighter, and then there was a tier 3
Any species
carpenter.
capable of that deserves respect, not
That's probably what
conquest.
happened. You got
It
her.
is time the Zephyrian Empire learned to earn respect instead of demanding it. In the distance,
Rise
Earth
of the
continued
Brutal.
to spin in its orbit around an ordinary star, but the world was no longer ordinary. It had become the birthplace of the galaxy's newest protectors. And throughout the galaxy, other species looked toward the Sol system with hope.
I gotta take a step back for a second. I don't know why I'm getting so ragey tonight. I'll be back.
The Empire had been warned. They had not listened. In their defeat,
Matthew!
they had found something better
You
than victory.
okay,
They
Matthew?
had found a future.
Yeah, have a potion,
The sensor alarm
Matthew.
chimed softly aboard the Imperial
Drink
Scout
it,
vessel
bye.
of Vigilance. Junior Sensor Officer Plixon straightened in his station, his 3 eyes focusing on the holographic display that materialized before him. A contact, unidentified. moving through the outer reaches of Sector 447 at what could only be described as a pathetic crawl. Commander
I like
Veshik,
these white pants, actually.
called out.
I didn't think I
His
was
vocal
until
membranes
this.
fluttering with
Not
barely
bad.
contained amusement. I have an unknown vessel. Configuration does not match any known species in the database. Commander Veshik rose from his command throne, his scaled hide gleaming under the ship's bioluminescent lighting. The Zarathian officer had served the Empire for 40 cycles, and in that time, he had encountered 17 species at various stages of development. Each time, the result was the same. They saw the might of the Zarathian Galactic Empire and understood their place in the universe. Display it, Veshik ordered. The main view screen flickered to life. There, against the backdrop of distant stars, hung a vessel that looked like it had been assembled by children, playing with scrap metal. It was enormous, easily 3 kilometers in length, but its design was crude. Cylindrical sections connected by what appeared to be simple mechanical joints. Massive rotating sections that probably provided artificial gravity through centrifugal force. How quaint. The Empire had abandoned such primitive methods 8,000 years ago. Analysis, Veshik commanded. Propulsion appears to be fusion-based, Plixen reported, his voice filled with barely suppressed laughter. Primitive fusion, Commander. They are using controlled hydrogen burning to generate thrust. Their maximum velocity appears to be approximately 0.03 times light speed. Other officers on the bridge began to chuckle. Fusion drives. The Empire had used those when they were still crawling between their home system's inner planets. Life signs, Veshik asked, scanning now. Difficult to penetrate their hull. It appears to be remarkably dense for such a primitive construction. Ah, there we are. Reading approximately 12,000 life forms. Bipedal, oxygen breathers, carbon-based. Standard template, really. Nothing special. Veshik settled back into his throne. Another species taking its first stumbling steps into the greater galaxy. How many times had he witnessed this? They always thought they were special, that their little achievements in getting from one star to another meant something. Then they encountered the Empire and realized how small they truly were. Hail them, Veshik ordered. Let us see if they have developed translation protocols at least. The communications officer worked at his station, broadcasting a standard greeting across all known frequency bands. For a long moment, there was no response. Then the view screen split and a face appeared. It was female, Veshik guessed, though with new species it was always difficult to tell. She had pale skin, dark hair tied back efficiently, and 2 forward-facing eyes that suggested a predator species. Her expression was calm, curious even, but not fearful. That would change.
Welcome back.
This is Captain Sarah Chen of the
you.
United Nations ship Endeavor.
What's this guy doing?
The
He's supposed to
alien
do
said.
what I tell
The
him.
words came through clearly. The ship's translation matrix working flawlessly. We're a colony vessel from Earth, heading to establish a settlement in the new Terra system. Can we help you? Veshik stood, drawing himself to his full height. The gesture was wasted on a view screen, but protocol was protocol. I am Commander Veshik of the Zarathian Galactic Empire, commander of the Imperial scout vessel Eternal Vigilance. You have entered territory claimed by the Empire, which has maintained order in this region of space for 12,000 of your years. He watched for the reaction. Usually this was when the realization set in. When new species understood they were not alone in the universe and that they were very, very small in the grand scheme of things. Captain Chen nodded slowly.
Yep.
We didn't detect any territorial markers or communication buoys. Our apologies if we've intruded. We'll be happy to adjust our course if needed. Professional, polite, not quite showing the appropriate level of awe yet, but that would come. Your intrusion is forgiven, Veshik said magnanimously. Tell me, Captain Chen, is this your species' first venture beyond your home system? Our first colony ship, yes, Chen replied. We've been preparing for this for a long time. I see. And how long did it take you to reach this point in space? We launched from Earth orbit 18 months ago. We've been accelerating and decelerating in shifts. Should reach New Terra in another 6 months.
Everything at your base is a bunch of people crying.
2 years to cross a distance the Empire could traverse
I
in
got
3
people
days.
in
These humans
cages
were
downstairs.
infants
If you go in the
being
middle,
spacefarers. Veshik
you'll see what
silenced
I'm
his
saying.
officer with a gesture, though he shared the sentiment.
Oh,
Captain Chen,
gotta do the,
I feel it is my
thing
duty
where I
to
make
inform
things
you
look
of
like
certain
little things.
realities.
Okay, let's do
The
that.
galaxy is not an empty place waiting to be colonized. There are powers, ancient powers that have established order across vast regions of space. The Zarathian Empire is one such power. We're aware there might be other species out here, Chen said. We've hoped to make contact peacefully. It's one of the reasons we've been broadcasting our presence.
Do golems mine star metal?
Wise decision.
Nope.
Though perhaps arrived at through ignorance rather
If they
than
hit it, they'll just hit it until it
Veshik
snaps,
said.
and then that's it.
Captain, your species is in a precarious position. You are vulnerable. Your technology is primitive. Your ship, while impressively large, would not last 30 seconds against even a single Imperial corvette. Your weapons, if you have any, are likely chemical or kinetic in nature. Your sensors cannot detect threats until they are nearly upon you. He let that sink in for a moment before continuing. However, the Empire is not without mercy.
Is there any nodes out here?
At your level of development,
There should be, unless someone took them.
They can accept the protection of the Empire, contribute to our economy and society, and in return
Close by?
access to technology that would take them thousands of years to develop on their own. Or they can refuse, attempt to go it alone, and inevitably fall prey to the many dangers that lurk in the dark spaces between stars. Chen's expression didn't change much, but Veshik noticed her jaw tighten slightly. Good. She was beginning to understand. What would this protection entail? She asked. Your species would become a protectorate of the Empire. You would pay tribute in the form of resources and labor. In return, we would provide defense, trade opportunities, and technological assistance. Your people would be integrated into the lower tiers of Imperial society. It is, I assure you, a generous offer. There was a pause. Chen seemed to be consulting with someone off-screen. Veshik smiled. They were probably panicking, realizing how outmatched they were. When Chen turned back to the screen, her expression was pleasant but firm. Commander Veshik, I appreciate the offer, but we'll have to decline. Humanity has worked very hard to reach the stars on our own terms. We're not interested in becoming anyone's protectorate.
Come on,
We're happy
dude,
to
get up there,
establish
bro.
diplomatic relations, trade agreements, cultural exchanges, but we intend to remain independent. The bridge of the eternal vigilance went silent. Veshik
Why,
felt
you
his
gotta
crest
crawl all the way
rise in
down there,
surprise.
man.
Refuse. This primitive species that was crawling through space on fusion torches was refusing the protection of the Empire. Captain Chen, Veshik said, his voice taking on a harder edge. I don't think you understand the situation. This is not a negotiation. This is reality. You cannot survive without the Empire's protection. We've survived for 200,000 years without meeting you, Chen replied calmly. I think we'll manage. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have a schedule to keep. It was interesting meeting you, Commander. Perhaps our peoples can talk more in the future under better circumstances. The screen went blank. She had terminated the communication. She had dismissed him like he was some minor functionary rather than a commander of the Imperial fleet. Sir, Plixen said quietly, they are continuing on their previous course. They have not altered trajectory. Veshik stood frozen for a moment. In his entire career, no species had ever simply refused and then
Do I
ignored
make
the
this?
Empire. They either accepted immediately or tried to flee. They didn't just casually continue on
Ooh.
their way. Interesting, Veshik said finally.
Did you
Plixen
say
was
something,
all
boy?
on that vessel. I want a complete analysis. Then transmit it to Fleet Command along with a full report of this encounter.
Thought you were gonna call me a turtle.
No, Veshik said thoughtfully. No, we will let them
What?
go
Me a
from
turtle?
now.
Part of the turtle
They're on
club?
their way to establish a colony.
Let's
they
hear it
said.
then.
Yeah.
Let's hear your
Means there
turtle
is a
sounds.
homeworld
boy.
somewhere. Earth, she called it.
Am I not?
We'll need to find
Am I not
Earth.
turtle enough for the
He
turtle
returned to his
club?
command throne, his mind already composing the report. Let the High Command decide how to handle these foolish
Where have
humans.
you heard this
They would
before?
learn. Species always learned one way or
The
another.
Master of Disguise movie.
Twice. Sir, the
Dana
tactical officer
Carvey, I
spoke
think.
up. I'm detecting unusual energy signatures from that vessel. Their fusion reactors are producing far more power than they should be capable of producing, given their apparent technological level. Explain. According to the sensor data,
We got this.
their reactors are running at efficiencies
Yep.
that shouldn't be possible with simple fusion. The containment fields are crude but remarkably stable. And they're whole, sir. The density is odd. It's almost as if they've compressed the molecular structure somehow. But that would require technology they shouldn't possess. Veshik waved a hand dismissively. Probably just inefficient systems producing excess heat and radiation. Primitive species often build things that leak energy in all directions. As for the hull density, perhaps they simply used a naturally dense material.
You like being a boy?
With their planetary resources.
Don't you
A
like me?
Conan boy.
What? Their reactor output, sir. It's approximately
You like
3
being a
times
good
what our projection
boy.
suggests it should be.
Yeah.
That's a significant discrepancy. Noted, included in the report. Now let us move on. We have 3 more systems to survey before the cycle ends. The Eternal Vigilance turned away from the lumbering human colony ship and engaged its faster-than-light drives. In an instant, it vanished, leaving the Endeavor alone in the black. Aboard the human vessel, Captain Sarah Chen
That
stood
one
in the
disappeared.
command center surrounded by her senior staff. The mood was tense.
Oh,
Better than
I
expected.
can't.
Her first officer,
Anything.
Commander James Park, said dryly.
Yeah,
Chen
what?
smiled slightly. They think we're primitive.
Can't find nothing, boy.
Let them think that.
You pooped your
Should we
pants.
warn her?
Why'd you do that?
Asked Lieutenant Foster from Communications. Already done.
Because
I sent
I'm
a quantum
inconsiderate to
entangled
my
pulse band. They
pants.
appeared on sensors. Earth Command knows
Why
we
you
had
so
first
considerate?
contact and that it wasn't exactly friendly.
Sorry I had to step away.
They
I
come
just
looking
get,
for
I don't know
Earth,
why I
Mark
get
said.
sometimes.
You know that,
I
right?
don't usually a ragey
I'm
person
counting on
though.
it, Chen replied.
I know.
By the time they find it, we'll be ready to show them that humanity didn't spend 400
I am
years
sorry.
in the solar system.
I said
Just building
I
fusion
said I'm gonna go out
drives.
here and kite these guys over
She
to
turned to look at
kite
the
these guys
viewport,
over here to my
where
over to
stars
the base.
stretched past
I
as
thought
the
you knew I
Endeavour
was
continued
talking
its
about
slow,
like
steady
in the
journey.
moment.
To the Zerathians, they looked like children, primitive.
I am
I didn't
sorry.
even hear you
How
say it.
long until we reach New Terra? Chen asked. 6 months,
all good,
17
dude.
days at current velocity, the navigator replied.
Don't be sorry.
Good, that should be just enough time.
Be a boy.
Enough time for what, Captain? Foster
Atta
asked.
boy.
Chen smiled.
Don't be
widened
sorry,
slightly.
be a boy.
Enough time for the shipyards back home to finish the new fleet.
Not the end of the world
You
if
know,
I
the
get
one that
killed in
doesn't
the
use
game.
fusion drives.
I think I just
Park chuckled.
woke up.
I almost feel
It was
bad for
hot
you.
over here when I woke up, and then
Don't.
the other
Chen
thing I
said,
was
her
telling
voice
you
taking on
about,
a harder edge.
and then
They offered us servitude dressed up as protection.
I can't find
They looked
anything
at us
over
and
here,
saw
dude.
prey. Whatever happens next,
Any
they put it on
star
themselves.
medal.
She pulled up a display showing the Endeavor's specifications. To
I'm not in the
anyone
right
who
spot
had
to look
including
for
the
it either,
Zerathians.
though.
It appeared to be a simple
I think
fusion-powered
right here I
combination.
gotta go by the
Chemical
lake,
rockets for maneuvering.
frozen lake,
Rotating
right?
sections for gravity.
I think so.
Primitive and slow. What they couldn't see,
I'll go
what
over
their
there.
sensors couldn't penetrate through the heavily compressed hull plating.
I'm gonna jump down. Oh, Nino! Oh, that's like fooling around. I'm like, I'm gonna jump down too.
That were currently running
And
in
then
normal mode.
it wouldn't let me grab. I was
Manufacturing
too far
facilities
away.
that were even now printing out components for
I thought it was
defensive
gonna
systems.
get me.
The Endeavor was a test bed, a proof of concept. A way
Did
to
you
see
laugh
how
at them?
Species would react to humanity's emergence. Now they knew.
I'd really not
Chen
say.
opened a private channel to Earth Command, using the quantum communicator that the Zerathians didn't even know existed. Command, this is
Dude, I
a
really
large
wish you could
contact
have
Species
like
is
a
hostile
skinning
to
knife in one
descent.
hand
They
and their
consider us
weapon, so you
primitive
didn't have to
Yeah.
always
Recommend we proceed with
Yeah.
Operation Surprise
I
Party.
know.
Let's
switch
show
back
them
and
what 4
forth.
centuries of
Pain in the
focused
butt.
engineering can accomplish.
You discovered Islet Lake.
Traveling faster than light through quantum entanglement. Confirmed, Captain.
Oh, I hit the wrong
Surprise
button!
Party is greenlit.
Oh, it took me out of my game.
6
You
months
alright?
until the first battle group is ready. Try not to start.
Yeah, it just was fighting a mammoth. Oh, I got a mammoth, by the way.
Chen out. She
I think
closed
my
the channel
first
and they were
elephant was a
under
mammoth.
They were all smiling now. They knew what was coming. Humanity had spent 400 years trapped
You
in
know
one
how I
solar
like
system,
the animals
unable to
in
crack
the
faster
games.
than light travel.
I know.
So they had done what humans did best. They
Oh,
had
I wish I had a
perfected
magic
everything else.
wand thingy with me.
Material science, manufacturing, weapons, defense, power generation. They had pushed every other technology to its absolute limit, while the galaxy presumably flew around using faster than light drives and energy weapons.
I ain't gonna fight you
Finally, they would
guys.
see if
I'm
their
just
approach
looking for
worked.
something. I
All Oh,
don't want to
hands,
sit here
Chen
fighting
announced
all
over the
night.
ship-wide intercom.
I want to find
This is the
something.
captain. I'm pleased
Alright.
to announce that we have successfully
You're
made
gonna follow me
first
this far?
contact with an alien species called the Zerathians. They seem to think we're
Ah,
primitives
Christmas
who need
music.
protection. In 6 months, we're
I feel
going
like
to show
having
you
Christmas
exactly
music.
what kind of primitives we are. Continue your duties. Stay
I
sharp.
always feel like
And
having
remember,
Christmas
we
music, though.
represent all of humanity now. Let's make Earth proud.
Very
Tears
nice.
echoed through the corridors of the
Born
Endeavor as the
King,
ship continued its slow
peace
journey
on
through
earth,
space, looking for all the
see
world like a
my
primitive vessel,
God
crewed by a
and
species that
sin
barely
is
understood the universe around them.
reconciled.
The Zerathians would learn the truth soon enough.
Nation,
Humanity had arrived in the galaxy.
join
They
the
had brought
tribe.
weapons the Empire couldn't even imagine. Patrol Commander Vixrel
It's
of
my
the
favorite,
Zerathian
one of my
Imperial
most
Border
favorite
Fleet
Christmas
was having
songs.
a monumentally boring day.
Hark the
Since
Herald
Cyrus
Angels
was
Sing.
posting at checkpoint Helix 9,
Hark the
and the most
Herald
exciting thing he had witnessed was a
Angels
merchant
Sing.
vessel with slightly
Glory
outdated registration
to
papers.
the
The merchant had
newborn
apologized profusely,
King.
paid the fine, and continued on his way. That was 3 days ago. Since then, nothing but empty space.
What's
and
your
a
favorite
distant glow of stars.
Christmas
He
song?
lounged in his
Action.
command chair, reviewing reports with the
You
kind
have
of
one?
half-hearted attention that came from reading the same thing for the
Not
1000th
really.
time. Checkpoint Helix 9 sat at the intersection of three
Yes,
major
you
branches of
do.
the backwater region
Ah.
of Imperial space.
Never mind,
Nothing
she's
important
mine.
ever happened here.
Humbug, I tell
That
you
was
about
why general
humbug.
commanders like himself got posted here.
It's called
Your time
Grandma Got Run Over by a
eventually
Reindeer.
transfer to somewhere that mattered. Contact.
I hate
Senior
that.
Officer
I don't
Kelvis
hate that
announced
song, but I
suddenly,
just...
her tone bored. Single vessel emerging from FTL at marker 7.
It's not my choice
Israel
of
didn't even look up
Christmas
from his
music.
reports.
The goofy songs, you know?
Running it now.
Yeah.
Like,
That's good. That made Vixrel glance up. Kelmis had been doing this job longer than he had been alive.
Ah!
She didn't say things were odd unless they truly were. What is it? IFF
The,
registering as UN's
what am I
defiant.
thinking?
United Nations ship.
Like,
Database
Dominic the
indicates
Donkey, I like to
United Nations is
mess
the
around with
governing
that
body of
song.
species
Like a
classified as
troll.
human. First contact was logged approximately 6 months ago by
Dominic the
Commander Vichy
Donkey,
of the
all
Admiral
I want a
Vigilance.
hippopotamus for
Vixrel
Christmas.
sat up straight.
Grandma Got Run Over by a
Humans, the
Reindeer,
primitive
all that
fusion-drive
stuff.
species?
Yeah.
Affirmative. Although Commander,
goofy
this vessel
song.
does not match the
Casey, I don't know what you're
configuration
going
from the
through
first
physically,
contact
but what
files.
I've heard from you, I don't
The
blame you for
Endeavour
having
was a
short
3-kilometer
melt
colony ship.
of rage.
This vessel is much smaller.
Yeah,
approximately
thank you.
400 meters.
Thank you very much.
Configuration is
God
unusual.
bless.
Vixrel called up the visual feed on his main screen. The human ship
My
hung in
chat
space
wasn't
about
right,
10,000 kilometers
scrolling.
from the checkpoint.
Auto
It was sleek,
scroll.
he had to admit.
Never happened to you in OBS where your
Awkward
chat
angles
doesn't
and
auto
visible
scroll?
mechanical connections. This vessel was smooth.
Hee-haw,
almost
hee-haw.
organic in its curves.
What's
No
that
visible
noise?
Weapons ports, but then primitives often hid their crude kinetic launchers inside retractable
Something big
housings.
up here, or is it just like a
Hail up.
mammoth?
Vixrel ordered. Let us see what these humans want.
Oh, it's
The
a mammoth
communication channel
fighting
opened almost
something?
instantly. A human face appeared on screen. Male Vixrel guest. Dark skin, short hair, and an expression of polite attention. This is Commander Marcus Webb of the UNS Defiant. Good afternoon, Checkpoint Helix 9. We're requesting clearance to transit through Zerathian space to...
You dead,
Sector
sucker?
451. We have no hostile intentions, and will comply with all traffic regulations. Vixrel studied the human. So polite, so...
Are you gonna start screaming?
Perhaps they had learned their place in the 6 months since first contact.
You should.
Perhaps they
You gotta
had
wake the
realized
baby.
that refusing the Empire's protection was foolish.
You gotta wake your wife up, too.
Vixrel, before we can grant
she's
transit
already
permission,
gone work.
your vessel must submit to a standard inspection.
You need to wake her up.
Protocol for all unknown vessel configurations. You will power down your engines and allow a boarding team to examine your ship and cargo. Webb's expression didn't change,
Yeah, it was
but
lots of friends
Vixrel
getting
noticed a
murdered,
slight
man.
pause before he responded. Commander Vixrel,
Yeah.
I appreciate the protocol, but we're not carrying any cargo. This is a warship
Especially
on a
by their
patrol mission.
wives.
We don't allow foreign boarding parties onto military vessels.
Feel
I'm
attached
sure
to
you
me.
understand. However, we're happy to transmit our ship specifications and mission parameters if that would help. Warship. The human had called this small vessel a warship. Vixrel felt amusement bubble up in his chest. This tiny ship, barely larger than...
What did you say to me, little boy?
And they had the audacity
smell
to
like
refuse
old
inspection.
gypsum.
Commander Webb, you seem to be under a misapprehension. This is not a negotiation. All vessels transiting Imperial space must submit to inspection. If
I
you
want night
refuse,
to be
you will
over
not
with. That'd be
granted
nice.
passage. If you attempt to proceed without authorization, you will be fired upon. These are the laws of the Empire. Another pause. Webb seemed to be consulting with someone off screen. Commander Vixrel, we don't want any...
Are you gonna do the war party thing in this game, or you're not doing that this time?
Maybe an escort through your space. We'd be happy to have your ship.
Yeah, we don't have that many.
The alternative is to turn around and leave Imperial space. Vixrel said firmly. Or submit to inspection. Choose now, website. I'm sorry, Commander, but
We don't have
we
enough
allow a boarding party.
points. Like,
Our orders are very clear on that point. We're going to
do you
proceed
like
on
being
course.
able to level
We have
300?
respect, and we're not trying to cause an incident.
Kinda,
We'll
yeah.
be through your space in approximately 6
Yeah,
hours. at
I
standard
like it.
velocity. The human's image vanished from the screen.
But I'm not. It's not a deal breaker if they don't have it. Like either way.
They had refused. Again.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
And then they had simply ended the conversation.
I just like
as
to
if it
chill
were
and have fun, not have to rage
Sir,
at
his tactical
overpowered
officer spoke
bosses.
up.
Yeah.
and
The
stuff.
human vessel is powering up its engine.
But I do like the challenge of this server as well. It's not like
Tactical
overly
deploy corvettes Alpha, Beta, and
hard.
Have them intercept and disable that vessel's engines. Use minimum force. I want that ship.
You just gotta prepare a bit more and maybe have a better armor and thrall.
Yes,
but
sir.
that makes it
3
fun.
Imperial corvettes detached from the checkpoint station. Their sleek forms accelerating rapidly. Each corvette has 80 meters of cutting-edge Imperial technology. Energy weapons.
Did you say you had to pee?
Shields that could withstand direct hits from nuclear weapons. Engines that could accelerate.
Are you falling asleep?
Turn unprotected organic
Oh, I'm a little bit further away from my mic this time.
against a primitive human vessel with chemical
Oh, okay.
rockets and kinetic weapons. It would be no contest. Vixrel watched on the tactical display as his corvettes closed the distance. The human ship maintained
Man, I don't want to fight you, man. Get him.
foolish. Or perhaps they simply didn't realize what was about
He's
to
charging.
Corvette Alpha reported.
Oh, I went into the end of that. Oh, man, it's
They
stupid
are
me.
at weapons range. Preparing to disable engine section with precision plasma bursts. Authorized.
Oh, I got knocked down. I fallen and I can't get up.
Chances of energy leap from the corvettes. Standard procedure. Precise shots aimed at the engine section to
You
disable
said,
without destroying the vessel.
you
or
said you want to
killing
get
crew.
kicked in the butt?
The Empire was strict about unnecessary casualties. The energy beam struck the human ship and did absolutely nothing. Report. Vixrel barked, sitting forward in his chair. Sir, the human vessel appears to be equipped with defensive screens. Fire was absorbed. Corvette Alpha reports no visible damage to the target. That's impossible.
So.
The report from the Advanced Vigilance made no mention of defensive screens. Target same section. Fire. 3 more lenses of plasma, these ones significantly brighter, hammered into the human ship.
I found star metal, dude.
Energy dispersion on his sensors. The shields were working, but barely. Primitive screens couldn't withstand Imperial weapons at full power. One more salvo.
I got one bomb for this. I can't miss.
Alpha is reporting a return power surge from the human vessel. The tactical officer said suddenly. Multiple signatures.
I didn't come
Weapons lock
prepared. I
detected.
could have,
They're
but I
targeting
didn't
our
think
ships.
I was going to be
Vixrel
doing this.
laughed despite himself. Let them fire their kinetic weapons. Our shields will handle.
I got it. I thought I missed. It went over the top of it.
Projectiles
Look
away
at
from
that.
the human
Barely
vessel.
hit it.
Count as 3. Velocity
wow.
is.
Yeah, you did
Sir,
good.
this can't be right. What? Computer is reading projectile velocity at 0.4 times light speed. That can't be
Wait a
accurate.
minute. Why did it give me so much? Oh, that's not that much at
Nothing
all.
can accelerate
786.
time frames. Vixrel opened his mouth to agree when 3
Do I have any other
things
bombs on
simultaneously.
me? I don't think I
The
do.
tactical display showed 3.
I got gaseous
but the corvettes
orbs.
suddenly light up with collision warnings. The communication system
No, no more
panicked
bombs.
voices,
Oh, I forgot to
and the
give you
sensor officer
your
made a
gift
sound
that I
Vixrel
brought
had
over.
never heard from her before. A sound of pure shock. Direct hits on all 3 corvettes, she managed to say. Alpha's shields didn't even register the impact. The projectile went
Yeah, I
straight through.
think that timer's
Reach on
going by
17
too
decks.
quick.
They're venting at
You
it.
alright, dude? You got all
Took a glancing hit.
use?
Half
Oh, you're
their
being
sensor
quiet because
array
of
is
the baby.
Gamma is trying to evade.
Never mind.
Another hit. Their main reactor just went offline. Vixrel stared
Quick,
at the
get up.
display.
Clap your hands as loud as you
The
can.
entire engagement had lasted 40 seconds. 3 Imperial corvettes, each one a masterpiece of military engineering, had been disabled by 3 shots from a primitive human vessel. Sir, the human ship is transmitting. Put it on screen.
Where's this timer
Vixrel
at? It's
said
going by
quietly.
too quick.
Commander Webb appeared again. He looked genuinely
We'll
apologetic.
do every
Commander
45
Vixrel, I'm truly
minutes. No,
sorry
we'll
about
do
this.
every
We tried to avoid
52
conflict.
minutes.
Your
I
ships
think I
are
have one
disabled but
close.
intact. Casualties should be minimal if
What
your
other
damage
one is
control
going
teams are
by?
competent. We're transmitting medical assistance protocols if you need them.
Alright, I'll
We'll
watch.
continue on our
Wait.
route now. Again, we apologize for the misunderstanding.
Are you being a boy today? You
The
can't
human
answer
ship
me because
accelerated
it's a baby.
smoothly away from the checkpoint, leaving 3 crippled corvettes in its wake.
Are you always gonna be a baby boy?
Around him, his bridge
You gonna be a baby boo?
organized rescue operations for the corvettes.
Yes.
But all he could think about
Hello,
was the
hello, baby boo. How are you?
kinetic weapons.
I don't know how to do it.
Defensive screens
Hey
that
there,
shrugged
baby
off
boo,
full-power
how are
Imperial
you?
plasma weapons.
That's
A
right,
vessel
baby
with
boo.
precision and speed that belied its primitive fusion drives. None of it made sense. None of it matched the reports from first
Oh look,
contact.
I can get the obelisk.
Get me Admiral Thexvar,
Awesome.
Vixrel said finally. Priority 1 transmission. Tell him we have a significant problem. 3 3 sectors away, in the military headquarters of the Zerathian 4th Fleet.
Did you just say that you wanted to get smacked so hard you fell off your seat?
He listened to Vixwell's report in silence, his expression growing darker with each passing moment. When the report finished, he sat back in his chair and looked at his assembled officers. They all wore the same expression of disbelief.
Well, I won't need any black ice or star metal now
The
from you.
holographic display in the center
I
of
got
the room
money.
lit up with data, weapons velocities, energy absorption rates.
But she never gave me any when I came over.
Career military officer with
It's in the
70
furnace. You just
cycles
have
of
to take it.
experience. He had fought in
I don't want to
20
steal.
wars and countless minor
I'm not
skirmishes.
stealing it. I told you to take
He knew
it.
weapons technology inside and out. What he was looking at shouldn't exist. Analysis, he said to his chief science officer. The science officer, an elderly Zerathian named Pelkor, manipulated the holographic display.
Do you wish you had a
The projectiles were
brand new star meta pickaxe?
slugs, nothing exotic, but the
Uh-oh.
velocities recorded are accurate.
Baby's
These
getting to
weapons
be
use some
awoken.
form of accelerator that can push solid matter to 40% light speed. The kinetic energy involved is staggering. A single projectile has more destructive potential than our largest plasma cannon.
Oh.
How are they accelerating them? Thexfar demanded. Unknown. The acceleration takes
What do we
place
use to
inside the
pickaxe?
vessel.
Pickaxe, right?
We have no
Oh, my
sensor
guy's
data on
getting
the mechanism.
frostbite or
Admiral,
something.
This is the less concerning part. Go on.
I
The
gotta eat
defensive
something.
screens, they're not operating on any
Okay,
principle
have
we
anything
recognize.
spicy?
They're not deflecting energy. They're not dispersing it. They appear to be absorbing it and then dissipating it through the hull structure itself. The entire ship's hull seems to be part of the defensive system. And the hull density readings.
Oh, I
if
didn't
these
bring
sensor
any
readings are
alkeys
accurate,
or
that ship's
anything.
hull is denser than neutronium. That's impossible. Yes, sir. It should
Too cold in here for
but
us.
the readings don't lie. Somehow these humans have found a way to compress matter beyond what we thought possible.
That's it,
Their
empty.
ship isn't just protected by
Did you
dense
have
armor.
anything?
Their ship is dense armor with engines and weapons attached. Thexfar stood and walked to the holographic display, studying
What's
the
the-
rotating
oh, what in the
image
other
of the human
bag?
vessel. It looked so small, so insignificant, yet it had disabled 3 Imperial corvettes in less than a
Action's
minute.
gotta be super
What happened
quiet.
to that colony ship? The Endeavor, he asked.
Action's gotta be
Checking
quiet,
sight.
boy.
According to our tracking data, it arrived at its destination, a system the humans call New Terra, approximately 2 months ago. They've established a colony there and begun construction of orbital facilities. And their home system, Earth? We haven't located it yet, sir. The humans
Dude, I
have
am
been
not
very
able to
careful
do
not
this
reveal
right
its
now.
location. We're working on tracking their FTL signatures, but they don't use the same FTL technology we do. Their jump signatures are unique, difficult to track. Thexfar
We
made
gotta
a
get out of
decision.
here.
Assemble Battle Squadron Krev, 25 warships, 2 dreadnoughts. I want destroyers, cruisers, and full support vessels. We're going to this
Go, go,
New
go,
Terra
go, go.
system. Sir, Pelkor looked concerned. That seems like an extreme response to a single incident. A single incident? Thexfar turned to face his science officer. Pelkor, think about what we just witnessed. A primitive species, one that we assumed was barely capable of interstellar travel, just disabled 3 of our corvettes with weapons technology we don't understand, and defensive systems we can't explain. If they have one ship like this, they have more. We need to show them unequivocally what happens when you challenge the Empire. And if they have many ships like this, then we'll destroy them all. We are the Zerathian Empire. We have ruled this region of space for 12,000 years. We are not going to be humiliated by primitives who only just learned to leave their home system. Assemble the battle squadron. We move in 3 days. Pelkor bowed and left to carry out the orders. Thexfar remained standing in front of the holographic
Action's being
display,
a boy.
studying the image of the UNS Defiant. Humans. They had seemed so weak during first contact.
Oh.
So primitive. Commander Veshik's report had dismissed them as insignificant. But that was 6 months ago. What had changed in 6 months? Or had nothing changed at all? Had the humans been hiding their true capabilities?
Where's
from the
Action's
start?
base
Had
at
that
again?
colony ship been a test
Oh, there
to
you
see how
are.
the Empire would react? Thexfar
I gotta
didn't
get
know.
over there.
But he
I
was
got
going
forgot to
find
give
out.
you these
And
things.
if these humans thought they could build a few impressive warships and challenge Imperial authority, they were about to learn a very painful lesson. The Empire had not maintained order for 12,000 years by accepting challenges to its authority. Species that refused to submit learned what happened to those who
I
defied the
gotta drink
established
water.
order.
Don't eat the
Thexfar
ice,
began
please.
composing his formal report to the Empire.
I value my life out here in the
They
snow.
needed to know what was happening. But more importantly, He needed authorization to do whatever was necessary to bring these humans to heal. One way or another, humanity was about to learn its place in the galaxy. Battle Squadron Krev dropped out of faster-than-light travel at the edge of the new Terra system in a display of overwhelming force. 50 Imperial warships materialized in perfect formation. Two dreadnoughts, each one 3 kilometers of devastating firepower, formed the center of the formation. Around them, cruisers and destroyers arranged themselves in a battlesphere that had been refined over 10,000 years of warfare. Support vessels hung back, ready to provide
Why are you
repairs
stopping
and
me?
reinforcements. Admiral Thexral stood on the command deck of his flagship, the Dreadnought Infinite Dominion, and allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. This
Got
was power.
frostbite.
This was what happened when you challenged the Empire. You got to watch 50 of the most advanced warships in the galaxy arrive at your doorstep. Sensor sweep, he ordered.
I got frostbite.
Conducting full system scan now, his sensor officer reported. Detecting the human colony on the 4th planet. Orbital structures present. Multiple fusion reactors.
Yeah, this has
on
got
the
a nice
surface and in orbit.
beat to it.
Also detecting. Admiral, we have contact.
I like those vocals in the background.
12 signatures at marker positions around the system. Display them. The holographic tactical display materialized in front of Thexral. 12 human vessels, arranged in a loose
Action, you
formation
alright?
between the Imperial Squadron and the inner system. Each one was similar in size to the ship that had
Yep,
disabled
just
the
trying to put the
corvettes
bait
at
in a bit.
checkpoint Helix 9.
Oh, my bad.
Sleek design, and positioned with what looked like deliberate precision. 12 ships against 50.
Is he
The
awake?
humans were either incredibly brave
Oh, yeah,
or
he is.
incredibly stupid. Analysis of those vessels? Thexral asked. His science officer Pelcor manipulated the sensor data.
He's being a baby boy.
As the UNS defined.
Yeah.
Same unusual
Yes,
core density
baby
readings.
boy.
Same indications of high output power generation. Admiral, these appear to be dedicated warships.
You should get one of them
converted
swing,
civilian
those
vessels.
automatic swings that goes
Weapons?
back and forth.
Unable to determine. No visible
Yeah.
weapon ports, but the same was true of
Those
the
are pretty
He's actually
good.
pretty good. He's normally
Thexral
pretty
studied
quiet.
the formation. 12 ships. Humans had built at least 12 warships in the 6 months since first contact. That was faster than he had anticipated. It suggested they had shipbuilding capabilities that exceeded what their technology level should allow. No matter. 12 ships could not stand against 50. Communications hailed them. Let us make this very clear. The communications channel opened and a face appeared on the main screen. Thexral recognized her immediately from the reports. Captain Sarah Chen, the woman who had refused Imperial protection during first contact. Except she wasn't a captain anymore, apparently. The insignia on her
You
uniform
want to give him
indicated
PC when you get
Admiral
older,
rank.
boy?
Admiral Chen,
We'll go to
Thexral
Best Buy
said,
and
No.
get
putting
everything.
emphasis on her rank that made it
Yes, he
clear he
does.
found it pretentious.
He wants to be.
I am
He wants to be a
Admiral
gospel
Thexral of the
rapper when he
Zerathian
grows up.
Imperial Fleet. As you can see, I have brought sufficient
I
force
would
to
Or a
say
football
that.
player.
that has developed.
Yeah. Ooh.
Admiral Thexral, Chen replied
Yeah.
pleasantly. Welcome to New Terra. What situation would that be? Her calm tone irritated him.
What time
She
is
should
it,
be
Matt?
panicking. She should be seeing those 50
5:05
warships and
a.m.?
realizing how completely
Did you
outmatched
sleep?
she
Not bad,
was.
then.
The
No, but it's
situation where
alright.
your species has refused Imperial protection, attacked Imperial vessels,
Here, I'm telling
and
you, go to
generally
bed and next time
demonstrated
you
a
message, you
complete
better
lack
get
of
sleep. I
understanding
haven't slept yet either.
regarding the established order of this region of space.
I slept over 9
This
hours.
ends now.
2 different
I agree.
sessions.
Change. Admiral.
I needed it. I feel good.
Was defensive in
I
nature.
got 4 and I feel
Their
terrible.
ships attempted to board one of our vessels.
I'm at Naughty Hottie's base. How far is that from you?
And offered medical assistance.
My cat's
Not
base.
far at all.
I see you.
Fired on
Yeah, I
Imperial
was gonna say, it's
vessels.
just down the
That
hill
is an
from me.
act of war. We defended ourselves from an attempt to violate our sovereignty. That's not an act of war. That's an act of self-defense.
Are you playing with controller?
Rise in frustration.
Yeah.
This human was being deliberately obtuse.
I don't know how you do
trying
it,
to make
man.
things crystal clear.
I do
Admiral
controller
Chen,
and mouse.
I'm going to explain this once, and I suggest you
I'm over
listen
here.
very carefully. The Zerathian Empire has
Not you,
maintained
actually.
order in
I'm
this
talking to
region
my girl.
for 12,000 of your years.
Oh, I see
We
how
have
it
done
is.
so through a combination of fair governance and
Well, I don't want her
overwhelming
to.
force.
Oh
When
crap!
we offer
Oh, I know.
protection to a species, it is not a suggestion. It
I'm
is an
gonna
innate
see
ability.
what's over
You
here.
can accept
And then,
peacefully, or you can resist and be
maybe I
brought
could get a
into compliance
berserker
through
while I'm
force.
here.
The choice is yours. And
Nope.
if you
Every time I've been
prefer
over
to
there,
do
it's
so,
been a
Chen asked, then you
Fighter
will be made
3.
an example of what happens to species
And I
that
thought I
refuse to
joined
Oh,
accept
Fighter
shoot.
3 and put him in the
There was a pause. Chen seemed to be considering something.
thought I got a
She nodded
berserker and put
slowly.
him in the wheel, but it
Admiral
turned out to be a
Thexral,
Fighter
before
3.
we
I
go
was
any
like, oh.
further, I'd like to explain something to you.
Oh.
You've made assumptions about humanity based on limited information. You see fusion drives and assume we're primitive. You see colony ships and assume we're weak.
Yo,
You see small numbers and
I need
assume we're
help.
insignificant. I'd like to correct those assumptions.
Move it.
There is nothing to explain.
I'm sorry.
No, don't worry about it.
Said dismissively. You have 12 ships. I have 50. Your weapons, while admittedly impressive in their crude efficiency, cannot overcome such numerical superiority. Mathematics is not negotiable. You're absolutely right, Chen agreed. Mathematics isn't negotiable.
Dude, the jailer hits like a freaking truck
400 years ago, humanity
up
developed
here.
fusion power. We tried for centuries to crack
And
faster
he
than light travel.
does
We
bleed
failed.
damage with that weapon
We're
too.
still not very good at it, honestly. Our FTL drives are slow, inefficient, and unreliable compared to yours.
Don't do the stupid animation.
Vexrel said.
The animation got me freaking hit by the
Couldn't
jailer.
solve FTL travel. We were stuck in our solar system. For 400 years, Admiral. An entire species trapped in one star system.
Okay, that didn't wake her
Humans
up.
do when they're trapped? We work, we build. We solve every other problem.
Yeah,
we can
freak
find.
out of here,
She
boy.
put up a display on her end that showed on Vexrel's screen. Chemical formulas, molecular structures,
I got you. Wait, hold on.
engineering diagrams. We perfected materials.
Stop being so soft.
We learned to compress matter at the molecular level, creating
Yelling at
alloys
his
that are
throne
denser
for
and
being
stronger
soft,
than anything nature produces naturally. We perfected fusion power to the point where our reactors produce 40 times the output of anything at our theoretical
I need to stop being
technology level.
soft. I could have beat that.
We developed
I didn't
antimatter
expect though
production and
the
storage
damage
to levels that would make your scientists weak with
from
envy.
that guy when he came up and hit me.
Other server that let us go like 300 got us spoiled with all the access points we had.
Impressive boasting. But ghosts
Yep,
do not win
yep, I agree with that.
They don't.
Where did I kill the other
Tell
one
you
at?
what wins battles, Admiral.
Oh, here she
Superior
is.
engineering. Humanity spent 4 centuries.
And nobody's in the
solving
cage even here.
So we made sure that when we finally did leave, we would never be at anyone's mercy.
For some reason, they always respawn after the server resets.
We don't deflect energy weapons. Our hulls just
Uh,
absorb them.
where are you?
Every
I'm
square
in my base
centimeter
somewhere.
is compressed matter alloy.
You can if you have something to drop off, there's
Energy weapons?
just put it in the Panner's table that's on that floor you're on.
Vexrel asked, despite himself growing curious about where this was going. Remarkably
You were
simple.
on the floor with
Mass
Panner's table.
accelerators. We take tungsten carbide slugs and accelerate them to
I'll put it in the tannery.
using a
Yeah, that's good.
combination of electromagnetic fields and
I'm
gravity.
gonna give you
No complex energy matrices.
Eric the Slayer, Nos the Murderer, and Tessa the Blade. And then I gave you a stack of 14 small scorpion, bite-sized scorpion snack with extra sting.
Becoming more serious.
Thank you.
Here's the thing, Admiral. You see,
Yes,
ships
I ate
have
one.
overwhelming numerical superiority, but you're thinking in terms of
You like what?
warfare.
Weapons,
Shields, electronic warfare. We don't fight that way.
Scorpion's
We fight
thing
the way
is a hot
humans have always
sauce.
fought, with better tools used more efficiently.
Are you gonna eat them for real, boy? In real life?
His patience exhausted.
I'm all out.
You have one final
I haven't
chance.
seen the
Power down your vessels and
I haven't seen
submit
a
to
guy that
Imperial
sold them
authority,
before either.
or I will destroy every ship you have and then
Have you had them before in your life?
choose now. Chen
Scorpions?
said.
No.
I was hoping
For real?
you could avoid this.
No, not
Admiral,
no.
I'm going to strongly recommend
I've
that
had
you
hot
withdraw
sauce
from
called
the system.
scorpions.
You don't want to do this. It's
Oh.
not a threat. It's a
Yeah.
warning. There's a difference. Vexrel had heard enough. All ships, power weapons.
Did you have a smack in the face
Prepare to fire on my command.
Yep.
for
50
talking too
Imperial
much?
warships activated their weapon
Yep.
systems
Okay, I'm joking.
simultaneously. The space around them lit up with energy signatures as
Well,
plasma
I guess we
cannons
better
pointed
go
at
and
the
check
missile
Sinner's
launchers came
Refuge out,
online.
girly.
It was a display of power that had made hundreds of species submit.
Did you grab all the stuff
I gotta
out of
go
the
and-
furnace?
Just looked sad. Fire.
No, I don't want to take it, dude.
50 Imperial warships opened fire.
I don't want to take this. Oh, somebody.
Hundreds of energy beams and missiles streaked across
Look
the
who's
space
here.
between the two fleets. It was enough firepower
It's
to
our
blow up
friend
the entire city.
Hagar the Hawkeye.
Of a small moon. The 12 human ships just sat there and took it. The energy weapons splashed
Oh, you didn't
across
knock
their
these
hulls
guys
like
out.
water against
I
stone.
guess I'll try to kill
The
them.
missiles detonated against their armor and accomplished nothing. Vexrel
Never
watched
mind.
in disbelief as the barrage continued.
Action's falling asleep.
And at the end of it, not a single human ship showed damage. Cease fire, he said quietly.
You ain't going nowhere. I got you for 3
His
hours.
science officer was
Yeah,
already
no
working
problem.
frantically at his station.
No, that's if you're tired, though.
Absorbing the energy and
I guess I can allow it.
structure.
No, I was kidding.
I'm gonna put you on my wheel.
Well, I gotta leave in.
Approximately 30 times normal
I gotta leave in three and a half hours or so anyway.
Their ships are essentially
Or start getting ready in maybe like 4 hours.
with engines and weapons somehow integrated into the structure. That's impossible. Ships that don't
Like being about.
they'd be too massive.
Did I what?
Some form of
Clean
internal
your room
gravity
yet?
manipulation. They're offsetting their own
No.
weight somehow. Sir, this is technology we don't have. We can't build ships like this. On the screen,
Daddy.
Chen hadn't moved.
Daddy.
She just waited
Yeah,
patiently
Slugger,
while
what's
50
up?
Imperial ships finished demonstrating their
Daddy, can I have ice cream?
vessels.
You know the rule,
She asked
boy.
politely.
Only
All
after
ships
your
evasive
room's clean
maneuvers.
can you have some ice
Thexrel
cream.
shouted. Maximum thrust. The 12
Daddy,
human ships opened
can I
fire.
have Switch
Unlike
2,
the sustained
Daddy?
barrage from the Imperial fleet,
You know the rule,
the
boy.
human attack
You
was brief.
gotta have all the different
projectiles each. 36 shots total. Each one a tungsten carbide slug accelerated to 40% of light speed. The Imperial ships scattered, their pilots desperately trying to...
This girl had a Logitech keyboard that cost like $45, wireless, Bluetooth, on Facebook Marketplace for $5.
Cruisers simply ceased to exist.
And look at this. There's a Pokemon card lot on here.
The ships didn't explode so much as they vaporized.
Holo Reverse Holo 2007 to 2025. 80 cards. 60 plus Holo.
Internal explosions ripped
Hologram, I guess.
Two destroyers had their engine sections completely severed from the main.
Yeah.
They tunneled
20
through
bucks.
space, venting atmosphere and debris.
It could
One of
be
the
like
dreadnoughts,
$5 for the cards there,
Victory,
though.
took a direct hit to its forward section.
Could be your
The
butt.
front third of the ship, including the main bridge, was simply gone. The ship continued forward on momentum, now nothing more than a dead hulk in space.
Oh, there's a Stream Deck on here for 25 bucks, but it's an off-brand.
8 Imperial vessels with a single
That's not
volley.
a stream deck then.
The engagement
It's
had
an
lasted
emulator.
perhaps 8 seconds.
No, it might not work.
Shot to the last impact.
I mean, it might not work very good. He said he replaced it with another one, so why did he do that?
Around him,
But it's only 25 bucks.
casualty numbers scrolled across screens. His mighty battle squadron, pride of the Imperial fleet, had just been bloodied in less time than it took to give a proper order. Admiral, Chen's voice came from the communication system. I'm truly sorry,
Trying to
but you were
survive.
warned. Now I'm going to give you the same chance you gave us. Power down.
I
your
want these
weapons and
books.
withdraw from this system, or we'll be forced to
are you getting?
continue defending ourselves. Thexrel wanted.
I want
refuse,
these.
Wanted to order another attack. Wanted to do anything except.
Vintage picture Bible graphic novels. There's 5 books for $3.
Military officer who understood mathematics.
Wait, where is she? Where is she? I gotta- Oh, it's so far. Actually, I'm gonna message her because there's another girl over there if I want to get the other keyboard.
If this fight continued, he would lose. Simple mathematics, as he had said earlier. All ships, he said quietly. Power down weapons. Begin rescue operations for damaged vessels.
You better be
Prepare for
posting
system
these things for
evacuation.
resale, boy.
He looked at Admiral Chen on the screen.
No way.
His expression was sympathetic but firm. For what it's worth, Admiral, we don't
Buy it
want
for
I
to-
should, though.
Sell it for
We just want
15
to
to
be left
20.
alone to build our civilization on our own terms. Is that really so unreasonable?
What did you just say to me, little boy?
He turned to his remaining officers.
And sell it
Begin
for
immediate
$20.
withdrawal.
Give me
Get
your
every survivor we
What
can
did
from
you-
those damaged ships. As soon as rescue operations are complete,
What did you say to me, little boy?
General to Imperial High Command. They need to know what we're facing. As his fleet began the humiliating process of retreating from a
Did
battle
the girl
against a
take down the
numerically
keyboard?
inferior force, Thexrel
Probably sold it
replayed the
really.
engagement in his mind. 8 seconds.
What
That's how
did
long it had
you
taken
say
for his
to me,
assumptions about
little
humanity
boy?
to be completely shattered.
Sold it,
These were
boy.
not
Right over
primitives
my
stumbling
ear.
into a galaxy they didn't understand. These were
Yeah, I
warriors who
think
had
she
spent
did.
4 centuries preparing for exactly this moment.
Oh, here it
They
is.
had built ships that couldn't be destroyed by conventional weapons. They had built weapons that could destroy anything.
Wait, she never answered me.
Was not whether humanity could challenge the Empire.
Maybe it's
The
sold
question
pending
was
pickup
whether
or
the Empire could survive an actual war with humanity.
Yeah. The other girl said, "Oh, I'll check with my husband and see if he can meet you at the police station." I said, "Okay, thanks."
Could build standard vessels.
I got a bad feeling about that one though, for some reason.
Thexrel sat
Yeah,
down
they want to
heavily in
meet
his
you at the
command
police
chair
station. That's a good
and
thing.
began composing his report.
No, but I had a bad feeling before she said that.
What he had
Like,
to tell them.
I don't know why.
They needed to know the truth. Humanity had arrived in the galaxy, and they had brought weapons that made the Empire's 12,000-year military
I
advantage
hate when that
obsolete.
happens.
The galaxy
Well, I'm not going to kill him then. I'm going to leave him there.
The Imperial Palace on Zarath Prime had stood for 8,000 years. Its crystalline spires reached toward the sky, each one a monument to the Empire's enduring power. Inside the
Where's the
great
guy that
council
stands
chamber,
here? Oh, there
Empress
you are.
Califara the Eternal sat upon the throne of ages. Her iridescent scales catching the
I shouldn't have killed
light
him.
windows that overlooked the capital city.
Wait, I have a blacksmith
She was
though.
old, even by Zarathian standards.
I'll grab you brimstone while I'm
She had
here
ruled for 170 of those cycles, guiding the Empire
and put it on my butt.
consolidation and peace. She had seen wars coming.
You want me to take your
species rise to prominence.
did you say I could take some
But she had never
you want me to take star metal?
look as worried
Yeah,
as they
take
did
as
right
much as you
now.
want.
Admiral Thexeral stood
Alright.
before the throne.
I'll take all yours,
Stiff
star
and
metal.
formal, despite the clear discomfort in his eyes. Around
I'm just
him, the
kidding,
members
dude.
of the war
Live
council
out
sat
here.
in their
Why would I
designated
worry about it?
positions.
It always falls
Fleet
from the
Admiral
sky
Kesavara,
once a week.
commander of the Empire's First Fleet.
Yeah, you're right.
Nexthal, head of ground forces. Science director Pelkor, looking smaller and older than usual.
Good
And
trade.
intelligence
3
director
thralls
Vixisha,
for that much star
her
metal.
three
That's good
eyes
to me.
focused intently on the holographic display that showed the battle at New
Can't
Terra.
have any links in chat.
Again,
Sorry.
The Empress said
That's a,
quietly.
God
For the
bless
fifth
you.
time, the Council watched the engagement. 50 Imperial warships firing everything they had at 12 human vessels. The energy weapons
Everybody
ruthlessly
that
against impossible armor.
posts
Then the
links in
human
my
response.
chat gets a forever
Ballistic
banned
shots.
instantly.
8 ships destroyed or disabled.
I get them all
8
the
seconds
time.
of combat that changed everything. When it finished,
It's on Rumble a lot of the time.
Explanations.
A lot of
Califara
people
said,
think that's a
"Simple
good
ones.
idea, but
How did a species we encountered 6 months ago build ships that our weapons cannot harm?
it never
Science
works,
director
that kind of
Pelkor
advertising.
manipulating the holographic display to show
This makes people
detailed
not
scans.
want
Nobody's
of
gonna
these
go
vessels.
to it.
Majesty, we made
What's that?
incorrect assumptions based on
This makes no one want to
incomplete
go see your
data. When we
channel.
first encountered the
If all
humans,
they
we
got is a
observed
negative
their
rating,
colony
right?
ship using fusion drives.
Definitely
We
not
assumed
the
this
way to
meant
go.
they were at a primitive stage of development.
Alright, I'm gonna
This is
grab
wrong.
you.
Obviously, the Empress said
Brimstone
dryly.
now.
Continue. The humans have a different technological development path than any species we've encountered. Most species develop faster than light travel relatively early. And
I
then
got him
spread
named
out,
Fletcher.
developing other technologies as
Just
needed.
now,
The
knocked
humans
out.
could not solve FTL travel. They were trapped in their home system for 4 centuries while they possessed.
You know what
fusion
else is
power and
cool?
beginnings of antimatter.
What's up?
Manipulation. Pelkor changed the display to show
The
complex
refrigerator.
molecular structures. So they focused on
Yeah.
everything else.
I still gotta
Material
build
science,
one and
manufacturing,
put
power
actual ice in
generation,
them.
weapon
Oh, yeah, I
systems.
forgot to do that.
They pushed every other technological avenue to its absolute limit.
Did you forget your
Result
butt?
is ships that operate on principles we
Yeah,
understand
I left it on the
theoretically,
toilet.
but have
See,
never
it
successfully
was kind of
implemented
gross, but
practically.
oh well.
Explain these principles. Califara ordered.
Did you forget that your
Used
butt was
dark
attached
matter
to your
technology.
butt?
They have found a way to alter the molecular
That's
bonding
double
structure
butts.
of
No
metals
one
and
has
alloys at
double
a
butts.
fundamental level.
I couldn't think of it. What would I say? Rear end?
Neutronium, while somehow
Yeah.
maintaining structural integrity. We have theorized about such materials for centuries, but never
Did you
successfully
say you're coming
created
near
them
a
in useful
bend?
quantities.
Is that what you
The
said?
humans are building entire warships from it.
What?
Fleet Admiral Kesavara leaned
What?
forward, but ships that
What'd you
dense
say?
should be impossible to move. The mass would be too great.
You bit your
Did the
dog.
baby
It's
fall
internal
asleep?
gravity manipulation,
No.
Melkor explained. Each human warship contains
What's he
multiple
doing?
gravity generators that
He's
partially
got a whole
offset the ship's mass.
He's got my hand
It's not
out
true
hugging
mass
it
reduction,
and,
more like
being
selective
awake.
gravity cancellation. Theoretically,
He's being a wakey
My
boy.
eyes
we
trying
wouldn't
to
know
get
where
to
to
sleep.
begin replicating it.
And he's just
And their
looking at
weapons?
me.
CP.
General Nexthal asked. Relativistic.
Is he
computer
being a wakey boy?
approach millennia ago. Because we developed better alternatives, Pelkor said.
He
Energy
just smiles. He
weapons
looks
are
up
more
and smiles
efficient,
at me.
easier
He
to
hears you say that.
maintain, and don't require storing massive amounts of physical ammunition.
Are you being a wakey boy,
Kinetic
Sheldon?
weapons and perfected them beyond what we thought possible. Their mass accelerators use a combination of electromagnetic fields and gravity manipulation to accelerate solid projectiles to 40% light speed.
But if you don't go to
distance
sleep,
of
I'm
less
gonna
than
go to
1
sleep. It's
meters.
not gonna be
The
good.
energy requirements alone should be impossible, but their
I'll tell you what to
systems
do.
are far more advanced than ours. Califara listened to all of this with
Get a
growing
little
concern.
bottle of rum.
Don't have any rum.
I'm just kidding.
Every other aspect
Don't do that.
warfare to a degree that
That's
superior
The Lord delights in those who fear him, who put their hope in his unfailing love. Psalm 147, 11. In the olden days, did older people, traditional older people, put rum on babies' gums to stop them from crying? Yes. It says, yes, in the past it was relatively common, albeit unsafe, tradition for older generations to rub whiskey, brandy, or other spirits on a baby's gums to relieve teething pain. While intended to soothe fussy babies, medical professionals today advise against this as alcohol can be poisonous to infants and damage their developing liver. Wow. That makes sense, though, yeah.
They were already building a fleet before first contact occurred. But yes, Majesty, their construction rate is approximately one warship every 36 hours, possibly faster.
I wonder if that's why my mom had a bad liver when she died. She didn't die from that, but her liver was shot, they said. There's next to nothing left of it, like, not like that, but the damage was so bad. But that's not what killed her, though. The fall killed her when they knocked her off the gurney when they were taking her for dialysis. Yeah, my dad sued them, though, but he said, my dad said back when it happened that he didn't care so much about the money, which he did, I'm sure he did, but he said he didn't want it to happen to anybody else, his family or loved one. Because they were because she was crippled, and they put her on the gurney, took her out, and then I guess it hit a crack or a bump or something in the concrete, and knocked her onto the ground. She got a big bruise up her arm, and then it caused a pulmonary embolism. Dude, I was destroyed that night. I'm gonna take one stack of star metal. Is that okay? Alright. I'll take one stack of bars and one stack of ore. Is that okay? Alright, I'm putting in almost 3,000 brimstone in here.
We still don't know where Earth is. They've been very careful to avoid revealing its location. We could strike at New Terra and any other colonies we find. But if we cannot locate
Thank you. And what else did I have? Did I have something else for you? I forget.
No, I think that was it.
Another council member suggested.
That's all I wanted.
Such weapons against species capable of retaliation. But if the situation
I just didn't want to have to go to Septimaru and walk up and grab all the stuff. I was playing lazy.
We do not commit genocide, no matter how convenient it might be. The Empire's strength has always been in our principles as much as our military might.
I used to love this song. I still love this song, but I used to really love this song. So 90s gospel rap. Oh, these guys spawned back in already. Where's my girl at?
Who had remained quiet throughout most of the discussion, finally spoke. Majesty, in my interactions with Admiral Chen, she made it clear that humanity desires independence, not conquest. They want to build their own civilization without interference.
I'm gonna continue playing. I'm just gonna end the stream.
They also showed restraint.
You ain't going nowhere.
Our corvettes, but did not destroy them. At New Terra, they could have annihilated Admiral Thexrel's entire force, but instead only destroyed enough ships to prove their point. A truly aggressive species would have pressed their advantage. Pelcor nodded.
Do you want a Sumerian Berserker? I mean, Sumerian Fighter 3? Your guys knocked him out here.